Author's note for The Rescue. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Dann. The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. Author's note. Of the 3 long novels of mine which suffered an interruption, The Rescue was the one that had to wait the longest for the good pleasure of the fates. I am betraying no secret when I state here that it had to wait precisely for 20 years. I laid it aside at the end of the summer of 1898, and it was about the end of the summer of 1918 that I took it up again with a firm determination to see the end of it, and helped by the sudden feeling that I might be equal to the task. This does not mean that I turned to it with elation. I was well aware, and perhaps even too much aware, of the dangers of such an adventure. The amazingly sympathetic kindness which men of various temperaments, diverse views, and different literary tastes have been for years displaying towards my work has done much for me, has done all, except giving me that overweening self-confidence which may assist an adventurer sometimes, but in the long run ends by leading him to the gallows. As the characteristic I want most to impress upon these short author's notes prepared for my first collected edition is that of absolute frankness, I hasten to declare that I founded my hopes not on my supposed merits, but on the continued goodwill of my readers. I may say at once that my hopes have been justified out of all proportion to my deserts. I met with the most considerate, most delicately expressed criticism, free from all antagonism, and in its conclusions showing an insight which in itself could not fail to move me deeply, but was associated also with enough commendation to make me feel rich beyond the dreams of avarice. I mean an artist's avarice which seeks its treasure in the hearts of men and women. No. Whatever the preliminary anxieties might have been, this adventure was not to end in sorrow. Once more, fortune favoured audacity, and yet I have never forgotten the jocular translation of Audaces fortuna juvat offered to me by my tutor when I was a small boy. The audacious get bitten. However, he took care to mention that there were various kinds of audacity. Oh, there are. There is, for instance, the kind of audacity almost indistinguishable from impudence. I must believe that in this case I have not been impudent, for I am not conscious of having been bitten. The truth is that when The Rescue was laid aside, it was not laid aside in despair. Several reasons contributed to this abandonment, and no doubt the first of them was the growing sense of general difficulty in the handling of the subject. The contents and the course of the story I had clearly in my mind, but as to the way of presenting the facts, or perhaps in a certain measure as to the nature of the facts themselves, I had many doubts. I mean the telling, representative facts, helpful to carry on the idea, and at the same time of such a nature as not to demand an elaborate creation of the atmosphere to the detriment of the action. I did not see how I could avoid becoming wearisome in the presentation of detail and in the pursuit of clearness. I saw the action plainly enough. What I had lost for the moment was the sense of the proper formula of expression, the only formula that would suit. This, of course, weakened my confidence in the intrinsic worth and in the possible interest of the story, that is, in my invention. But I suspect that all the trouble was, in reality, the doubt of my prose, the doubt of its adequacy, of its power to master both the colours and the shades. It is difficult to describe, exactly as I remember it, the complex state of my feelings, but those of my readers who take an interest in artistic perplexities will understand me best when I point out that I dropped The Rescue not to give myself up to idleness, regrets, or dreaming, but to begin The Nigger of the Narcissus, and to go on with it without hesitation and without a pause. A comparison of any page of The Rescue with any page of The Nigger will furnish an ocular demonstration of the nature and the inward meaning of this first crisis of my writing life. for it was a crisis undoubtedly. The laying aside of a work so far advanced was a very awful decision to take. It was wrung from me by a sudden conviction that there only was the road of salvation, the clear way out for an uneasy conscience. The finishing of The Nigger brought to my troubled mind the comforting sense of an accomplished task, and the first consciousness of a certain sort of mastery which could accomplish something with the aid of propitious stars. Why I did not return to the rescue at once then was not for the reason that I had grown afraid of it. Being able now to assume a firm attitude, I said to myself deliberately, that thing can wait. At the same time, I was just as certain in my mind that Youth, a story which I had then, so to speak, on the tip of my pen, could not wait. Neither could Heart of Darkness be put off, for the practical reason that Mr. William Blackwood, having requested me to write something for the number M of his magazine, I had to stir up at once the subject of that tale which had been long lying quiescent in my mind, because obviously the venerable Marga, at her patriarchal age of 1,000 numbers, could not be kept waiting. Then Lord Jim, with about 17 pages already written at odd times, put in his claim, which was irresistible. And thus every stroke of the pen was taking me further away from the abandoned rescue, not without some compunction on my part, but with a gradually diminishing resistance, till at last I let myself go, as if recognizing a superior influence against which it was useless to contend. The years passed, and the pages grew in number, and the long reveries of which they were the outcome stretched wide between me and the deserted rescue, like the smooth, hazy spaces of a dreamy sea. Yet I never actually lost sight of that dark speck in the misty distance. It had grown very small, but it asserted itself with the appeal of old associations. It seemed to me that it would be a base thing for me to slip out of the world, leaving it out there all alone, waiting for its fate that would never come. Sentiment, pure sentiment, as you see, prompted me in the last instance to face the pains and hazards of that return. As I moved slowly towards the abandoned body of the tale, it loomed up big amongst the glittering shallows of the coast, lonely but not forbidding. There was nothing about it of a grim derelict. It had an air of expectant life. One after another I made out the familiar faces watching my approach with faint smiles of amused recognition. They had known well enough that I was bound to come back to them. But their eyes met mine seriously, as was only to be expected, since I myself felt very serious as I stood among them again after years of absence. At once, without wasting words, we went to work together on our renewed life, and every moment I felt more strongly that they who had waited bore no grudge to the man who, however widely he may have wandered at times, had played truant only once in his life. 1920, J.C. End of author's note. Part 1. The Man and the Brig. Introduction. Of the Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1. The Man and the Brig. Introduction. The shallow sea that foams and murmurs on the shores of the 1,000 islands, big and little, which make up the Malay archipelago, has been for centuries the scene of adventurous undertakings. The vices and the virtues of 4 nations have been displayed in the conquest of that region that even to this day has not been robbed of all the mystery and romance of its past, and the race of men who had fought against the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Dutch and the English has not been changed by the unavoidable defeat. They have kept to this day their love of liberty, their fanatical devotion to their chiefs, their blind fidelity and friendship and hate, all their lawful and unlawful instincts. Their country of land and water, for the sea was as much their country as the earth of their islands, has fallen a prey to the Western race. the reward of superior strength, if not of superior virtue. Tomorrow the advancing civilization will obliterate the marks of a long struggle in the accomplishment of its inevitable victory. The adventurers who began that struggle have left no descendants. The ideas of the world change too quickly for that. But even far into the present century they have had successors. Almost in our own day we have seen one of them, a true adventurer in his devotion to his impulse, a man of high mind and of pure heart, lay the foundations of a flourishing state on the ideas of pity and justice. He recognized chivalrously the claims of the conquered. He was a disinterested adventurer, and the reward of his noble instincts is in the veneration with which a strange and faithful race cherish his memory. Misunderstood and traduced in life, the glory of his achievement has vindicated the purity of his motives. He belongs to history. But there were others, obscure adventurers who had not his advantages of birth, position, and intelligence, who had only his sympathy with the people of forests and sea he understood and loved so well. They cannot be said to be forgotten, since they have not been known at all. They were lost in the common crowd of seamen traders of the archipelago, and if they emerged from their obscurity it was only to be condemned as lawbreakers. Their lives were thrown away for a cause that had no right to exist in the face of an irresistible and orderly progress, their thoughtless lives guided by a simple feeling. But the wasted lives, for the few who know, have tinged with romance the region of shallow waters and forest-clad islands that lies far east and still mysterious between the deep waters of two oceans. End of Part 1. Introduction. Part 1, Section 1 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Section 1. Out of the level blue of a shallow sea, Carimata raises a lofty barrenness of grey and yellow tints, the drab eminence of its arid heights. Separated by a narrow strip of water, Surueton to the west shows a curved and ridged outline resembling the backbone of a stooping giant. And to the eastward, a troop of insignificant islets stand effaced, indistinct, with vague features that seem to melt into the gathering shadows. The night following from the eastward the retreat of the setting sun advances slowly, swallowing the land and the sea, the land broken, tormented and abrupt, the sea smooth and inviting with its easy polish of continuous surface to wanderings facile and endless. There was no wind, and a small brig that had lain all the afternoon a few miles to the northward and westward of Carimata had hardly altered its position half a mile during all these hours. The calm was absolute, a dead, flat calm, the stillness of a dead sea and of a dead atmosphere. As far as the eye could reach there was nothing but an impressive immobility. Nothing moved on earth, on the waters, and above them in the unbroken lustre of the sky. On the unruffled surface of the straits the brig floated tranquil and upright, as if bolted solidly, keel to keel, with its own image reflected in the unframed and immense mirror of the sea. To the south and east the double islands watched silently the double ship that seemed fixed amongst them forever, a hopeless captive of the calm, a helpless prisoner of the shallow sea. Since midday, when the light and capricious airs of these seas had abandoned the little brig to its lingering fate, her head had swung slowly to the westward, and the end of her slender and polished jib-boom, projecting boldly beyond the graceful curve of the bow, pointed at the setting sun like a spear poised high in the hand of an enemy. Right aft, by the wheel, the Malay quartermaster stood with his bare, brown feet firmly planted on the wheel grating, and holding the spokes at right angles, in a solid grasp, as though the ship had been running before a gale. He stood there perfectly motionless, as if petrified, but ready to tend the helm as soon as fate would permit the brig to gather way through the oily sea. The only other human being then visible on the brig's deck was the person in charge, a white man of low stature, thick-set, with shaven cheeks, a grizzled moustache, and a face tinted a scarlet hue by the burning suns and by the sharp salt breezes of the seas. He had thrown off his light jacket, and, clad only in white trousers and a thin cotton singlet, with his stout arms crossed on his breast, upon which they showed like two thick lumps of raw flesh, he prowled about from side to side of the half-poop. On his bare feet he wore a pair of straw sandals, and his head was protected by an enormous pith hat, once white but now very dirty, which gave to the whole man the aspect of a phenomenal and animated mushroom. At times he would interrupt his uneasy shuffle athwart the break of the poop, and stand motionless with a vague gaze fixed on the image of the brig in the calm water. He could also see down there his own head and shoulders leaning out over the rail, and he would stand long, as if interested by his own features, and mutter vague curses on the calm which lay upon the ship like an immovable burden, immense and burning. At last he sighed profoundly, nerved himself for a great effort, and, making a start away from the rail, managed to drag his slippers as far as the binnacle. There he stopped again, exhausted and bored. From under the lifted glass panes of the cabin skylight nearby came the feeble chirp of a canary, which appeared to give him some satisfaction. He listened, smiled faintly, muttered, "Dicky, poor Dick," and fell back into the immense silence of the world. His eyes closed. His head hung low over the hot brass of the binnacle top. Suddenly he stood up with a jerk and said sharply in a hoarse voice, "You've been sleeping, you! Shift the helm, she has got sternway on her." The Malay, without the least flinch of feature or pose, as if he had been an inanimate object called suddenly into life by some hidden magic of the words, spun the wheel rapidly, letting the spokes pass through his hands, and when the motion had stopped with a grinding noise, caught hold again and held on grimly. After a while, however, he turned his head slowly over his shoulder, glanced at the sea, and said in an obstinate tone, "No catch wind. No get way." No catch, that's all you know about," growled the red-faced seaman. "By and by, catch early," he went on with sudden condescension. "By, and then the helm will be right way, see?" The stolid sea canny appeared to see, and for that moment to hear, nothing. The white man looked at the impassive Malay with disgust, then glanced round the horizon, then again at the helmsman, and ordered curtly, "Shift the helm back again. Don't you feel the air from aft? You are like a dummy standing there." The Malay revolved the spokes again with disdainful obedience, and the red-faced man was moving forward, grunting to himself, when through the open skylight the hail, "On deck there!" arrested him short, attentive, and with a sudden change to amiability in the expression of his face. "Yes, sir," he said, bending his ear towards the opening. "What's the matter up there?" asked a deep voice from below. The red-faced man, in a tone of surprise, said, "Sir?" "I hear that rudder grinding hard up and hard down. What are you up to, Shaw? Any wind?" "Yes," drawled Shaw, putting his head down the skylight and speaking into the gloom of the cabin. "I thought there was a light air, but it's gone now. Not a breath anywhere under the heavens." He withdrew his head and waited a while by the skylight, but heard only the chirping of the indefatigable canary, a feeble twittering that seemed to ooze through the drooping red blossoms of geraniums growing in flower-pots under the glass panes. He strolled away a step or two before the voice from down below called hurriedly, "Hey, Shaw, are you there?" "Yes, Captain Lingard," he answered, stepping back. "Have we drifted anything this afternoon?" "Not an inch, sir, not an inch. We might as well have been at anchor." "It's always so," said the invisible Lingard. His voice changed its tone as he moved in the cabin, and directly afterwards burst out with a clear intonation while his head appeared above the side of the cabin entrance. "Always so. The currents don't begin till it's dark, when a man can't see against what confounded thing he is being drifted, and then the breeze will come. Dead on end, too, I don't doubt." Shaw moved his shoulders slightly. The Malay at the wheel, after making a dive to see the time by the cabin clock through the skylight, rang a double stroke on the small bell aft. Directly forward on the main deck a shrill whistle arose, long-drawn, modulated, dying away softly. The master of the brig stepped out of the companion upon the deck of his vessel, glanced aloft at the yards laid dead square, then from the doorstep took a long lingering look round the horizon. He was about 35, erect and supple. He moved freely, more like a man accustomed to stride over plains and hills than like one who from his earliest youth had been used to counteract, by sudden swayings of his body, the rise and roll of cramped decks of small craft, tossed by the caprice of angry or playful seas. He wore a grey flannel shirt, and his white trousers were held by a blue silk scarf wound tightly round his narrow waist. He had come up only for a moment, but finding the poop shaded by the main topsail, he remained on deck bareheaded. The light chestnut hair curled close about his well-shaped head, and the clipped beard glinted vividly when he passed across a narrow strip of sunlight, as if every hair in it had been a wavy and attenuated gold wire. His mouth was lost in the heavy moustache. His nose was straight, short, slightly blunted at the end. A broad band of deeper red stretched under the eyes, clung to the cheekbones. The eyes gave the face its remarkable expression. The eyebrows, darker than the hair, pencilled a straight line below the wide and unwrinkled brow, much whiter than the sunburnt face. The eyes, as if glowing with the light of a hidden fire, had a red glint in their greyness that gave a scrutinizing ardour to the steadiness of their gaze. That man, once so well known and now so completely forgotten amongst the charming and heartless shores of the shallow sea, had amongst his fellows the nickname of Red-eyed Tom. He was proud of his luck, but not of his good sense. He was proud of his brig, of the speed of his craft, which was reckoned the swiftest country vessel in those seas, and proud of what she represented. She represented a run of luck on the Victorian goldfields, his sagacious moderation, long days of planning, of loving care in building, the great joy of his youth, the incomparable freedom of the seas, a perfect, because a wandering, home, his independence, his love, and his anxiety. He had often heard men say that Tom Lingard cared for nothing on earth but for his brig, and in his thoughts he would smilingly correct the statement by adding that he cared for nothing living but the brig. To him she was as full of life as the great world. He felt her live in every motion, in every roll, in every sway of her tapering masts, of those masts whose painted trucks move forever, to a seaman's eye, against the clouds or against the stars. To him she was always precious, like old love, always desirable, like a strange woman, always tender, like a mother, always faithful, like the favourite daughter of a man's heart. For hours he would stand elbow on rail, his head in his hand, and listen in dreamy stillness to the cajoling and promising whisper of the sea, that slipped past in vanishing bubbles along the smooth black-painted sides of his craft. What passed in such moments of thoughtful solitude through the mind of that child of generations of fishermen from the coast of Devon, who, like most of his class, was dead to the subtle voices and blind to the mysterious aspects of the world, the man ready for the obvious, no matter how startling, how terrible or menacing, yet defenceless as a child before the shadowy impulses of his own heart. What could have been the thoughts of such a man when once surrendered to a dreamy mood? It is difficult to say. No doubt he, like most of us, would be uplifted at times by the awakened lyricism of his heart into regions charming, empty, and dangerous. But also, like most of us, he was unaware of his barren journeys above the interesting cares of this earth. Yet from these, no doubt absurd and wasted moments, there remained on the man's daily life a tinge as that of a glowing and serene half-light. It softened the outlines of his rugged nature, and these moments kept close the bond between him and his brig. He was aware that his little vessel could give him something not to be had from anybody or anything in the world, something specially his own. The dependence of that solid man of bone and muscle on that obedient thing of wood and iron acquired from that feeling the mysterious dignity of love. She, the craft, had all the qualities of a living thing: speed, obedience, trustworthiness, endurance, beauty, capacity to do and to suffer, all but life. He, the man, was the inspirer of that thing that to him seemed the most perfect of its kind. His will was its will, his thought was its impulse, his breath was the breath of its existence. He felt all this confusedly, without ever shaping this feeling into the soundless formulas of thought. To him she was unique and dear, this brig of 314 tons register, a kingdom. And now, bareheaded and burly, he walked the deck of his kingdom with a regular stride. He stepped out from the hip, swinging his arms with the free motion of a man starting out for a 15-mile walk into open country, yet at every 12th stride he had to turn about sharply and pace back the distance to the taffrail. Shaw, with his hands stuck in his waistband, had hooked himself with both elbows to the rail and gazed apparently at the deck between his feet. In reality he was contemplating a little house with a tiny front garden, lost in a maze of riverside streets in the East End of London. The circumstance that he had not as yet been able to make the acquaintance of his son, now aged 18 months, worried him slightly, and was the cause of that flight of his fancy into the murky atmosphere of his home. But it was a placid flight, followed by a quick return. In less than 2 minutes he was back in the brig. All there, as his saying was. He was proud of being always all there. He was abrupt in manner and grumpy in speech with the seamen. To his successive captains he was outwardly as deferential as he knew how, and as a rule inwardly hostile. So very few seemed to him of the all there kind. Of Lingard, with whom he had only been a short time, having been picked up in Madras roads out of a home ship, which he had to leave after a thumping row with the master, he generally approved, though he recognised with regret that this man, like most others, had some absurd fads. He defined them as bottom-upward notions. He was a man, as there were many, of no particular value to anybody but himself, and of no account but as the chief mate of the brig, and the only white man on board of her besides the captain. He felt himself immeasurably superior to the Malay seamen whom he had to handle, and treated them with lofty toleration, notwithstanding his opinion that at a pinch those chaps would be found emphatically not there. As soon as his mind came back from his home leave, he detached himself from the rail and, walking forwards, stood by the break of the poop, looking along the port side of the main deck. Lingard, on his own side, stopped in his walk and also gazed absent-mindedly before him. In the waist of the brig, in the narrow spars that were lashed on each side of the hatchway, he could see a group of men squatting in a circle round a wooden tray piled up with rice, which stood on the just swept deck. The dark-faced, soft-eyed, silent men, squatting on their hams, fed decorously with an earnestness that did not exclude reserve. Of the lot, only 1 or 2 wore sarongs, the others having submitted, at least at sea, to the indignity of European trousers. Only 2 sat on the spars. One, a man with a childlike, light yellow face, smiling with fatuous imbecility under the wisps of straight, coarse hair dyed a mahogany tint, was the Tyndall of the crew, a kind of boatswain's or serang's mate. The other, sitting beside him on the booms, was a man nearly black, not much bigger than a large ape, and wearing on his wrinkled face that look of comical truculence which is often characteristic of men from the southwestern coast of Sumatra. This was the kasab, or storekeeper, the holder of a position of dignity and ease. The kasab was the only one of the crew taking their evening meal who noticed the presence on deck of their commander. He muttered something to the Tyndall, who directly cocked his old hat on one side, which senseless action invested him with an altogether foolish appearance. The others heard, but went on somnolently feeding with spidery movements of their lean arms. The sun was no more than a degree or so above the horizon, and from the heated surface of the waters a slight low mist began to rise, a mist thin, invisible to the human eye, yet strong enough to change the sun into a mere glowing red disk, a disk vertical and hot, rolling down to the edge of the horizontal and cold-looking disk of the shining sea. Then the edges touched, and the circular expanse of water took on suddenly a tint, sombre like a frown, deep like a brooding meditation of evil. The falling sun seemed to be arrested for a moment in his descent by the sleeping waters, while from it to the motionless brig shot out on the polished deck and dark surface of the sea a track of light, straight and shining, resplendent and direct, a path of gold and crimson and purple, a path that seemed to lead dazzling and terrible from the earth straight into heaven through the portals of a glorious death. It faded slowly. The sea vanquished the light. At last only a vestige of the sun remained, far off, like a red spark floating on the water. It lingered, and all at once, without warning, went out as if extinguished by a treacherous hand. "Gone!" cried Lingard, who had watched intently, yet missed the last moment. "Gone! Look at the cabin clock, Shaw." "Nearly right, I think, sir. 3 minutes past 6. The helmsman struck 4 bells sharply. Another barefooted sea canny glided on the far side of the poop to relieve the wheel, and the serang of the brig came up the ladder to take charge of the deck from shore. He came up to the compass and stood waiting silently. "The course is south by east when you get the wind, serang," said Shaw distinctly. "South by east," repeated the elderly Malay with grave earnestness. "Let me know when she begins to steer," added Lingard. "Ya tuan," answered the man, glancing rapidly at the sky. "Wind coming," he muttered. "I think so too," whispered Lingard, as if to himself. The shadows were gathering rapidly round the brig. A mulatto put his head out of the companion and called out, "Ready, sir." "Let's get a mouthful of something to eat, Shaw," said Lingard. "I say, just take a look around before coming down. It'll be dark when we come up again." "Certainly, sir," said Shaw, taking up a long glass and putting it to his eyes. "Blessed thing," he went on in snatches while he worked the tubes in and out. "I can't, never, somehow. I've got it right at last." He revolved slowly on his heels, keeping the end of the tube on the skyline. Then he shut the instrument with a click and said decisively, "Nothing in sight, sir." He followed his captain down below, rubbing his hands cheerfully. For a good while there was no sound on the poop of the brig, and then the sea canny at the wheel spoke dreamily. "Did the Malim say there was no one on the sea?" "Yes," grunted the serang without looking at the man behind him. "But in the islands there was a boat," pronounced the man very softly. The serang, his hands behind his back, his feet slightly apart, stood very straight and stiff by the side of the compass stand. His face, now hardly visible, was as inexpressive as the door of a safe. "Now listen to me," insisted the helmsman in a gentle tone. The man in authority did not budge a hair's breadth. The sea canny bent down a little from the height of the wheel grating. "I saw a boat, O Haji Wasab. Ya, Haji Wasab." The serang had been twice a pilgrim and was not insensible to the sound of his rightful title. There was a grim smile on his face. "You saw a floating tree, O Sali," he said ironically. I am, Sally, and my eyes are better than the bewitched brass thing that pulls out to a great length, said the pertinacious helmsman. There was a boat just clear of the easternmost island. There was a boat, and they and her could see the ship on the light of the west, unless they are blind men lost on the sea. I have seen her. Have you seen her too, O Haji Wasab? Am I a fat white man? Snapped the serang. I was a man of the sea before you were born, O Sali. The order is to keep silence and mind the rudder, lest evil befall the ship. After these words he resumed his rigid aloofness. He stood, his legs slightly apart, very stiff and straight, a little on one side of the compass stand. His eyes travelled incessantly from the illuminated card to the shadowy sails of the brig and back again, while his body was motionless, as if made of wood and built into the ship's frame. Thus, with a forced and tense watchfulness, Haji Wasab, serang of the brig Lightning, kept the captain's watch unwearied and wakeful, a slave to duty. In half an hour after sunset the darkness had taken complete possession of earth and heavens. The islands had melted into the night, and on the smooth water of the straits the little brig, lying so still, seemed to sleep profoundly, wrapped up in a scented mantle of starlight and silence. End of Part 1, Section 1. Part 1, Section 2 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Section 2. It was 8:30 before Lingard came on deck again. Shaw, now with a coat on, trotted up and down the poop, leaving behind him a smell of tobacco smoke. An irregularly glowing spark seemed to run by itself in the darkness before the rounded form of his head. Above the masts of the brig, the dome of the clear heaven was full of lights that flickered, as if some mighty breathings high up there had been swaying about the flame of the stars. There was no sound along the brig's decks, and the heavy shadows that lay on it had the aspect, in that silence, of secret places concealing crouching forms that waited in perfect stillness for some decisive event. Lingard struck a match to light his cheroot, and his powerful face with narrowed eyes stood out for a moment in the night and vanished suddenly. Then 2 shadowy forms and 2 red sparks moved backward and forward on the poop. A larger but a paler and oval patch of light from the compass lamps lay on the brasses of the wheel and on the breast of the Malay standing by the helm. Lingard's voice, as if unable altogether to master the enormous silence of the sea, sounded muffled, very calm, without the usual deep ring in it. "Not much change, Shaw," he said. "No, sir, not much. I can just see the island, the big one, still in the same place. It strikes me, sir, that for calm as this here sea is a devil of locality." He cut locality in two with an emphatic pause. It was a good word. He was pleased with himself for thinking of it. He went on again. "Now, since noon, this big island—" "Caramata, Shaw," interrupted Lingard. "Aye, sir, Caramata, I mean. I must say, being a stranger hereabouts, I haven't got the run of those—" He was going to say names, but checked himself and said appellations instead, sounding every syllable lovingly. "Having for these last 15 years," he continued, "sailed regularly from London in East Indiaman, I am more at home over there, in the bay." He pointed into the night towards the northwest, and stared as if he could see from where he stood that Bay of Bengal where, as he affirmed, he would be so much more at home. "You'll soon get used," muttered Lingard, swinging in his rapid walk past his mate. Then he turned round, came back, and asked sharply, "You said there was nothing afloat in sight before dark, eh?" "Not that I could see, sir. When I took the deck again at 8, I asked that serang whether there was anything about, and I understood him to say there was no more as when I went below at 6. This is a lonely sea at times, ain't it, sir?" Now, one would think at this time of the year the homeward bounders from China would be pretty thick here. Yes, said Lingard, we've met very few ships since we left Pedra Branca over the stern. Yes, it has been a lonely sea, but for all that, sure, this sea, if lonely, is not blind. Every island in it is an eye, and now, since our squadron has left for the China waters— He did not finish his sentence. Shaw put his hands in his pockets and propped his back against the skylight comfortably. They say there's going to be a war with China, he said in a gossiping tone, and the French are going along with us, as they did in the Crimea 5 years ago. It seems to me we're getting mighty good friends with the French. I've not much of an opinion about that. What do you think, Captain Lingard? I have met their men of war in the Pacific, said Lingard slowly. The ships were fine, and the fellows in them were civil enough to me, and very curious about my business, he added with a laugh. However, I wasn't there to make war on them. I had a rotten old cutter then for trade, Shaw, he went on with animation. Had you, sir? Said Shaw without any enthusiasm. Now give me a big ship, a ship, I say, that one may— And later on, some years ago, interrupted Lingard, I chummed with a French skipper in Empanam, being the only 2 white men in the whole place. He was a good fellow and free with his red wine. His English was difficult to understand, but he could sing songs in his own language about amour. Amour means love in French, sure. So it does, sir, so it does. When I was second mate of a Sunderland barque in 41 in the Mediterranean, I could pay out their lingo as easy as you would a 5-inch warp over a ship's side. Yes, he was a proper man, pursued Lingard meditatively, as if for himself only. You could not find a better fellow for company ashore. He had an affair with a Bali girl who one evening threw a red blossom at him from within a doorway as we were going together to pay our respects to the Rajah's nephew. He was a good-looking Frenchman, he was, but the girl belonged to the Rajah's nephew, and it was a serious matter. The old Rajah got angry and said the girl must die. I don't think the nephew cared particularly to have her kissed, but the old fellow made a great fuss and sent one of his own chief men to see the thing done, and the girl had enemies. Her own relations approved. We could do nothing. Mind, sure, there was absolutely nothing else between them but that unlucky flower which the Frenchman pinned to his coat, and afterward, when the girl was dead, wore under his shirt, hung round his neck in a small box. I suppose he had nothing else to put it into. Would those savages kill a woman for that? Asked Shaw incredulously. Aye, they're pretty moral there. That was the first time in my life I nearly went to war on my own account, Shaw. We couldn't talk those fellows over. We couldn't bribe them, though the Frenchman offered the best he had, and I was ready to back him to the last dollar, to the last rag of cotton, Shaw. No use. They were that blamed respectable. So says the Frenchman to me, My friend, if they won't take our gunpowder for a gift, let us burn it to give them lead. I was armed as you see now, 6 8-pounders on the main deck and a long 18 on the forecastle, and I wanted to try 'em, you may believe me. However, the Frenchman had nothing but a few old muskets, and the beggars got to windward of us by fair words, till one morning a boat's crew from the Frenchman's ship found the girl lying dead on the beach. That put an end to our plans. She was out of her trouble anyhow, and no reasonable man will fight for a dead woman. I was never vengeful, sure, and after all she didn't throw that flower at me. But it broke the Frenchman up altogether. He began to mope, did no business, and shortly afterward sailed away. I cleared a good many pence out of that trip, I remember. With these words he seemed to come to the end of his memories of that trip. Shaw stifled a yawn. Women are the cause of a lot of trouble, he said dispassionately. In the Moray Shire, I remember, we had once a passenger, an old gentleman, who was telling us a yarn about them old-time Greeks fighting for 10 years about some woman. The Turks kidnapped her or something. Anyway, they fought in Turkey, which I may well believe. Them Greeks and Turks were always fighting. My father was master's mate on board one of the 3-deckers at the Battle of Navarino, and that was when we went to help those Greeks. But this affair about a woman was long before that time. I should think so, muttered Lingard, hanging over the rail and watching the fleeting gleams that passed deep down in the water along the ship's bottom. Yes, times had changed. They were unenlightened in those old days. My grandfather was a preacher, and though my father served in the Navy, I don't hold with war. Sinful, the old gentleman called it, and I think so too, unless with Chinamen or niggers or such people as must be kept in order and won't listen to reason, having not sense enough to know what's good for them when it's explained to them by their betters, missionaries and such like authorities. But to fight 10 years for a woman! I have read the tale in a book, said Lingard, speaking down over the side as if setting his words gently afloat upon the sea. I have read the tale. She was very beautiful. That only makes it worse, sir, if anything. You may depend on it she was no good. Those pagan times will never come back, thank God. 10 years of murder and unrighteousness, and for a woman. Would anybody do it now? Would you do it, sir? Would you? The sound of a bell struck sharply, interrupted Shaw's discourse. High aloft, some dry block sent out a screech, short and lamentable, like a cry of pain. It pierced the quietness of the night to the very core, and seemed to destroy the reserve which it had imposed upon the tones of the two men, who spoke now loudly. "Throw the cover over the binnacle," said Lingard in his duty voice. "The thing shines like a full moon. We mustn't show more lights than we can help when becalmed at night so near the land. No use in being seen if you can't see yourself, is there? Bear that in mind, Mr. Shaw. There may be some vagabonds prying about." "I thought all this was over and done for," said Shaw, busying himself with the cover, "since Sir Thomas Cochrane swept along the Borneo coast with his squadron some years ago. He did a rare lot of fighting, didn't he? We heard about it from the chaps of the sloop Diana that was refitting in Calcutta when I was there in the Warwick Castle. They took some king's town up a river hereabouts. The chaps were full of it." "Sir Thomas did good work," answered Lingard, "but it will be a long time before these seas are as safe as the English Channel is in peace-time. I spoke about that light more to get you in the way of things to be attended to in these seas than for anything else. Did you notice how few native craft we've sighted for all these days we've been drifting about, one may say, in this sea?" "I can't say I have attached any significance to the fact, sir." "It's a sign that something is up. Once set a rumour afloat in these waters, and it will make its way from island to island without any breeze to drive it along." "Being myself a deep-water man, sailing steadily out of home ports nearly all my life," said Shaw, with great deliberation, "I cannot pretend to see through the peculiarities of them out to the White parts. But I can keep a look-out in an ordinary way, and I have noticed that craft of any kind seemed scarce for the last few days, considering that we had land abroad of us, one side or another, nearly every day." "You will get to know the peculiarities, as you call them, if you remain any time with me," remarked Lingard negligently. "I hope I shall give satisfaction, whether the time be long or short," said Shaw, accentuating the meaning of his words by the distinctness of his utterance. "A man who has spent 32 years of his life on salt water can say no more. If being an officer of home ships for the last 15 years I don't understand the heathen ways of them there savages in matters of seamanship and duty, you will find me all there, Captain Lingard. Except, judging from what you said a little while ago, except in the manner of fighting," said Lingard with a short laugh. "Fighting? I'm not aware that anybody wants to fight me. I am a peaceable man, Captain Lingard, but when put to it I could fight as well as any of them flat-nosed chaps we have to make shift with instead of a proper crew of decent Christians. Fighting," he went on, with unexpected pugnacity of tone. "Fighting! If anybody comes to fight me, he will find me all there, I swear." That's all right, said Lingard, stretching his arms above his head and wriggling his shoulders. "My word, I do wish a breeze would come to let us get away from here. I'm rather in a hurry, Shaw." "Indeed, sir. Well, I never yet met a thorough seafaring man who was not in a hurry when a condemned spell of calm had him by the heels. When a breeze comes... Just listen to this, sir." "I hear it," said Lingard. "Tide rip, Shaw." "So I presume, sir, but what a fuss it makes. Seldom heard such a—" On the sea, upon the furthest limit of vision, appeared an advancing streak of seething foam, resembling a narrow white ribbon, drawn rapidly along the level surface of the water by its two ends, which were lost in the darkness. It reached the brig, passed under, stretching out on each side, and on each side the water became noisy, breaking into numerous and tiny wavelets, a mimicry of an immense agitation. Yet the vessel, in the midst of this sudden and loud disturbance, remained as motionless and steady as if she had been securely moored between the stone walls of a safe dock. In a few moments the line of foam and ripple running swiftly north passed at once beyond sight and earshot, leaving no trace on the unconquerable calm. "Now this is very curious," began Shaw. Lingard made a gesture to command silence. He seemed to listen yet, as if the wash of the ripple could have had an echo which he expected to hear. And a man's voice that was heard forward had something of the impersonal ring of voices thrown back from the hard and lofty cliffs upon the empty distances of the sea. It spoke in Malay, faintly. "What?" hailed Shaw. "What is it?" Lingard put a restraining hand for a moment on his chief officer's shoulder and moved forward smartly. Shaw followed, puzzled. The rapid exchange of incomprehensible words, thrown backward and forward through the shadow of the brig's main deck from his captain to the lookout man and back again, made him feel sadly out of it somehow. Lingard had called out sharply, "What do you see?" The answer, direct and quick, was, "I hear, Tuan, I hear oars." "Whereabouts?" "The night is all around us. I hear them near." "Port or starboard?" There was a short delay in answer this time. On the quarter-deck, under the poop, bare feet shuffled. Somebody coughed. At last the voice forward said doubtfully, "Kanan." "Call the serang, Mr. Shaw," said Lingard calmly, "and have the hands turned up. They are all lying about the decks. Look sharp now. There's something near us. It's annoying to be caught like this," he added in a vexed tone. He crossed over to the starboard side and stood listening, one hand grasping the royal backstay, his ear turned to the sea, but he could hear nothing from there. The quarter-deck was filled with subdued sounds. Suddenly a long, shrill whistle soared, reverberated loudly amongst the flat surfaces of motionless sails, and gradually grew faint, as if the sound had escaped and gone away, running upon the water. Haji Wassab was on deck and ready to carry out the white man's commands. Then silence fell again on the brig until Shaw spoke quietly. "I'm going forward now, sir, with the Tyndall. We're all at stations." "Aye, Mr. Shaw, very good. Mind they don't board you, but I can hear nothing, not a sound. It can't be much." "The fellow has been dreaming, no doubt. I have good ears too, and—" He went forward, and the end of his sentence was lost in an indistinct growl. Lingard stood attentive. One by one the 3 sea cannies off duty appeared on the poop and busied themselves round a big chest that stood by the side of the cabin companion. A rattle and clink of steel weapons turned out on the deck was heard, but the men did not even whisper. Lingard peered steadily into the night, then shook his head. "Serang," he called, half aloud. The spare old man ran up the ladder so smartly that his bony feet did not seem to touch the steps. He stood by his commander, his hands behind his back, a figure indistinct but straight as an arrow. "Who was looking out?" asked Lingard. "Badrun, the Bugis," said Wasib in his crisp, jerky manner. "I can hear nothing. Badrun heard the noise in his mind." "The night hides the boat." "Have you seen it?" "Yes, Tuan. Small boat. Before sunset. By the land. Now coming here, near. Badrun heard him." "Why didn't you report it then?" asked Lingard sharply. "Malim spoke. He said, 'Nothing there while I could see.' How could I know what was in his mind or yours, Tuan?" "Do you hear anything now?" "No. They stopped now. Perhaps lost the ship. Who knows? Perhaps afraid." "Well," muttered Lingard, moving his feet uneasily, "I believe you lie. What kind of boat?" White men's boat. A 4-man boat, I think. Small. Tuan, I hear him now. There. He stretched his arm straight out, pointing a beam for a time. Then his arm fell slowly. Coming this way, he added with decision. From forward, Shaw called out in a startled tone, "Something on the water, sir, broad on this bow." "All right," called back Lingard. A lump of blacker darkness floated into his view. From it came over the water English words, deliberate, reaching him one by one, as if each had made its own difficult way through the profound stillness of the night. "What ship is that, pray?" "English brig," answered Lingard after a short moment of hesitation. "A brig? I thought you were something bigger," went on the voice from the sea, with a tinge of disappointment in its deliberate tone. "I am coming alongside, if you please." "No, you don't," called Lingard back sharply. The leisurely drawl of the invisible speaker seemed to him offensive, and woke up a hostile feeling. "No, you don't, if you care for your boat. Where do you spring from? Who are you, anyhow? How many of you are there in that boat?" After these emphatic questions there was an interval of silence. During that time the shape of the boat became a little more distinct. She must have carried some way on her yet, for she loomed up bigger and nearly abreast of where Lingard stood before the self-possessed voice was heard again. "I will show you." Then, after another short pause, the voice said, less loud but very plain, "Strike on the gunwale, strike hard, John." And suddenly a blue light blazed out, illuminating with a livid flame a round patch in the night. In the smoke and splutter of that ghastly halo appeared a white, 4-oared gig with 5 men sitting in her in a row. Their heads were turned towards the brig with a strong expression of curiosity on their faces, which, in this glare, brilliant and sinister, took on a death-like aspect and resembled the faces of interested corpses. Then the bowman dropped into the water the light he held above his head, and the darkness, rushing back at the boat, swallowed it with a loud and angry hiss. "5 of us," said the composed voice out of the night that seemed now darker than before. 4 hands and myself. We belong to a yacht, a British yacht." "Come on board," shouted Lingard. "Why didn't you speak at once? I thought you might have been some masquerading Dutchman from a dodging gunboat." "Do I speak like a blamed Dutchman? Pull a stroke, boys. Oars. Tend bow, John." The boat came alongside with a gentle knock, and a man's shape began to climb at once up the brig's side with a kind of ponderous agility. It poised itself for a moment on the rail to say down into the boat, "Sheer off a little, boys," then jumped on deck with a thud and said to Shaw, who was coming aft, "Good evening. Captain, sir?" "No, on the poop," growled Shaw. "Come up here, come up," called Lingard impatiently. The Malays had left their stations and stood clustered by the mainmast in a silent group. Not a word was spoken on the brig's decks while the stranger made his way to the waiting captain. Lingard saw approaching him a short, dapper man who touched his cap and repeated his greeting in a cool drawl. "Good evening. Captain, sir?" "Yes, I am the master. What's the matter? Adrift from your ship, or what?" "Adrift? No, we left her 4 days ago, and have been pulling that gig in a calm nearly ever since. My men are done. So is the water. Lucky thing I sighted you." "You sighted me?" exclaimed Lingard. "When? What time?" "Not in the dark, you may be sure. We've been knocking about amongst some islands to the southward, breaking our hearts, tugging at the oars in one channel, then in another, trying to get clear. We got round an islet, a barren thing in shape like a loaf of sugar, and I caught sight of a vessel a long way off. I took her bearing in a hurry, and we buckled to, but another of them currents must have had hold of us, for it was a long time before we managed to clear that islet. I steered by the stars, and by the Lord Harry, I began to think I had missed you somehow, because it must have been you I saw." "Yes, it must have been. We had nothing in sight all day," assented Lingard. "Where's your vessel?" he asked eagerly. "Hard and fast on middling soft mud. I should think about 60 miles from here. We're the second boat sent off for assistance. We parted company with another on Tuesday. She must have passed to the northward of you today. The chief officer is in her with orders to make for Singapore. I am second, and was sent off towards the Straits here on the chance of falling in with some ship. I have a letter from the owner. Our gentry are tired of being stuck in the mud and wish for assistance." "What assistance did you expect to find down here?" "The letter will tell you that. May I ask, Captain, for a little water for the chaps in my boat, and I myself would thank you for a drink. We haven't had a mouthful since this afternoon. Our breaker leaked out somehow." "See to it, Mr. Shaw," said Lingard. "Come down the cabin, Mr. Carter is my name." "Ah, Mr. Carter. Come down," went on Lingard, leading the way down the cabin stairs. The steward had lighted the swinging lamp and had put a decanter and bottles on the table. The cuddy looked cheerful, painted white, with gold mouldings round the panels. Opposite the curtained recess of the stern windows there was a sideboard with a marble top, and above it a looking-glass in a gilt frame. The semicircular couch round the stern had cushions of crimson plush. The table was covered with a black Indian tablecloth embroidered in vivid colours. Between the beams of the poop deck were fitted racks for muskets, the barrels of which glinted in the light. There were 24 of them between the 4 beams. As many sword bayonets of an old pattern encircled the polished teakwood of the rudder casing with a double belt of brass and steel. All the doors of the staterooms had been taken off the hinges, and only curtains closed the doorways. They seemed to be made of yellow Chinese silk, and fluttered all together, the 4 of them, as the 2 men entered the cuddy. Carter took in all at a glance, but his eyes were arrested by a circular shield hung slanting above the brass hilts of the bayonets. On its red field, in relief and brightly gilt, was represented a sheaf of conventional thunderbolts darting down the middle between the 2 capitals T.L. Lingard examined his guest curiously. He saw a young man, but looking still more youthful, with a boyish smooth face much sunburnt, twinkling blue eyes, fair hair, and a slight moustache. He noticed his arrested gaze. "Ah, you're looking at that thing. It's a present from the builder of this brig, the best man that ever launched a craft. It's supposed to be the ship's name between my initials, Flash of Lightning, d'you see? The brig's name is Lightning, and mine is Lingard." "Very pretty thing, that. Shows the cabin off well," murmured Carter politely. They drank, nodding at each other, and sat down. "Now for the letter," said Lingard. Carter passed it over the table and looked about, while Lingard took the letter out of an open envelope, addressed to the commander of any British ship in the Java Sea. The paper was thick, had an embossed heading, "Schooner Yacht Hermit," and was dated 4 days before. The message said that on a hazy night the yacht had gone ashore upon some outlying shoals off the coast of Borneo. The land was low. The opinion of the sailing master was that the vessel had gone ashore at the top of high water, spring tides. The coast was completely deserted to all appearances. During the 4 days they had been stranded there, they had sighted in the distance 2 small native vessels which did not approach. The owner concluded by asking any commander of a homeward-bound ship to report the yacht's position in Angiers on his way through Sunda Straits, or to any British or Dutch man of war he might meet. The letter ended by anticipatory thanks, the offer to pay any expenses in connection with the sending of messages from Angiers, and the usual polite expressions. Folding the paper slowly in the old creases, Lingard said, "I'm not going to Angiers, nor anywhere near." "Any place will do, I fancy," said Carter. "Not the place where I'm bound to," answered Lingard, opening the letter again and glancing at it uneasily. "He does not describe very well the coast, and his latitude is very uncertain," he went on. "I'm not clear in my mind where exactly you are stranded, and yet I know every inch of that land over there." Carter cleared his throat and began to talk in his slow drawl. He seemed to dole out facts, to disclose with sparing words the features of the coast, but every word showed the minuteness of his observation, the clear vision of a seaman able to master quickly the aspect of a strange land and of a strange sea. He presented with concise lucidity the picture of the tangle of reefs and sandbanks through which the yacht had miraculously blundered in the dark before she took the ground. The weather seems clear enough at sea, he observed finally, and stopped to drink a long draught. Lingard, bending over the table, had been listening with eager attention. Carter went on in his curt and deliberate manner. I noticed some high trees on what I take to be the mainland to the south, and whoever has business in that bight was smart enough to whitewash 2 of them, one on the point and another farther in. Landmarks, I guess. What's the matter, Captain? Lingard had jumped to his feet, but Carter's exclamation caused him to sit down again. Nothing. Tell me, how many men have you in that yacht? 23, besides the gentry, the owner, his wife, and a Spanish gentleman, a friend they picked up in Manila. So you are coming from Manila? Aye, bound for Batavia. The owner wishes to study the Dutch colonial system, wants to expose it, he says. One can't help hearing a lot when keeping watch aft. You know how it is. Then we're going to Ceylon to meet the mailboat there. The owner is going home as he came out, overland, through Egypt. The yacht would return round the Cape, of course. A lady, said Lingard. You said there's a lady on board. Are you armed? Not much, said Carter negligently. There are a few muskets and 2 sporting guns aft, that's about all. I fancy it's too much, or not enough, he added with a faint smile. Lingard looked at him narrowly. Did you come out from home in that craft? He asked. Not I am not one of them regular yacht hands. I came out of the hospital in Hong Kong. I've been 2 years on the China coast. He stopped, then added in an explanatory murmur. Opium clippers, you know. Nothing of brass buttons about me. My ship left me behind and I was in want of work. I took this job, but I didn't want to go home particularly. It's slow work after sailing with old Robinson in the Lai Moon. That was my ship. Heard of her, Captain? Yes, said Lingard hastily. Look here, Mr. Carter, which way was your chief officer trying for Singapore? Through the Straits of Rio? I suppose so, answered Carter in a slightly surprised tone. Why do you ask? Just to know. What is it, Mr. Shaw? There's a black cloud rising to the northward, sir, and we shall get a breeze directly, said Shaw from the doorway. He lingered there with his eyes fixed on the decanters. Will you have a glass? Said Lingard, leaving his seat. I will go up and have a look. He went on deck. Shaw approached the table and began to help himself, handling the bottles in profound silence and with exaggerated caution, as if he had been measuring out of fragile vessels a dose of some deadly poison. Carter, his hands in his pockets and leaning back, examined him from head to foot with a cool stare. The mate of the brig raised the glass to his lips and, glaring above the rim at the stranger, drained the contents slowly. You have a fine nose for finding ships in the dark, mister, he said distinctly, putting the glass on the table with extreme gentleness. Eh? What's that? I sighted you just after sunset. And you knew where to look, too, said Shaw, staring hard. I looked to the westward, where there was still some light, as any sensible man would do, retorted the other a little impatiently. What are you trying to get at? And you have a ready tongue to blow about yourself, haven't you? Never saw such a man in my life, declared Carter, with a return of his nonchalant manner. You seem to be troubled about something. I don't like boats to come sneaking up from nowhere in particular, alongside a ship when I'm in charge of the deck. I can keep a lookout as well as any man out of home ports, but I hate to be circumvented by muffled oars and such ungentlemanlike tricks. Yacht officer, indeed. These seas must be full of such yachtsmen. I consider you played a mean trick on me. I told my old man there was nothing in sight at sunset, and no more there was. I believe you blundered upon us by chance, for all your boasting about sunsets and bearings. Gammon! I know you came on blindly on top of us, and with muffled oars too. Do you call that decent? If I did muffle the oars, it was for a good reason. I wanted to slip past a cove where some native craft were moored. That was common prudence in such a small boat, and not armed, as I am. I saw you right enough, but I had no intention to startle anybody. Take my word for it. I wish you'd gone somewhere else, growled Shaw. I hate to be put in the wrong through accident and untruthfulness. There. Here's my old man calling me. He left the cabin hurriedly, and soon afterward Lingard came down, and sat again facing Carter across the table. His face was grave but resolute. "We shall get the breeze directly," he said. "Then, sir," said Carter, getting up, "if you will give me back that letter, I shall go on cruising about here to speak some other ship. I trust you will report us wherever you are going." "I'm going to the yacht, and I shall keep the letter," answered Lingard with decision. "I know exactly where she is, and I must go to the rescue of those people. It's most fortunate you've fallen in with me, Mr. Carter. Fortunate for them, and fortunate for me," he added in a lower tone. "Yes," drawled Carter reflectively. "There may be a tidy bit of salvage money if you should get the vessel off, but I don't think you can do much. I'd better stay out of here and try to speak some gunboat." "You must come back to your ship with me," said Lingard authoritatively. "Never mind the gunboats." "That wouldn't be carrying out my orders," argued Carter. "I've got to speak a homeward-bound ship or a man-of-war, that's plain enough. I'm not anxious to knock about for days in an open boat, but let me fill my fresh-water breaker, Captain, and I'll be off." "Nonsense," said Lingard sharply. "You've got to come with me to show the place and help. I'll take your boat in tow." Carter did not seem convinced. Lingard laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Look here, young fellow. I'm Tom Lingard, and there's not a white man among these islands, and very few natives, that have not heard of me. My luck brought you into my ship, and now I've got you, you must stay. You must." The last "must" burst out loud and sharp, like a pistol shot. Carter stepped back. "Do you mean you would keep me by force?" he asked, startled. "Force," repeated Lingard. "It rests with you. I cannot let you speak any vessel. Your yacht has gone ashore in a most inconvenient place, for me. And with your boat sent off here and there, you would bring every infernal gunboat buzzing to a spot that was as quiet and retired as the heart of man could wish. You stranding just on that spot on the whole coast was my bad luck. And that I could not help. You coming upon me like this is my good luck, and that I hold." He dropped his clenched fist, big and muscular, in the light of the lamp on the black cloth, amongst the glitter of glasses, with the strong fingers closed tight upon the firm flesh of the palm. He left it there for a moment, as if showing Carter that luck he was going to hold, and he went on. "Do you know into what hornet's nest you stupid people have blundered? How much do you think their lives are worth just now? Not a brass farthing if the breeze fails me for another 24 hours. You may well open your eyes. It is so. And it may be too late now while I am arguing with you here." He tapped the table with his knuckles, and the glasses, waking up, jingled a thin, plaintive finale to his speech. Carter stood leaning against the sideboard. He was amazed by the unexpected turn of the conversation. His jaw dropped slightly, and his eyes never swerved for a moment from Lingard's face. The silence in the cabin lasted only a few seconds, but to Carter, who waited breathlessly, it seemed very long. And all at once he heard in it, for the first time, the cabin clock tick distinctly in pulsating beats, as though a little heart of metal behind the dial had been started into sudden palpitation. "A gunboat!" shouted Lingard, suddenly, as if he had seen only in that moment, by the light of some vivid flash of thought, all the difficulties of the situation. "If you don't go back with me, there will be nothing left for you to go back to very soon. Your gunboat won't find a single ship's rib or a single corpse left for a landmark. That she won't. It isn't a gunboat, skipper, you want. I am the man you want. You don't know your luck when you see it, but I know mine, I do. And look here." He touched Carter's chest with his forefinger and said with a sudden gentleness of tone, "I am a white man inside and out. I won't let inoffensive people, and a woman too, come to harm if I can help it. And if I can't help, nobody can. You understand? Nobody. There's no time for it. But I am like any other man that is worth his salt. I won't let the end of an undertaking go by the board while there is a chance to hold on. And it's like this." His voice was persuasive, almost caressing. He had hold now of a coat button and tugged at it slightly as he went on in a confidential manner. As it turns out, Mr. Carter, I would, in a manner of speaking, I would as soon shoot you where you stand as let you go to raise an alarm all over this sea about your confounded yacht. I have other lives to consider, and friends, and promises, and myself too. I shall keep you, he concluded sharply. Carter drew a long breath. On the deck above, the two men could hear soft footfalls, short murmurs, indistinct words spoken near the skylight. Shaw's voice rang out loudly in growling tones. "Furl the royals, you Tyndall!" "It's the queerest old go," muttered Carter, looking down onto the floor. "You are a strange man. I suppose I must believe what you say, unless you and that fat mate of yours are a couple of escaped lunatics that got hold of a brig by some means. Why, that chap up there wanted to pick a quarrel with me for coming aboard, and now you threaten to shoot me rather than let me go. Not that I care much about that. For some time or other you would get hanged for it, and you don't look like a man that will end that way. If what you say is only half true, I ought to get back to the yacht as quick as ever I can. It strikes me that your coming to them will be only a small mercy anyhow, and I may be of some use. But this is the queerest. May I go in my boat?" "As you like," said Lingard. "There's a rain squall coming." "I am in charge, and will get wet along of my chaps. Give us a good long line, Captain." "It's done already," said Lingard. "You seem a sensible sailorman, and can see that it would be useless to try and give me the slip." "For a man so ready to shoot, you seem very trustful," drawled Carter. "If I cut adrift in a squall, I stand a pretty fair chance not to see you again." "You just try," said Lingard dryly. "I have eyes in this brig, young man, that will see your boat when you couldn't see the ship. You are of the kind I like, but if you monkey with me, I will find you, and when I find you, I will run you down as surely as I stand here." Carter slapped his thigh, and his eyes twinkled. "By the Lord Harry," he cried, "if it wasn't for the men with me, I would try for sport. You are so cocksure about the lot you can do, Captain. You would aggravate a saint into open mutiny." His easy good humour had returned, but after a short burst of laughter he became serious. "Never fear," he said, "I won't slip away. If there is to be any throat-cutting, as you seem to hint, mine will be there too, I promise you." And he stretched his arms out, glanced at them, shook them a little. "And this pair of arms to take care of it," he added in his old careless drawl. But the master of the brig, sitting with both his elbows on the table, his face in his hands, had fallen unexpectedly into a meditation so concentrated and so profound that he seemed neither to hear, see, nor breathe. The sight of that man's complete absorption in thought was, to Carter, almost more surprising than any other occurrence of that night. Had his strange host vanished suddenly from before his eyes, it could not have made him feel more uncomfortably alone in that cabin, where the pertinacious clock kept ticking off the useless minutes of the calm before it would, with the same steady beat, begin to measure the aimless disturbance of the storm. End of Part 1, Section 2. Part 1, Section 3 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Section 3. After waiting a moment, Carter went on deck. The sky, the sea, the brig itself had disappeared in a darkness that had become impenetrable, palpable and stifling. An immense cloud had come up, running over the heavens as if looking for the little craft, and now hung over it, arrested. To the south there was a livid, trembling gleam, faint and sad, like a vanishing memory of destroyed starlight. To the north, as if to prove the impossible, an incredibly blacker patch outlined on the tremendous blackness of the sky the heart of the coming squall. The glimmers in the light had gone out, and the invisible sea all around lay mute and still, as if it had died suddenly of fright. Carter could see nothing. He felt about him people moving. He heard them in the darkness, whispering faintly, as if they had been exchanging secrets, important or infamous. The night effaced even words, and its mystery had captured everything and every sound. It left nothing free but the unexpected that seemed to hover about one, ready to stretch out its stealthy hand in a touch sudden, familiar, and appalling. Even the careless disposition of the young ex-officer of an opium clipper was affected by the ominous aspect of the hour. What was this vessel? What were those people? What would happen tomorrow to the yacht? To himself? He felt suddenly, without any additional reason but the darkness, that it was a poor show anyhow, a dashed poor show for all hands. The irrational conviction made him falter for a second where he stood, and he gripped the slide of the companionway hard. Shaw's voice right close to his ear relieved and cleared his troubled thoughts. "Oh, it's you, mister. Come up at last," said the mate of the brig slowly. "It appears we've got to give you a tow now. Of all the rum incidents, this beats all. A boat sneaks up from nowhere and turns out to be a long-expected friend. For you are one of them friends the skipper was going to meet somewhere here, ain't you now? Come, I know more than you may think. Are we off to... You may just as well tell. Off to... you know." "Yes, I know. Don't you?" articulated Carter innocently. Shaw remained very quiet a minute. "Where's my skipper?" he asked at last. "I left him down below, in a kind of trance. Where's my boat?" "Your boat is hanging astern, and my opinion is that you are as uncivil as I've proved you to be untruthful." "Exactly." Carter stumbled towards the taffrail, and in the first step he made came full against somebody who glided away. It seemed to him that such a night brings men to a lower level. He thought that he might have been knocked on the head by anybody strong enough to lift a crowbar. He felt strangely irritated. He said loudly, aiming his words at Shaw, whom he supposed somewhere near, "And my opinion is that you and your skipper will come to a sudden bad end before—" "I thought you were in your boat. Have you changed your mind?" asked Lingard in his deep voice, close to Carter's elbow. Carter felt his way along the rail till his hand found a line that seemed, in the calm, to stream out of its own accord into the darkness. He hailed his boat, and directly heard the wash of water against her bows as she was hauled quickly under the counter. Then he loomed up shapeless on the rail, and the next moment disappeared as if he had fallen out of the universe. Lingard heard him say, "Catch hold of my leg, John." There were hollow sounds in the boat. A voice growled, "All right." "Keep clear of the counter," said Lingard, speaking in quiet, warning tones into the night. "The brig may get a lot of sternway on her should this squall not strike her fairly." "Aye, aye, I will mind," was the muttered answer from the water. Lingard crossed over to the port side and looked steadily at the sooty mass of approaching vapours. After a moment he said curtly, "Brace up for the port tack, Mr. Shaw," and remained silent with his face to the sea. A sound, sorrowful and startling, like the sigh of some immense creature travelling across the starless space, passed above the vertical and lofty spars of the motionless brig. It grew louder, then suddenly ceased for a moment, and the taut rigging of the brig was heard vibrating its answer in a singing note to this threatening murmur of the winds. A long and slow undulation lifted the level of the waters, as if the sea had drawn a deep breath of anxious suspense. The next minute an immense disturbance leapt out of the darkness upon the sea, kindling upon it a livid clearness of foam, and the first gust of the squall boarded the brig in a stinging flick of rain and spray. As if overwhelmed by the suddenness of the fierce onset, the vessel remained for a second upright where she floated, shaking with tremendous jerks from trucks to keel, while high up in the night the invisible canvas was heard rattling and beating about violently. Then, with a quick double report as of heavy guns, both topsails filled at once, and the brig fell over swiftly on her side. Shaw was thrown headlong against the skylight, and Lingard, who had encircled the weather rail with his arm, felt the vessel under his feet dart forward smoothly, and the deck become less slanting. the speed of the brig running off a little now, easing the overturning strain of the wind upon the distended surface of the sails. It was only the fineness of the little vessel's lines and the perfect shape of her hull that saved the canvas, and perhaps the spars, by enabling the ready craft to get way upon herself with such lightning-like rapidity. Lingard drew a long breath and yelled jubilantly at Shaw, who was struggling up against the wind and rain to his commander's side. "She'll do! Hold on everything!" Shaw tried to speak. He swallowed great mouthfuls of tepid water which the wind drove down his throat. The brig seemed to sail through undulating waves that passed swishing between the masts and swept over the decks with the fierce rush and noise of a cataract. From every spar and every rope a ragged sheet of water streamed flicking to leeward. The overpowering deluge seemed to last for an age, became unbearable, and all at once stopped. In a couple of minutes the shower had run its length over the brig, and now could be seen like a straight grey wall going away into the night under the fierce whispering of dissolving clouds. The wind eased. To the northward, low down in the darkness, 3 stars appeared in a row, leaping in and out between the crests of waves like the distant heads of swimmers in a running surf, and the retreating edge of the cloud, perfectly straight from east to west, slipped along the dome of the sky like an immense hemispheric iron shutter pivoting down smoothly as if operated by some mighty engine. An inspiring and penetrating freshness flowed together with the shimmer of light through the augmented glory of the heaven, a glory exalted, undimmed, and strangely startling, as if a new world had been created during the short flight of the stormy cloud. It was a return to life, a return to space, the earth coming out from under a pall to take its place in the renewed and immense scintillation of the universe. The brig, her yards slightly checked in, ran with an easy motion under the topsails, jib and driver, pushing contemptuously aside the turbulent crowd of noisy and agitated waves. As the craft went swiftly ahead, she unrolled behind her over the uneasy darkness of the sea, a broad ribbon of seething foam shot with wispy gleams of dark discs escaping from under the rudder. Far away astern, at the end of a line no thicker than a black thread, which dipped now and then its long curve in the bursting froth, a toy-like object could be made out, elongated and dark, racing after the brig over the snowy whiteness of her wake. Lingard walked aft and, with both his hands on the taffrail, looked eagerly for Carter's boat. The first glance satisfied him that the yacht's gig was towing easily at the end of the long scope of line, and he turned away to look ahead and to leeward with a steady gaze. It was then half an hour past midnight, and Shaw, relieved by Wassab, had gone below. Before he went, he said to Lingard, "I will be off, sir, if you're not going to make more sail yet." "Not yet for a while," had answered Lingard in a preoccupied manner, and Shaw departed, aggrieved at such a neglect of making the best of a good breeze. On the main deck, dark-skinned men, whose clothing clung to their shivering limbs as if they had been overboard, had finished recoiling the braces and clearing the gear. The Kassab, after having hung the foretopsail halyards in the becket, strutted into the waist toward a row of men who stood idly with their shoulders against the side of the longboat amidships. He passed along, looking up close at the stolid faces. Room was made for him, and he took his place at the end. "It was a great rain and a mighty wind, O men," he said dogmatically. "But no wind can ever hurt this ship. That I knew while I stood minding the sail which is under my care." A dull and inexpressive murmur was heard from the men. Over the high weather rail a topping wave flung into their eyes a handful of heavy drops that stung like hail. There were low groans of indignation. A man sighed. Another emitted a spasmodic laugh through his chattering teeth. No one moved away. The little Kassab wiped his face and went on in his cracked voice to the accompaniment of the swishing sounds made by the seas that swept regularly astern along the ship's side. "Have you heard him shout at the wind, louder than the wind? I have heard, being far forward, and before too, in the many years I served this white man, I have heard him often cry magic words that make all safe. Yawa, this is truth. Ask Wasib, who is a Haji, even as I am. I have seen white men's ship with their masts broken, also wrecked like our own praus, remarked sadly a lean, lank fellow who shivered beside the Kasab, hanging his head and trying to grasp his shoulder blades. True, admitted the Kasab, they are all the children of Satan, but to some more favour is shown. To obey such men on the sea or in a fight is good. I saw him who is master here fight with wild men who eat their enemies far away to the eastward, and I dealt blows by his side without fear, for the charms he, no doubt, possesses protect his servants also. I am a believer, and the stoned one cannot touch my forehead. Yet the reward of victory comes from the accursed. For 6 years have I sailed with that white man, first as one who minds the rudder, for I am a man of the sea, born in a prow, and am skilled in such work. And now, because of my great knowledge of his desires, I have the care of all things in this ship. Several voices muttered, True, true. They remained apathetic and patient in the rush of wind, under the repeated short flights of sprays. The slight roll of the ship balanced them stiffly all together where they stood propped against the big boat. The breeze humming between the inclined masts enveloped their dark and silent figures in the unceasing resonance of its breath. The brig's head had been laid so as to pass a little to windward of the small islands of the Karamata group. They had been till then hidden in the night, but now both men on the lookout reported land ahead in one long cry. Lingard, standing to leeward abreast of the wheel, watched the islet first seen. When it was nearly abeam of the brig, he gave his orders, and Wassab hurried off to the main deck. The helm was put down, the yards on the main came slowly square, and the wet canvas of the main topsail clung suddenly to the mast after a single heavy flap. The dazzling streak of the ship's wake vanished. The vessel lost her way and began to dip her bows into the quick succession of the running head seas, and at every slow plunge of the craft the song of the wind would swell louder among the waving spars with a wild and mournful note. Just as the brig's boat had been swung out ready for lowering, the yacht's gig, hauled up by its line, appeared tossing and splashing on the lee quarter. Carter stood up in the stern sheets, balancing himself cleverly to the disordered motion of his cockle-shell. He hailed the brig twice to know what was the matter, not being able from below and in the darkness to make out what that confused group of men on the poop were about. He got no answer, though he could see the shape of a man standing by himself aft and apparently watching him. He was going to repeat his hail for the 3rd time when he heard the rattling of tackles, followed by a heavy splash, a burst of voices, scrambling hollow sounds, and a dark mass detaching itself from the brig's side swept past him on the crest of a passing wave. For less than a second he could see on the shimmer of the night sky the shape of a boat, the heads of men, the blades of oars pointing upwards while being got out hurriedly. Then all this sank out of sight, reappeared once more far off and hardly discernible, before vanishing for good. "Why, they've lowered a boat!" exclaimed Carter, falling back in his seat. He remembered that he had seen only a few hours ago 3 native praus lurking amongst those very islands. For a moment he had the idea of casting off to go in chase of that boat, so as to find out what? He gave up his idea at once. What could he do? The conviction that the yacht and everything belonging to her were in some indefinite but very real danger took a strong hold of him, and the persuasion that the master of the brig was going there to help did not by any means assuage his alarm. The fact only served to complicate his uneasiness with a sense of mystery. The white man who spoke as if that sea was all his own, or as if people intruded upon his privacy by taking the liberty of getting wrecked on a coast where he and his friends did some queer business, seemed to him an undesirable helper. That the boat had been lowered to communicate with the prows, seen and avoided by him in the evening, he had no doubt. The thought had flashed on him at once. It had an ugly look. Yet the best thing to do, after all, was to hang on and to get back to the yacht and warn them. Warn them against whom? The man had been perfectly open with him. Warn them against what? It struck him that he hadn't the slightest conception of what would happen, of what was even likely to happen. That strange rescuer himself was bringing the news of danger. Danger from the natives, of course. And yet he was in communication with those natives. That was evident. That boat going off in the night. Carter swore heartily to himself. His perplexity became positive bodily pain as he sat, wet, uncomfortable, and still one hand on the tiller, thrown up and down in headlong swings of his boat. And before his eyes, towering high, the black hull of the brig also rose and fell, setting her stern down in the sea, now and again, with a tremendous and foaming splash. Not a sound from her reached Carter's ears. She seemed an abandoned craft but for the outline of a man's head and body still visible in a watchful attitude above the taffrail. Carter told his bowman to haul up closer and hailed, "Brig ahoy! Anything wrong?" He waited, listening. The shadowy man still watched. After some time a curt "No" came back in answer. "Are you going to keep hove to long?" shouted Carter. "Don't know. Not long. Drop your boat clear of the ship. Drop clear. Do damage if you don't." "Slack away, John," said Carter in a resigned tone to the elderly seaman in the bow. "Slack away and let us ride easy to the full scope. They don't seem very talkative on board there." Even while he was speaking, the line ran out, and the regular undulations of the passing seas drove the boat away from the brig. Carter turned a little in his seat to look at the land. It loomed up dead to leeward like a lofty and irregular cone, only a mile or a mile and a half distant. The noise of the surf beating upon its base was heard against the wind in measured detonations. The fatigue of many days spent in the boat asserted itself above the restlessness of Carter's thoughts, and gradually he lost the notion of the passing time without altogether losing the consciousness of his situation. In the intervals of that benumbed stupor, rather than sleep, he was aware that the interrupted noise of the surf had grown into a continuous great rumble, swelling periodically into a loud roar, that the high islet appeared now bigger, and that a white fringe of foam was visible at its feet. Still, there was no stir or movement of any kind on board the brig. He noticed that the wind was moderating and the sea going down with it, and then dozed off again for a minute. When next he opened his eyes with a start, it was just in time to see with surprise a new star soar noiselessly straight up from behind the land, take up its position in a brilliant constellation, and go out suddenly. Two more followed, ascending together, and after reaching about the same elevation, expired side by side. "Them's rockets, sir, ain't they?" said one of the men in a muffled voice. "Aye, rockets," grunted Carter. "And now, what's the next move?" he muttered to himself dismally. He got his answer in the fierce swishing whir of a slender ray of fire that, shooting violently upward from the sombre hull of the brig, dissolved at once into a red shower of falling sparks. Only one, white and brilliant, remained alone, poised high overhead, and after glowing vividly for a second, exploded with a feeble report. Almost at the same time he saw the brig's head fall off the wind, made out the yard swinging round to fill the main topsail, and heard distinctly the thud of the first wave thrown off by the advancing bows. The next minute the tow line got the strain, and his boat started hurriedly after the brig with a sudden jerk. Leaning forward, wide awake and attentive, Carter steered. His men sat one behind another with shoulders up and arched backs, dozing, uncomfortable but patient, upon the thwarts. The care requisite to steer the boat properly in the track of the seething and disturbed water left by the brig in her rapid course prevented him from reflecting much upon the incertitude of the future and upon his own unusual situation. Now he was only exceedingly anxious to see the yacht again, and it was with a feeling of very real satisfaction that he saw all plain sail being made on the brig. Through the remaining hours of the night he sat grasping the tiller and keeping his eyes on the shadowy and high pyramid of canvas, gliding steadily ahead of his boat with a slight balancing movement from side to side. End of Part 1, Section 3. Part 1, Section 4 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Section 4. It was noon before the brig, piloted by Lingard through the deep channels between the outer coral reefs, rounded within pistol shot a low hummock of sand, which marked the end of a long stretch of stony ledges that, being mostly awash, showed a black head only, here and there amongst the hissing brown froth of the yellow sea. As the brig drew clear of the sandy patch, there appeared, dead to windward and beyond a maze of broken water, sand spits and clusters of rocks, the black hull of the yacht heeling over, high and motionless upon the great expanse of glittering shallows. Her long, naked spars were inclined slightly, as if she had been sailing with a good breeze. There was, to the lookers-on aboard the brig, something sad and disappointing in the yacht's aspect as she lay perfectly still, in an attitude that, in a seaman's mind, is associated with the idea of rapid motion. "Here she is," said Shaw, who, clad in a spotless white suit, came just then from forward where he had been busy with the anchors. "She's well on, sir, isn't she? Looks like a mud-flat to me from here." "Yes, it is a mud-flat," said Lingard slowly, raising the long glass to his eye. "Haul the mainsail up, Mr. Shaw," he went on while he took a steady look at the yacht. "We will have to work in short tacks here." He put the glass down and moved away from the rail. For the next hour he handled his little vessel in the intricate and narrow channel with careless certitude, as if every stone, every grain of sand upon the treacherous bottom had been plainly disclosed to his sight. He handled her in the fitful and unsteady breeze with a matter-of-fact audacity that made Shaw, forward at his station, gasp in sheer alarm. When heading towards the inshore shoals, the brig was never put round till the quick, loud cries of the leadsman announced that there were no more than 3 feet of water under her keel, and when, standing towards the deep inner edge of the long reef, where the lead was of no use, the helm would be put down only when the cutwater touched the faint line of the bordering foam. Lingard's love for his brig was a man's love, and was so great that it could never be appeased unless he called on her to put forth all her qualities and her power to repay his exacting affection by a faithfulness tried to the very utmost limit of endurance. Every flutter of the sails flew down from aloft along the taut leeches to enter his heart in a sense of acute delight, and the gentle murmur of water alongside, which, continuous and soft, showed that in all her windings his incomparable craft had never, even for an instant, ceased to carry her way, was to him more precious and inspiring than the soft whisper of tender words would have been to another man. It was in such moments that he lived intensely, in a flush of strong feeling that made him long to press his little vessel to his breast. She was his perfect world, full of trustful joy. The people on board the yacht, who watched eagerly the first sail they had seen since they had been ashore on that deserted part of the coast, soon made her out, with some disappointment, to be a small merchant brig, beating up tack for tack along the inner edge of the reef, probably with the intention to communicate and offer assistance. The general opinion among the seafaring portion of her crew was that little effective assistance could be expected from a vessel of that description. Only the sailing master of the yacht remarked to the boatswain, who had the advantage of being his first cousin, "This man is well acquainted here. You can see that by the way he handles his brig. I shan't be sorry to have somebody to stand by us. Can't tell when we will get off this mud, George." A long board sailed very close enabled the brig to fetch the southern limit of discoloured water over the bank on which the yacht had stranded. On the very edge of the muddy patch she was put in stays for the last time. As soon as she had paid off on the other tack, sail was shortened smartly, and the brig commenced the stretch that was to bring her to her anchorage under her topsails, lower staysails and jib. There was then less than a quarter of a mile of shallow water between her and the yacht, but while that vessel had gone ashore with her head to the eastward, the brig was moving slowly in a west-northwest direction, and consequently sailed, so to speak, past the whole length of the yacht. Lingard saw every soul in the schooner on deck, watching his advent in a silence which was as unbroken and perfect as that on board his own vessel. A little man with a red face framed in white whiskers waved a gold-laced cap above the rail in the waist of the yacht. Lingard raised his arm in return. Further aft, under the white awnings, he could see two men and a woman. One of the men and the lady were in blue. The other man, who seemed very tall and stood with his arm entwined round an awning stanchion above his head, was clad in white. Lingard saw them plainly. They looked at the brig through binoculars, turned their faces to one another, moved their lips, seemed surprised. A large dog put his forepaws on the rail and, lifting up his big black head, sent out 3 loud and plaintive barks, then dropped down out of sight. A sudden stir and an appearance of excitement among all hands on board the yacht was caused by their perceiving that the boat towing astern of the stranger was their own second gig. Arms were outstretched with pointing fingers. Someone shouted out a long sentence of which not a word could be made out, and then the brig, having reached the western limit of the bank, began to move diagonally away, increasing her distance from the yacht, but bringing her stern gradually into view. The people aft, Lingard noticed, left their places and walked over to the taffrail so as to keep him longer in sight. When, about a mile off the bank and nearly in line with the stern of the yacht, the brig's topsails fluttered and the yards came down slowly on the caps, the fore and aft canvas ran down, and for some time she floated quietly with folded wings upon the transparent sheet of water, under the radiant silence of the sky. Then her anchor went to the bottom with a rumbling noise resembling the roll of distant thunder. In a moment her head tended to the last puffs of the northerly airs, and the ensign at the peak stirred, unfurled itself slowly, collapsed, flew out again, and finally hung down straight and still as if weighted with lead. "Dead calm, sir," said Shaw to Lingard. "Dead calm again. We got into this funny place in the nick of time, sir." They stood for a while side by side, looking round upon the coast and the sea. The brig had been brought up in the middle of a broad belt of clear water. To the north rocky ledges showed in black and white lines upon the slight swell setting in from there. A small island stood out from the broken water like the square tower of some submerged building. It was about 2 miles distant from the brig. To the eastward the coast was low, a coast of green forest fringed with dark mangroves. There was in its sombre dullness a clearly defined opening, as if a small piece had been cut out with a sharp knife. The water in it shone like a patch of polished silver. Lingard pointed it out to Shaw. "This is the entrance to the place where we are going," he said. Shaw stared round-eyed. "I thought you came here on account of this here yacht," he stammered, surprised. "Ah, the yacht," said Lingard musingly, keeping his eyes on the break in the coast. "The yacht." He stamped his foot suddenly. "I would give all I am worth and throw in a few days of life into the bargain if I could get her off and away before tonight." He calmed down and again stood gazing at the land. A little within the entrance from behind the wall of forest, an invisible fire belched out steadily the black and heavy convolutions of thick smoke, which stood out high like a twisted and shivering pillar against the clear blue of the sky. "We must stop that game, Mr. Shaw," said Lingard abruptly. "Yes, sir. What game?" asked Shaw, looking round in wonder. "This smoke," said Lingard impatiently. "It's a signal." "Certainly, sir, though I don't see how we can do it. It seems far inland. A signal for what, sir?" "It was not meant for us," said Lingard in an unexpectedly savage tone. "Here, Shaw, make them put a blank charge in that forecastle gun. Tell them to ram hard the wadding and grease the mouth. We want to make a good noise. If old Jorgensen hears it, that fire will be out before you have time to turn around twice. In a minute, Mr. Carter." The yacht's boat had come alongside as soon as the brig had been brought up, and Carter had been waiting to take Lingard on board the yacht. They both walked now to the gangway. Shaw, following his commander, stood by to take his last orders. "Put all the boats in the water, Mr. Shaw," Lingard was saying, with one foot on the rail, ready to leave his ship, "and mount the 4-pounder swivel in the longboat's bow. Cast off the sea lashings of the guns, but don't run 'em out yet. Keep the topsails loose and the jib ready for setting. I may want the sails in a hurry. Now, Mr. Carter, I'm ready for you." "Shove off, boys," said Carter as soon as they were seated in the boat. "Shove off and give way for a last pull before you get a long rest." The men lay back on their oars, grunting. Their faces were drawn, grey and streaked with the dried salt sprays. They had the worried expressions of men who had a long call made upon their endurance. Carter, heavy-eyed and dull, steered for the yacht's gangway. Lingard asked, as they were crossing the brig's bows, "Water enough alongside your craft, I suppose?" "Yes, 8 to 12 feet," answered Carter hoarsely. "Say, Captain, where's your show of cutthroats? Why, this sea is as empty as a church on a weekday." The booming report nearly over his head of the brig's 18-pounder interrupted him. A round puff of white vapour, spreading itself lazily, clung in fading shreds about the foreyard. Lingard, turning half round in the stern sheets, looked at the smoke on the shore. Carter remained silent, staring sleepily at the yacht they were approaching. Lingard kept watching the smoke so intensely that he almost forgot where he was, till Carter's voice, pronouncing sharply at his ear the words "Way enough," recalled him to himself. They were in the shadow of the yacht and coming alongside her ladder. The master of the brig looked upwards into the face of a gentleman with long whiskers and a shaved chin, staring down at him over the side through a single eyeglass. As he put his foot on the bottom step, he could see the shore smoke still ascending, unceasing and thick, but even as he looked, the very base of the black pillar rose above the ragged line of tree-tops. The whole thing floated clear away from the earth, and, rolling itself into an irregularly shaped mass, drifted out to seaward, travelling slowly over the blue heavens, like a threatening and lonely cloud. End of Part 1, Section 5. Part 2, The Shore of Refuge, Section 1, Of the Rescue, by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Section 1. The coast off which the little brig, floating upright above her anchor, seemed to guard the high hull of the yacht, has no distinctive features. It is land without form. It stretches away without cape or bluff, long and low, indefinitely, and when the heavy gusts of the northeast monsoon drive the thick rain slanting over the sea, it is seen faintly under the grey sky, black and with a blurred outline like the straight edge of a dissolving shore. In the long season of unclouded days, it presents to view only a narrow band of earth that appears crushed flat upon the vast level of waters by the weight of the sky, whose immense dome rests on it in a line as fine and true as that of the sea horizon itself. Notwithstanding its nearness to the centres of European power, this coast has been known for ages to the armed wanderers of these seas as the shore of Refuge. It has no specific name on the charts, and geography manuals don't mention it at all, but the wreckage of many defeats unerringly drifts into its creeks. Its approaches are extremely difficult for a stranger. Looked at from seaward, the innumerable islets fringing what, on account of its vast size, may be called the mainland, merge into a background that presents not a single landmark to point the way through the intricate channels. It may be said that in a belt of sea 20 miles broad along that low shore there is much more coral, mud, sand and stones than actual sea water. It was amongst the outlying shoals of this stretch that the yacht had gone ashore, and the events consequent upon her stranding took place. The diffused light of the short daybreak showed the open water to the westward, sleeping, smooth and grey under a faded heaven. The straight coast threw a heavy belt of gloom along the shoals which, in the calm of expiring night, were unmarked by the slightest ripple. In the faint dawn, the low clumps of bushes on the sandbanks appeared immense. 2 figures, noiseless like 2 shadows, moved slowly over the beach of a rocky islet and stopped side by side on the very edge of the water. Behind them, between the mats from which they had arisen, a small heap of black embers smouldered quietly. They stood upright and perfectly still, but for the slight movement of their heads from right to left and back again, as they swept their gaze through the grey emptiness of the waters where, about 2 miles distant, the hull of the yacht loomed up to seaward, black and shapeless against the wan sky. The 2 figures looked beyond without exchanging as much as a murmur. The taller of the 2 grounded, at arm's length, the stock of a gun with a long barrel. The hair of the other fell down to its waist, and nearby the leaves of creeper drooping from the summit of the steep rock stirred no more than the festooned stone. The faint light, disclosing here and there a gleam of white sandbanks and the blurred hummocks of islets scattered within the gloom of the coast, the profound silence, the vast stillness all round, accentuated the loneliness of the 2 human beings who, urged by a sleepless hope, had risen thus at break of day to look afar upon the veiled face of the sea. "Nothing," said the man with a sigh, and as if awakening from a long period of musing. He was clad in a jacket of coarse blue cotton, of the kind a poor fisherman might own, and he wore it wide open on a muscular chest the colour and smoothness of bronze. From the twist of threadbare sarong wound tightly on the hips protruded outward to the left the ivory hilt ringed with 6 bands of gold, of a weapon that would not have disgraced a ruler. Silver glittered about the flintlock and the hardwood stock of his gun. The red and gold handkerchief folded round his head was of costly stuff, such as is woven by high-born women in the households of chiefs, only the gold threads were tarnished and the silk frayed in the folds. His head was thrown back, the dropped eyelids narrowed the gleam of his eyes. His face was hairless, the nose short with mobile nostrils, and the smile of careless good humour seemed to have been permanently wrought, as if with a delicate tool, into the slight hollows about the corners of rather full lips. His upright figure had a negligent elegance. But in the careless face, in the easy gestures of the whole man, there was something attentive and restrained. After giving the offing a last searching glance, he turned and, facing the rising sun, walked barefooted on the elastic sand. The trailed butt of his gun made a deep furrow. The embers had ceased to smoulder. He looked down at them pensively for a while, then called over his shoulder to the girl who had remained behind, still scanning the sea. "The fire is out, Yamada." At the sound of his voice the girl moved towards the mats. Her black hair hung like a mantle. Her sarong, the kilt-like garment which both sexes wear, had the national check of grey and red, but she had not completed her attire by the belt, scarves, the loose upper wrappings and the head covering of a woman. A black silk jacket like that of a man of rank was buttoned over her bust and fitted closely to her slender waist. The edge of a stand-up collar, stiff with gold embroidery, rubbed her cheek. She had no bracelets, no anklets, and although dressed practically in man's clothes, had about her person no weapon of any sort. Her arms hung down in exceedingly tight sleeves, slit a little way up from the wrist, gold-braided and with a row of small gold buttons. She walked, brown and alert, all of a piece, with short steps, the eyes lively in an impassive little face, the arched mouth closed firmly, and her whole person breathed in its rigid grace the fiery gravity of youth at the beginning of the task of life, at the beginning of beliefs and hopes. This was the day of Lingard's arrival upon the coast, but, as is known, the brig, delayed by the calm, did not appear in sight of the shallows till the morning was far advanced. Disappointed in their hope to see the expected sail shining in the first rays of the rising sun, the man and the woman, without attempting to relight the fire, lounged on their sleeping mats. At their feet a common canoe, hauled out of the water, was, for more security, moored by a grass rope to the shaft of a long spear planted firmly on the white beach, and the incoming tide lapped monotonously against its stern. The girl, twisting up her black hair, fastened it with slender wooden pins. The man, reclining at full length, had made room on his mat for the gun, as one would do for a friend, and, supported on his elbow, looked toward the yacht with eyes whose fixed dreaminess, like a transparent veil, would show the slow passage of every gloomy thought by deepening gradually into a sombre stare. "We have seen 3 sunrises on this islet, and no friend came from the sea," he said, without changing his attitude, with his back towards the girl who sat on the other side of the cold embers. "Yes, and the moon is waning," she answered in a low voice. "The moon is waning. Yet he promised to be here when the nights are light and the water covered the sandbanks as far as the bushes." "The traveller knows the time of his setting out, but not the time of his return," observed the man calmly. The girl sighed. "The nights of waiting are long," she murmured. "And sometimes they are vain," said the man with the same composure. "Perhaps he will never return." "Why?" exclaimed the girl. "The road is long, and the heart may grow cold," was the answer in a quiet voice. "If he does not return, it is because he has forgotten." "Oh, Hassim, it is because he is dead!" cried the girl indignantly. The man, looking fixedly to seaward, smiled at the ardour of her tone. They were brother and sister, and though very much alike, the family resemblance was lost in the more general traits common to the whole race. They were natives of Wajo, and it is a common saying amongst the Malay race that to be a successful traveller and trader, a man must have some Wajo blood in his veins. And with those people, trading, which means also travelling afar, is a romantic and an honourable occupation. The trader must possess an adventurous spirit and a keen understanding. He should have the fearlessness of youth and the sagacity of age. He should be diplomatic and courageous, so as to secure the favour of the great and inspire fear in evildoers. These qualities, naturally, are not expected in a shopkeeper or a Chinaman peddler. They are considered indispensable only for a man who, of noble birth and perhaps related to the ruler of his own country, wanders over the seas in a craft of his own and with many followers, carries from island to island important news as well as merchandise, who may be trusted with secret messages and valuable goods, a man who, in short, is as ready to intrigue and fight as to buy and sell. Such is the ideal trader of Washoe. Trading, thus understood, was the occupation of ambitious men who played an occult but important part in all those national risings, religious disturbances, and also in the organised piratical movements on a large scale which, during the first half of the last century, affected the fate of more than one native dynasty and, for a few years at least, seriously endangered the Dutch rule in the East. when, at the cost of much blood and gold, a comparative peace had been imposed on the islands, the same occupation, though shorn of its glorious possibilities, remained attractive for the most adventurous of a restless race. The younger sons and relations of many a native ruler traversed the seas of the archipelago, visited the innumerable and little-known islands, and the then practically unknown shores of New Guinea, every spot where European trade had not penetrated, from Aru to Aceh, from Sumbawa to Palawan. End of Part 2, Section 1. Part 2, Section 2 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Section 2. It was in the most unknown, perhaps, of such spots, a small bay on the coast of New Guinea, that young Pata Hassim, the nephew of one of the greatest chiefs of Wajo, met Lingard for the first time. He was a trader after the Wajo manner, and in a stout sea-going prow, armed with 2 guns and manned by young men who were related to his family by blood or dependence, had come in there to buy some birds of paradise skins for the old Sultan of Ternate, a risky expedition undertaken not in the way of business, but as a matter of courtesy towards the aged Sultan, who had entertained him sumptuously in that dismal brick palace at Ternate for a month or more. While lying off the village, very much on his guard, waiting for the skins and negotiating with the treacherous coast savages who were the go-betweens in that trade, Hassim saw one morning Lingard's brig come to an anchor in the bay, and shortly afterward observed a white man of great stature, with a beard that shone like gold, land from a boat and stroll on unarmed, though followed by 4 Malays of the brig's crew, towards the native village. Hassim was struck with wonder and amazement at the cool recklessness of such a proceeding, and after, in true Malay fashion, discussing with his people for an hour or so the urgency of the case, he also landed, but well escorted and armed, with the intention of going to see what would happen. The affair really was very simple, such as, Lingard would say, such as might have happened to anybody. He went ashore with the intention to look for some stream where he could conveniently replenish his water casks, this being really the motive which had induced him to enter the bay. While, with his men close by and surrounded by a mop-headed, sooty crowd, he was showing a few cotton handkerchiefs and trying to explain by signs the object of his landing, a spear, lunged from behind, grazed his neck. Probably the Papuan wanted only to ascertain whether such a creature could be killed or hurt, and most likely firmly believed that it could not. But one of Lingard's seamen at once retaliated by striking at the experimenting savage with his parang, 3 such choppers brought for the purpose of clearing the bush if necessary, being all the weapons the party from the brig possessed. A deadly tumult ensued with such suddenness that Lingard, turning round swiftly, saw his defender, already speared in 3 places, fall forward at his feet. Wasab, who was there, and afterwards told the story once a week on an average, used to horrify his hearers by showing how the man blinked his eyes quickly before he fell. Lingard was unarmed. To the end of his life he remained incorrigibly reckless in that respect, explaining that he was much too quick-tempered to carry firearms on the chance of a row, and if put to it, he argued, I can make shift to kill a man with my fist anyhow, and then, don't you see, you know what you're doing and are not so apt to start a trouble from sheer temper or funk, see? In this case he did his best to kill a man with a blow from the shoulder, and catching up another by the middle flung him at the naked wild crowd. He hurled men about as the wind hurls broken boughs. He made a broad way through our enemies, related Wasab in his jerky voice. It is more probable that Lingard's quick movements and the amazing aspect of such a strange being caused the warriors to fall back before his rush. Taking instant advantage of their surprise and fear, Lingard, followed by his men, dashed along the kind of ruinous jetty leading to the village, which was erected as usual over the water. They darted into one of the miserable huts built on rotten mats and bits of decayed canoes, and in this shelter, showing daylight through all its sides, they had time to draw breath and realize that their position was not much improved. The women and children, screaming, had cleared out into the bush, while at the shore end of the jetty the warriors capered and yelled, preparing for a general attack. Lingard noticed with mortification that his boat-keeper apparently had lost his head, for instead of swimming off to the ship to give the alarm, as he was perfectly able to do, the man actually struck out for a small rock 100 yards away and was frantically trying to climb up its perpendicular side. The tide being out, to jump into the horrible mud under the houses would have been almost certain death. Nothing remained, therefore, since the miserable dwelling would not have withstood a vigorous kick, let alone a siege, but to rush back on shore and regain possession of the boat. To this Lingard made up his mind quickly, and, arming himself with a crooked stick he found under his hand, sallied forth at the head of his 3 men. As he bounded along far in advance, he had just time to perceive clearly the desperate nature of the undertaking, when he heard 2 shots fired to his right. The solid mass of black bodies and frizzly heads in front of him wavered and broke up. They did not run away, however. Lingard pursued his course, but now with that thrill of exultation which even a faint prospect of success inspires in a sanguine man. He heard a shout of many voices far off. Then there was another report of a shot, and a musket ball fired at long range spurted a tiny jet of sand between him and his wild enemies. His next bound would have carried him into their midst had they awaited his onset, but his uplifted arm found nothing to strike. Black backs were leaping high or gliding horizontally through the grass towards the edge of the bush. He flung his stick at the nearest pair of black shoulders and stopped short. The tall grasses swayed themselves into a rest. A chorus of yells and piercing shrieks died out in a dismal howl, and all at once the wooded shores and the blue bay seemed to fall under the spell of a luminous stillness. The change was as startling as the awakening from a dream. The sudden silence struck Lingard as amazing. He broke it by lifting his voice in a stentorian shout, which arrested the pursuit of his men. They retired reluctantly, glaring back angrily at the wall of a jungle where not a single leaf stirred. The strangers, whose opportune appearance had decided the issue of that adventure, did not attempt to join in the pursuit, but halted in a compact body on the ground lately occupied by the savages. Lingard and the young leader of the Wadjo traders met in the splendid light of noonday, and amidst the attentive silence of their followers, on the very spot where the Malay seaman had lost his life. Lingard, striding up from one side, thrust out his open palm. Hassim responded at once to the frank gesture, and they exchanged their first hand-clasp over the prostrate body, as if fate had already exacted the price of a death for the most ominous of her gifts, the gift of friendship that sometimes contains the whole good or evil of a life. "I'll never forget this day," cried Lingard in a hearty tone, and the other smiled quietly. Then, after a short pause, "Will you burn the village for vengeance?" asked the Malay, with a quick glance down at the dead Lascar, who, on his face and with stretched arms, seemed to cling desperately to that earth of which he had known so little. Lingard hesitated. "No," he said at last, "it would do good to no one." "True," said Hassim gently, "but was this man your debtor, a slave?" "Slave!" cried Lingard. "This is an English brig. Slave! No, a free man like myself." "Aye, he is indeed free now," muttered the Malay with another glance downward. "But who will pay the bereaved for his life?" "If there is anywhere a woman or child belonging to him, my serang would know. I shall seek them out," cried Lingard remorsefully. "You speak like a chief," said Hassim. "Only your great men do not go to battle with naked hands." Oh, you white men! Oh, the valour of you white men!" "It was folly, pure folly," protested Lingard, "and this poor fellow has paid for it." "He could not avoid his destiny," murmured the Malay. "It is in my mind my trading is finished now in this place," he added cheerfully. Lingard expressed his regret. "It is no matter, it is no matter," assured the other courteously, and after Lingard had given a pressing invitation for Hassim and his two companions of high rank to visit the brig, the two parties separated. The evening was calm when the Malay craft left its berth near the shore and was rowed slowly across the bay to Lingard's anchorage. The end of a stout line was thrown on board, and that night the white man's brig and the brown man's prow swung together to the same anchor. The sun, setting to seaward, shot its last rays between the headlands when the body of the killed lascar, wrapped up decently in a white sheet according to Mohammedan usage, was lowered gently below the still waters of the bay upon which his curious glances, only a few hours before, had rested for the first time. At the moment the dead man, released from slip ropes, disappeared without a ripple before the eyes of his shipmates, the bright flash and the heavy report of the brig's bow gun were succeeded by the muttering echoes of the encircling shores, and by the loud cries of sea-birds that, wheeling in clouds, seemed to scream after the departing seaman a wild and eternal goodbye. The master of the brig, making his way aft with hanging head, was followed by low murmurs of pleased surprise from his crew as well as from the strangers who crowded the main deck. In such acts, performed simply, from conviction, what may be called the romantic side of the man's nature came out, that responsive sensitiveness to the shadowy appeals made by life and death, which is the groundwork of a chivalrous character. Lingard entertained his three visitors far into the night. A sheep from the brig's sea stock was given to the men of the prow, while in the cabin Hassim and his two friends, sitting in a row on the stern settee, looked very splendid with costly metals and flawed jewels. The talk, conducted with hearty friendship on Lingard's part, and on the part of the Malays with the well-bred air of discreet courtesy which is natural to the better class of that people, touched upon many subjects, and in the end drifted to politics. "It is in my mind that you are a powerful man in your own country," said Hassim, with a circular glance at the Cadi. "My country is upon a faraway sea, where the light breezes are as strong as the winds of the rainy weather here," said Lingard, and there were low exclamations of wonder. "I left it very young, and I don't know about my power there, where great men alone are as numerous as the poor people in all your islands, Tuan Hassim. But here," he continued, "here, which is also my country, being an English craft and worthy of it too, I am powerful enough. In fact, I am a Rajah here. This bit of my country is all my own." The visitors were impressed, exchanged meaning glances, nodded at each other. "Good, good," said Hassim at last with a smile. "You carry your country and your power with you over the sea. A Rajah upon the sea. Good." Lingard laughed thunderously while the others looked amused. "Your country is very powerful, we know," began again Hassim after a pause. "But is it stronger than the country of the Dutch who steal our land?" "Stronger?" cried Lingard. He opened a broad palm. "Stronger? We could take them in our hand like this." And he closed his fingers triumphantly. "And do you make them pay tribute for their land?" inquired Hassim with eagerness. "No," answered Lingard in a sobered tone. "This, Tuan Hassim, you see, is not the custom of white men. We could, of course, but it is not the custom." "Is it not?" said the other with a sceptical smile. "They are stronger than we are, and they want tribute from us. And sometimes they get it, even from Wajo, where every man is free and wears a kris." There was a period of dead silence while Lingard looked thoughtful, and the Malays gazed stonily at nothing. But we burn our powder amongst ourselves, went on Hassim gently, and blunt our weapons upon one another. He sighed, paused, and then, changing to an easy tone, began to urge Lingard to visit Wajo for trade and to see friends, he said, laying his hand on his breast and inclining his body slightly. "Aye, to trade with friends," cried Lingard with a laugh. "For such a ship," he waved his arm, "for such a vessel as this is like a household where there are many behind the curtain. It is as costly as a wife and children." The guests rose and took their leave. "You fired 3 shots for me, Panglima Hassim," said Lingard seriously, "and I have had 3 barrels of powder put on board your prow, 1 for each shot. But we are not quits." The Malay's eyes glittered with pleasure. "This is indeed a friend's gift. Come to see me in my country." "I promise," said Lingard, "to see you some day." The calm surface of the bay reflected the glorious night sky, and the brig with the prow riding astern seemed to be suspended amongst the stars in a peace that was almost unearthly in the perfection of its unstirring silence. The last handshakes were exchanged on deck, and the Malays went aboard their own craft. Next morning, when a breeze sprang up soon after sunrise, the brig and the prow left the bay together. When clear of the land, Lingard made all sail and sheered alongside to say good-bye before parting company, the brig, of course, sailing 3 feet to the prow's 1. Hassim stood on the high deck aft. "Prosperous road," hailed Lingard. "Remember the promise," shouted the other, "and come soon," he went on, raising his voice as the brig forged past. "Come soon, lest what perhaps is written should come to pass." The brig shot ahead. "What?" yelled Lingard in a puzzled tone. "What's written?" He listened, and floating over the water came faintly the words, "No one knows." End of Part 2, Section 2. Part 2, Section 3 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Section 3. "My word, I couldn't help liking the chap," would shout Lingard when telling the story. And looking round at the eyes that glittered at him through the smoke of cheroots, this bricksome trawler boy, afterward a youth in colliers, deep-water man, gold-digger, owner and commander of the finest brig afloat, knew that by his listeners, seamen, traders, adventurers like himself, this was accepted not as the expression of a feeling, but as the highest commendation he could give his Malay friend. "By heavens, I shall go to Wajo," he cried, and a semicircle of heads nodded grave approbation, while a slightly ironical voice said deliberately, "You're a made man, Tom, if you get on the right side of that Rajah of yours." "Go in and look out for yourself," cried another with a laugh. A little professional jealousy was unavoidable, Wajo, on account of its chronic state of disturbance, being closed to the white traders. But there was no real ill will in the banter of these men, who, rising with handshakes, dropped off one by one. Lingard went straight aboard his vessel and, till morning, walked the poop of the brig with measured steps. The riding lights of ships twinkled all round him. The lights ashore twinkled in rows. The stars twinkled above his head in a black sky, and reflected in the black water of the roadstead twinkled far below his feet. And all these innumerable and shining points were utterly lost in the immense darkness. Once he heard faintly the rumbling chain of some vessel coming to an anchor far away somewhere outside the official limits of the harbour. A stranger to the port, thought Lingard. One of us would have stood right in. Perhaps a ship from home? And he felt strangely touched at the thought of that ship, weary with months of wandering and daring not to approach the place of rest. At sunrise, while the big ship from the west, her sides streaked with rust and grey with the salt of the sea, was moving slowly in to take up a berth near the shore, Lingard left the roadstead on his way to the eastward. A heavy Gulf thunderstorm was raging when, after a long passage and at the end of a sultry calm day, wasted in drifting helplessly in sight of his destination, Lingard, taking advantage of fitful gusts of wind, approached the shores of Wajo. With characteristic audacity he held on his way, closing in with a coast to which he was a stranger, and on a night that would have appalled any other man, while at every dazzling flash Hasim's native land seemed to leap nearer at the brig and disappear instantly as though it had crouched low for the next spring out of an impenetrable darkness. During the long day of the calm he had obtained from the deck and from aloft such good views of the coast, and had noted the lay of the land and the position of the dangers so carefully that, though at the precise moment when he gave the order to let go the anchor, he had been for some time able to see no further than if his head had been wrapped in a woolen blanket, yet the next flickering bluish flash showed him the brig, anchored almost exactly where he had judged her to be, off a narrow white beach near the mouth of a river. He could see on the shore a high cluster of bamboo huts perched upon piles, a small grove of tall palms all bowed together before the blast-like stalks of grass, something that might have been a palisade of pointed stakes near the water, and far off a sombre background resembling an immense wall, the forest-clad hills. Next moment all this vanished utterly from his sight, as if annihilated, and, before he had time to turn away, came back to view with a sudden crash, appearing unscathed and motionless under hooked darts of flame, like some legendary country of immortals, withstanding the wrath and fire of heaven. Made uneasy by the nature of his holding ground, and fearing that in one of the terrific offshore gusts the brig would start her anchor, Lingard remained on deck to watch over the safety of his vessel. With one hand upon the lead line, which would give him instant warning of the brig beginning to drag, he stood by the rail, most of the time deafened and blinded, but also fascinated by the repeated swift visions of an unknown shore, a sight always so inspiring, as much perhaps by its vague suggestion of danger as by the hopes of success it never fails to awaken in the heart of a true adventurer. And its immutable aspect of profound and still repose, seen thus under streams of fire and in the midst of a violent uproar, made it appear inconceivably mysterious and amazing. Between the squalls there were short moments of calm, while now and then even the thunder would cease as if to draw breath. During one of those intervals, Lingard, tired and sleepy, was beginning to doze where he stood, when suddenly it occurred to him that somewhere below the sea had spoken in a human voice. It had said, "Praise be to God," and the voice sounded small, clear and confident, like the voice of a child speaking in a cathedral. Lingard gave a start and thought, "I've dreamt this," and directly the sea said very close to him, "Give a rope." The thunder growled wickedly, and Lingard, after shouting to the men on deck, peered down at the water, until at last he made out, floating close alongside, the upturned face of a man, with staring eyes that gleamed at him and then blinked quickly to a flash of lightning. By that time all hands in the brig were wildly active, and many rope ends had been thrown over. Then, together with a gust of wind, and as if blown on board, a man tumbled over the rail and fell all in a heap upon the deck. Before anyone had the time to pick him up, he leapt to his feet, causing the people around him to step back hurriedly. A sinister blue glare showed the bewildered faces and the petrified attitudes of men, completely deafened by the accompanying peal of thunder. After a time, as if to beings plunged in the abyss of eternal silence, there came to their ears an unfamiliar, thin, far-away voice, saying, "I seek the white man." "Here!" cried Lingard. Then, when he had the stranger, dripping and naked but for a soaked waistcloth, under the lamp of the cabin, he said, "I don't know you." "My name is Jafir, and I come from Pata Hasim, who is my chief and your friend. Do you know this?" He held up a thick gold ring set with a fairly good emerald. "I have seen it before on the Rajah's finger," said Lingard, looking very grave. "It is the witness of the truth I speak. The message from Hassim is, depart and forget. I don't forget, said Lingard slowly. I am not that kind of man. What folly is this? It is unnecessary to give at full length the story told by Jaffier. It appears that on his return home after the meeting with Lingard, Hassim found his relative dying and a strong party formed to oppose his rightful successor. The old Rajah Tulla died late at night and, as Jaffier put it, before the sun rose there were already blows exchanged in the courtyard of the ruler's dalam. This was the preliminary fight of a civil war, fostered by foreign intrigues, a war of jungle and river, of assaulted stockades and forest ambushes. In this contest, both parties, according to Jaffier, displayed great courage, and one of them an unswerving devotion to what, almost from the first, was a lost cause. Before a month elapsed, Hassim, though still chief of an armed band, was already a fugitive. He kept up the struggle, however, with some vague notion that Lingard's arrival would turn the tide. For weeks we lived on wild rice. For days we fought with nothing but water in our bellies, declaimed Jaffier in the tone of a true fire-eater. And then he went on to relate how, driven steadily down to the sea, Hassim, with a small band of followers, had been for days holding the stockade by the waterside. But every night some men disappeared, confessed Jaffier. They were weary and hungry, and they went to eat with their enemies. We are only 10 now, 10 men and a woman with the heart of a man, who are tonight starving, and tomorrow shall die swiftly. We saw your ship afar all day, but you have come too late. And for fear of treachery, and lest harm should befall you, his friend, the Rajah gave me the ring, and I crept on my stomach over the sand, and I swam in the night. And I, Jaffier, the best swimmer in Wajo and the slave of Hassim, tell you, his message to you is, depart and forget. And this is his gift. Take. He caught hold suddenly of Lingard's hand, thrust roughly into it the ring, and then for the first time looked round the cabin with wondering but fearless eyes. They lingered over the semicircle of bayonets and rested fondly on musket racks. He grunted in admiration. "Yawa, this is strength," he murmured as if to himself. "But it has come too late." "Perhaps not," cried Lingard. "Too late," said Jaffier. "We are 10 only, and at sunrise we go out to die." He went to the cabin door and hesitated there with a puzzled air, being unused to locks and door handles. "What are you going to do?" asked Lingard. "I shall swim back," replied Jaffier. "The message is spoken, and the night cannot last forever." "You can stop with me," said Lingard, looking at the man searchingly. "Hassim waits," was the curt answer. "Did he tell you to return?" asked Lingard. "No, what need?" said the other in a surprised tone. Lingard seized his hand impulsively. "If I had 10 men like you," he cried. "We are 10, but they are 20 to 1, said Jaffier simply. Lingard opened the door. "Do you want anything that a man can give?" he asked. The Malay had a moment of hesitation, and Lingard noticed the sunken eyes, the prominent ribs, and the worn-out look of the man. "Speak out," he urged with a smile. "The bearer of a gift must have a reward." "A drink of water and a handful of rice for strength to reach the shore," said Jaffier sturdily. "For over there," he tossed his head, "we had nothing to eat today." "You shall have it. Give it to you with my own hands," muttered Lingard. He did so, and thus lowered himself in Jaffier's estimation for a time. While the messenger, squatting on the floor, ate without haste but with considerable earnestness, Lingard thought out a plan of action. In his ignorance as to the true state of affairs in the country, to save Hassim from the immediate danger of his position was all that he could reasonably attempt. To that end, Lingard proposed to swing out his longboat and send her close inshore to take off Hassim and his men. He knew enough of Malays to feel sure that on such a night the besiegers, now certain of success and being, Jaaffier said, in possession of everything that could float, would not be very vigilant, especially on the sea front of the stockade. The very fact of Jaaffier having managed to swim off undetected proved that much. The brig's boat could, when the frequency of lightning abated, approach unseen close to the beach, and the defeated party, either stealing out one by one or making a rush in a body, would embark and be received in the brig. This plan was explained to Jaaffier, who heard it without the slightest mark of interest, being apparently too busy eating. When the last grain of rice was gone, he stood up, took a long pull at the water bottle, muttered, "I hear. Good. I will tell Hasim," and tightening the rag round his loins, prepared to go. "Give me time to swim ashore," he said, "and when the boat starts, put another light beside the one that burns now like a star above your vessel. We shall see and understand. And don't send the boat till there is less lightning. A boat is bigger than a man in the water. Tell the rowers to pull for the palm grove and cease when an oar, thrust down with a strong arm, touches the bottom. Very soon they will hear our hail, but if no one comes they must go away before daylight. A chief may prefer death to life, and we who are left are all of true heart. Do you understand, O big man?" "The chap has plenty of sense," muttered Lingard to himself. And when they stood side by side on the deck, he said, "But there may be enemies on the beach, O Jaaffier, and they also may shout to deceive my men. So let your hail be lightning. Will you remember?" For a time Jaaffier seemed to be choking. "Lightning? Is that right? I say, is that right, thou strong man?" Next moment he appeared upright and shadowy on the rail. "Yes, that's right. Go now," said Lingard, and Jaaffier leapt off, becoming invisible long before he struck the water. Then there was a splash. After a while a spluttering voice cried faintly, "Lightning! Aha!" and suddenly the next thunder squall burst upon the coast. In the crashing flares of light, Lingard had again and again the quick vision of a white beach, the inclined palm trees of the grove, the stockade by the sea, the forest far away, a vast landscape mysterious and still, Hasim's native country sleeping unmoved under the wrath and fire of heaven. End of Part 2, Section 3. Part 2, Section 4 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Section 4. A traveller visiting Wajo today may, if he deserves the confidence of the common people, hear the traditional account of the last civil war, together with the legend of a chief and his sister, whose mother had been a great princess suspected of sorcery, and on her deathbed had communicated to these two the secrets of the art of magic. The chief's sister especially, with the aspect of a child and the fearlessness of a great fighter, became skilled in casting spells. They were defeated by the sons of their uncle because, well, explained the narrator simply, the courage of us Wajo people is so great that magic can do nothing against it. I fought in that war. We had them with their backs to the sea. And then he will go on to relate in an awed tone how on a certain night, when there was such a thunderstorm as has been never heard of before or since, a ship resembling the ships of white men appeared off the coast, as though she had sailed down from the clouds. She moved, he will affirm, with her sails bellying against the wind. In size she was like an island. The lightning played between her masts, which were as high as the summits of mountains. A star burned low through the clouds above her. We knew it for a star at once, because no flame of man's kindling could have endured the wind and rain of that night. It was such a night that we on the watch hardly dared look upon the sea. The heavy rain was beating down our eyelids, and when day came the ship was nowhere to be seen, and in the stockade, where the day before there were 100 or more at our mercy, there was no one. The chief, Hasim, was gone, and the lady, who was a princess in the country. and nobody knows what became of them from that day to this. Sometimes traders from our parts talk of having heard of them here and heard of them there, but these are the lies of men who go afar for gain. We who live in the country believe that the ship sailed back into the clouds whence the lady's magic made her come. Did we not see the ship with our own eyes? And as to Raja Hasim and his sister Massimada, some men say one thing and some another, but God alone knows the truth. Such is the traditional account of Lingard's visit to the shores of Boney. And the truth is he came and went the same night, for when the dawn broke on a cloudy sky, the brig, under reefed canvas and smothered in sprays, was storming along to the southward on her way out of the Gulf. Lingard, watching over the rapid course of his vessel, looked ahead with anxious eyes, and more than once asked himself with wonder why, after all, was he thus pressing her under all the sail she could carry. His hair was blown about by the wind, his mind was full of care and the indistinct shapes of many new thoughts, and under his feet the obedient brig dashed headlong from wave to wave. Her owner and commander did not know where he was going. That adventurer had only a confused notion of being on the threshold of a big adventure. There was something to be done, and he felt he would have to do it. It was expected of him. The seas expected it, the land expected it, men also. The story of war and of suffering, Jafir's display of fidelity, the sight of Hasim and his sister, the night, the tempest, the coast under streams of fire, all this made one inspiring manifestation of a life calling to him distinctly for interference. But what appealed to him most was the silent, the complete, unquestioning and apparently uncurious trust of these people. They came away from death straight into his arms, as it were, and remained in them passive, as though there had been no such thing as doubt or hope or desire. This amazing unconcern seemed to put him under a heavy load of obligation. He argued to himself that had not these defeated men expected everything from him, they could not have been so indifferent to his action. Their dumb quietude stirred him more than the most ardent pleading. Not a word, not a whisper, not a questioning look even. They did not ask. It flattered him. He was also rather glad of it, because if the unconscious part of him was perfectly certain of its action, he himself did not know what to do with those bruised and battered beings a plateful fate had delivered suddenly into his hands. He had received the fugitives personally, had helped some over the rail. In the darkness slashed about by lightning, he had guessed that not one of them was unwounded, and in the midst of tottering shapes he wondered how on earth they had managed to reach the longboat that had brought them off. He caught unceremoniously in his arms the smallest of these shapes and carried it into the cabin, then without looking at his light burden ran up again on deck to get the brig under way. While shouting out orders he was dimly aware of someone hovering near his elbow. It was Hasim. "I am not ready for war," he explained rapidly over his shoulder, "and tomorrow there may be no wind." Afterward, for a time, he forgot everybody and everything while he conned the brig through the few outlying dangers. But in half an hour, and running off with the wind on the quarter, he was quite clear of the coast and breathed freely. It was only then that he approached two others on that poop where he was accustomed in moments of difficulty to commune alone with his craft. Hasim had called his sister out of the cabin. Now and then Lingard could see them with fierce distinctness, side by side and with twined arms, looking toward the mysterious country that seemed at every flash to leap away farther from the brig, unscathed and fading. The thought uppermost in Lingard's mind was, what on earth am I going to do with them? And no one seemed to care what he would do. Jafir, with 8 others quartered on the main hatch, looked to each other's wounds and conversed interminably in low tones, cheerful and quiet, like well-behaved children. Each of them had saved his kriss, but Lingard had to make a distribution of cotton cloth out of his trade goods. Whenever he passed by them, they all looked after him gravely. Hasim and Imada lived in the cuddy. The chief's sister took the air only in the evening, and those two could be heard every night, invisible and murmuring in the shadows of the quarter-deck. Every Malay on board kept respectfully away from them. Lingard, on the poop, listened to the soft voices rising and falling in a melancholy cadence. Sometimes the woman cried out as if in anger or in pain. He would stop short. The sound of a deep sigh would float up to him on the stillness of the night. Attentive stars surrounded the wandering brig, and on all sides their light fell through a vast silence upon a noiseless sea. Lingard would begin again to pace the deck, muttering to himself, "Ballarab's the man for this job. His is the only place where I can look for help, but I don't think I know enough to find it. I wish I had old Jorgensen here, just for 10 minutes. This Jorgensen knew things that had happened a long time ago, and lived amongst men efficient in meeting the accidents of the day, but who did not care what would happen tomorrow, and who had no time to remember yesterday. Strictly speaking, he did not live amongst them. He only appeared there from time to time. He lived in the native quarter, with a native woman, in a native house, standing in the middle of a plot of fenced ground where grew plantains, and furnished only with mats, cooking pots, a queer fishing net on 2 sticks, and a small mahogany case with a lock and a silver plate engraved with the words "Captain H.C. Jorgensen, Bark Wild Rose." It was like an inscription on a tomb. The Wild Rose was dead, and so was Captain H.C. Jorgensen, and the sextant case was all that was left of them. Old Jorgensen, gaunt and mute, would turn up at mealtimes on board any trading vessel in the roads, and the stewards, Chinamen or mulattoes, would sulkily put on an extra plate without waiting for orders. When the seamen traders foregathered noisily round a glittering cluster of bottles and glasses on a lighted veranda, old Jorgensen would emerge up the stairs as if from a dark sea, and, stepping up with a kind of tottering jauntiness, would help himself in the first tumbler to hand. "I drink to you all. No chair." He would stand silent over the talking group. His taciturnity was as eloquent as the repeated warning of the slave of the feast. His flesh had gone the way of all flesh. His spirit had sunk in the turmoil of his past, but his immense and bony frame survived as if made of iron. His hands trembled, but his eyes were steady. He was supposed to know details about the end of mysterious men and of mysterious enterprises. He was an evident failure himself, but he was believed to know secrets that would make the fortune of any man. And there was also a general impression that his knowledge was not of that nature which would make it profitable for a moderately prudent person. This powerful skeleton, dressed in faded blue serge and without any kind of linen, existed anyhow. Sometimes, if offered the job, he piloted a ship home through the Straits of Rio. After, however, assuring the captain, "You don't want a pilot, a man could go through with his eyes shut, but if you want me, I'll come. $10. Then, after seeing his charge clear of the last island of the group, he would go back 30 miles in a canoe with 2 old Malays who seemed to be in some way his followers. To travel 30 miles at sea, under the equatorial sun and in a cranky dugout where once down you must not move, is an achievement that requires the endurance of a fakir and the virtue of a salamander. $10 was cheap, and generally he was in demand. When times were hard, he would borrow $5 from any of the adventurers with the remark, "I can't pay you back very soon, but the girl must eat, and if you want to know anything, I can tell you." It was remarkable that nobody ever smiled at that anything. The usual thing was to say, "Thank you, old man. When I'm pushed for a bit of information, I'll come to you." Jorgensen nodded then and would say, "Remember that unless you young chaps are like we men who ranged about here years ago, what I could tell you would be worse than poison." It was from Jorgensen, who had his favourites with whom he was less silent, that Lingard had heard of Dar es Salaam, the shore of refuge. Jorgensen had, as he expressed it, known the inside of that country just after the high old times when the white-clad padres preached and fought all over Sumatra till the Dutch shook in their shoes. Only he did not say shook and shoes, but the above paraphrase conveys well enough his contemptuous meaning. Lingard tried now to remember and piece together the practical bits of old Jorgensen's amazing tales, but all that had remained with him was an approximate idea of the locality and a very strong but confused notion of the dangerous nature of its approaches. He hesitated, and the brig, answering in her movements to the state of the man's mind, lingered on the road, seemed to hesitate also, swinging this way and that on the days of calm. It was just because of that hesitation that a big New York ship, loaded with oil in cases for Japan and passing through the Billiton Passage, sighted one morning a very smart brig being hove to right in the fairway and a little to the east of Carimata. The lank skipper in a frock coat and the big mate with heavy moustaches judged her almost too pretty for a Britisher and wondered at the man on board, laying his topsail to the mast for no reason that they could see. The big ship's sails fanned her along, flapping in the light air, and when the brig was last seen far astern, she had still her mainyard aback as if waiting for someone. But when next day a London tea-clipper passed on the same track, she saw no pretty brig hesitating, all white and still at the parting of the ways. All that night Lingard had talked with Hasim while the stars streamed from east to west like an immense river of sparks above their heads. Yamada listened, sometimes exclaiming low, sometimes holding her breath. She clapped her hands once. A faint dawn appeared. "You shall be treated like my father in the country," Hasim was saying. A heavy dew dripped off the rigging and the darkened sails were black on the pale azure of the sky. "You shall be the father who advises for good." "I shall be a steady friend, and as a friend I want to be treated, no more," said Lingard. "Take back your ring." "Why do you scorn my gift?" asked Hasim with a sad and ironic smile. "Take it," said Lingard. "It is still mine. How can I forget that when facing death you thought of my safety? There are many dangers before us. We shall be often separated, to work better for the same end. If ever you and Yamada need help at once and I am within reach, send me a message with this ring, and if I am alive I will not fail you." He looked around at the pale daybreak. "I shall talk to Balarab straight, like we whites do. I have never seen him, but I am a strong man. Balarab must help us to reconquer your country, and when our end is attained, I won't let him eat you up." Hasim took the ring and inclined his head. "It's time for us to be moving," said Lingard. He felt a slight tug at his sleeve. He looked back and caught Yamada in the act of pressing her forehead to the grey flannel. "Don't, child," he said softly. The sun rose above the faint blue line of the shore of Refuge. The hesitation was over. The man and the vessel, working in accord, had found their way to the faint blue shore. Before the sun had descended halfway to its rest, the brig was anchored within a gunshot of the slimy mangroves, in a place where for 100 years or more no white man's vessel had been entrusted to the hold of the bottom. The adventurers of 2 centuries ago had no doubt known of that anchorage, for they were very ignorant and incomparably audacious. If it is true, as some say, that the spirits of the dead haunt the places where the living have sinned and toiled, then they might have seen a white longboat, pulled by 8 oars and steered by a man sunburnt and bearded, a cabbage-leaf hat on head, and pistols in his belt, skirting the black mud full of twisted roots in search of a likely opening. Creek after creek was passed, and the boat crept on slowly like a monstrous water spider with a big body and 8 slender legs. Did you follow with your ghostly eyes the quest of this obscure adventurer of yesterday, you shades of forgotten adventurers who, in leather jerkins and sweating under steel helmets, attacked with long rapiers the palisades of the strange heathen, or, musket on shoulder and match in cock, guarded timber blockhouses built upon the banks of rivers that command good trade? You who, wearied with the toil of fighting, slept wrapped in frieze mantles on the sand of quiet beaches, dreaming of fabulous diamonds and of a far-off home. "Here is an opening," said Lingard to Hassim, who sat at his side just as the sun was setting away to his left. "Here's an opening big enough for a ship. It's the entrance we're looking for, I believe. We shall pull all night up this creek if necessary, and it's the very devil if we don't come upon Bellerab's lair before daylight." He shoved the tiller hard over, and the boat, swerving sharply, vanished from the coast. And perhaps the ghosts of old adventurers nodded wisely their ghostly heads and exchanged the ghost of a wistful smile. End of Part 2, Section 4. Part 2, Section 5 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Section 5. "What's the matter with King Tom of late?" would ask someone when, all the cards in a heap on the table, the traders lying back in their chairs took a spell from a hard gamble. "Tom has learned to hold his tongue. He must be up to some damn good thing," opined another. While a man with hooked features and of German extraction, who was supposed to be agent for a Dutch crockery house, the famous Sphinx mark, broke in resentfully, "Never mind him, gentlemen. He's mad as a marsh hat. 3 months ago I called on board his Brig to talk business, and he says like this, 'Clear out.' 'What for?' I say. 'Clear out before I shank you off aboard.' God for damn, is that the way to talk business? I won't sell him ein little case first chop crockery for trade, and—" "Ha ha ha! I don't blame Tom," interrupted the owner of a pearling schooner who had come into the roads for stores. "Why, Mosey, there isn't a mangy cannibal left in the whole of New Guinea that hasn't a cup and saucer of your providing. You've flooded the market, savvy?" Jorgensen stood by, a skeleton at the gaming table. "Because you are a Dutch spy," he said suddenly in an awful tone. The agent of the Sphinx mark jumped up in a sudden fury. What? Gentlemen, you all know me?" Not a muscle moved in the faces around. "Know me," he stammered with wet lips. "What? Von vier? Perfectly acquaint. Crockery. Verfluchte Sponge. Ich? Spy. What for spy? Verdammte English peddlers." The door slammed. "Is that so?" asked a New England voice. "Why don't you let daylight into him?" "Oh, we can't do that here," murmured one of the players. "Your deal, Tench. Let us get on." "Can't you?" drawled the New England voice. "You law-abiding, get-a-summons, act-of-parliament lot of sons of Belial, can't you? Now look-a-here, these Colt pistols I am selling." He took the pearler aside and could be heard talking earnestly in the corner. "See, you load, and see." There were rapid clicks. "Simple, isn't it? And if any trouble, say with your divers, click, 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 through and through like a sieve, warranted to cure the worst kind of cussedness in any nigger. Yes, sirree, a case of 24 or single specimens, as you like. No? Shotguns? Rifles? No? Well, I guess you're of no use to me, but I could do a deal with that Tom, what do you call him? Where'd you catch him? Everywhere, eh? Well, that's nowhere, but I shall find him some day. Yes, sirree." Jorgensen, utterly disregarded, looked down dreamily at the falling cards. "Spy, I tell you," he muttered to himself. "If you want to know anything, ask me." When Lingard returned from Wadjo, after an uncommonly long absence, everyone remarked a great change. He was less talkative and not so noisy. He was still hospitable, but his hospitality was less expansive, and the man who was never so happy as when discussing impossibly wild projects with half a dozen congenial spirits often showed a disinclination to meet his best friends. In a word, he returned much less of a good fellow than he went away. His visits to the settlements were not less frequent, but much shorter, and when there he was always in a hurry to be gone. During 2 years the brig had, in her way, as hard a life of it as the man. Swift and trim, she flitted amongst the islands of little-known groups. She could be descried afar from lonely headlands, a white speck travelling fast over the blue sea, the apathetic keepers of rare lighthouses dotting the great highways to the east came to know the cut of her topsails. They saw her passing east, passing west. They had faint glimpses of her flying with masts aslant in the mist of a rain squall, or could observe her at leisure, upright and with shivering sails, forging ahead through a long day of unsteady airs. Men saw her battling with a heavy monsoon in the Bay of Bengal, lying becalmed in the Java Sea, or gliding out suddenly from behind a point of land, graceful and silent in the clear moonlight. Her activity was the subject of excited but low-toned conversations, which would be interrupted when her master appeared. "Here he is, came in last night," whispered the gossiping group. Lingard did not see the covert glances of respect tempered by irony. He nodded and passed on. "Hey, Tom, no time for a drink?" would shout someone. He would shake his head without looking back. Far away already. Florid and burly, he could be seen for a day or two getting out of dusty gharries, striding in sunshine from the Occidental Bank to the harbour office, crossing the esplanade, disappearing down a street of Chinese shops, while at his elbow, and as tall as himself, old Jorgensen paced along, lean and faded, obstinate and disregarded, like a haunting spirit from the past, eager to step back into the life of men. Lingard ignored this wreck of an adventurer, sticking to him closer than his shadow, and the other did not try to attract attention. He waited patiently at the doors of offices, would vanish at tiffin time, would invariably turn up again in the evening, and then kept his place till Lingard went aboard for the night. The police peons on duty looked disdainfully at the phantom of Captain H.C. Jorgensen, Bach Wild Rose, wandering on the silent quay or standing still for hours at the edge of the sombre roadstead, speckled by the anchor lights of ships, an adventurous soul longing to recross the waters of oblivion. The sampan men, sculling lazily homeward past the black hull of the brig at anchor, could hear far into the night the drawl of the New England voice escaping through the lifted panes of the cabin skylight. Snatches of nasal sentences floated in the stillness around the still craft. "Yes, sirree, Mexican war rifles, good as new, 6 in any case. My people in Baltimore. That's so. 120 rounds thrown in for each specimen, marked to suit your requirements. Suppose musical instruments, this side up with care. How's that for your taste? No, cash down, my people in Shooting seagulls, you say? Well, it's a risky business. See here, 10% discount. It's out of my own pocket." As time wore on and nothing happened, at least nothing that one could hear of, the excitement died out. Lingard's new attitude was accepted as only his way. There was nothing in it, maintained some. Others dissented. A good deal of curiosity, however, remained, and the faint rumour of something big being in preparation followed him into every harbour he went to, from Rangoon to Hong Kong. He felt nowhere so much at home as when his brig was anchored on the inner side of the great stretch of shoals. The centre of his life had shifted about 400 miles, from the Straits of Malacca to the shore of Refuge, and when there he felt himself within the circle of another existence, governed by his impulse, nearer his desire. Hassim and Imara would come down to the coast and wait for him on the islet. He always left them with regret. At the end of the first stage in each trip, Jorgensen waited for him at the top of the boat stairs, and without a word fell into step at his elbow. They seldom exchanged 3 words in a day, but one evening, about 6 months before Lingard's last trip, as they were crossing the short bridge over the canal where native craft lie moored in clusters, Jorgensen lengthened his stride and came abreast. It was a moonlight night, and nothing stirred on earth but the shadow of high clouds. Lingard took off his hat and drew in a long sigh in the tepid breeze. Jorgensen spoke suddenly in a cautious tone. "The new Raja Tala smokes opium and is sometimes dangerous to speak to. There is a lot of discontent in Wajo amongst the big people." Good. Good, whispered Lingard excitedly, off his guard for once. Then, how the devil do you know anything about it? He asked. Jorgensen pointed at the mass of prows, coasting boats and sampans that, jammed up together in the canal, lay covered with mats and flooded by the cold moonlight, with here and there a dim lantern burning among the confusion of high sterns, spars, masts, and lowered sails. There, he said, as they moved on, and their hatted and clothed shadows fell heavily on the queer-shaped vessels that carry the fortunes of brown men upon a shallow sea. There, I can sit with them, I can talk to them, and I can come and go as I like. They know me now. It's time. 35 years. Some of them give a plate of rice and a bit of fish to the white man. That's all I get after 35 years, given up to them. He was silent for a time. I was like you once, he added, and then, laying his hand on Lingard's sleeve, murmured, Are you very deep in this thing? To the very last cent, said Lingard quietly, and looking straight before him. The glitter of the roadstead went out, and the masts of anchored ships vanished in the invading shadow of a cloud. Drop it, whispered Jorgensen. I am in debt, said Lingard slowly, and stood still. Drop it. Never dropped anything in my life. Drop it. By God, I won't, cried Lingard, stamping his foot. There was a pause. I was like you once, repeated Jorgensen. 35 years, never dropped anything. And what you can do is only child's play to some jobs I've had on my hands. Understand that, great man as you are, Captain Lingard of the Lightning. You should have seen the Wild Rose, he added, with a sudden break in his voice. Lingard leaned over the guardrail of the pier. Jorgensen came closer. I set fire to her with my own hands, he said, in a vibrating tone, and very low, as if making a monstrous confession. Poor devil, muttered Lingard, profoundly moved by the tragic enormity of the act. I suppose there was no way out. I wasn't going to let her rot to pieces in some Dutch port, said Jorgensen gloomily. Did you ever hear of Dawson? Something. I don't remember now, muttered Lingard, who felt a chill down his back at the idea of his own vessel decaying slowly in some Dutch port. He died, didn't he? He asked absently, while he wondered whether he would have the pluck to set fire to the brig on an emergency. Cut his throat on the beach below Fort Rotterdam, said Jorgensen. His gaunt figure wavered in the unsteady moonshine as though made of mist. Yes, he broke some trade regulation or other and talked big about law courts and legal trials to the lieutenant of the Comet. Certainly, says the Hound, jurisdiction of Macassar, I will take your schooner there. Then, coming into the roads, he tows a full tilt on a ledge of rocks on the north side. Smash! When she was half full of water, he takes his hat off to Dawson. There's the shore, says he. Go and get your legal trial, you Englishman. He lifted a long arm and shook his fist at the moon, which dodged suddenly behind a cloud. All was lost. Poor Dawson walked the streets for months, barefooted and in rags. Then one day he begged a knife from some charitable soul, went down to take a last look at the wreck, and... I don't interfere with the Dutch, interrupted Lingard impatiently. I want Hassim to get back his own, and suppose the Dutch want the things just so, returned Jorgensen. Anyway, there's a devil in such work. Drop it. Look here, said Lingard, I took these people off when they were in their last ditch. That means something. I ought not to have meddled, and it would have been all over in a few hours. I must have meant something when I interfered, whether I knew it or not. I meant it then and did not know it. Very well. I mean it now, and do know it. When you save people from death, you take a share in their life. That's how I look at it. Jorgensen shook his head. Foolishness, he cried, then asked softly in a voice that trembled with curiosity, Where did you leave them? With Balarub, breathed out Lingard. You knew him in the old days. I knew him. I knew his father, burst out the other in an excited whisper. Whom did I not know? I knew Sentot when he was king of the south shore of Java, and the Dutch offered a price for his head, enough to make any man's fortune. He slept twice on board the Wild Rose when things had begun to go wrong with him. I knew him. I knew all his chiefs, the priests, the fighting men, the old regents who lost heart and went over to the Dutch. I knew. He stammered as if the words could not come out, gave it up and sighed. Belarub's father escaped with me, he began again quietly, and joined the Padris in Sumatra. He rose to be a great leader. Belarub was a youth then. Those were the times. I ranged the coast and laughed at the cruisers. I saw every battle fought in the Batak country, and I saw the Dutch run. I was at the taking of Singal and escaped. I was the white man who advised the chiefs of Main and Cabo. There was a lot about me in the Dutch papers at the time. They said I was a Frenchman turned Mohammedan. He swore a great oath and, reeling against the guardrail, panted, muttering curses on newspapers. Well, Balarab has the job in hand, said Lingard composedly. He is the chief man on the shore of Refuge. There are others, of course. He sent messages north and south. We must have men. All the devil's unchained, said Jorgensen. You've done it, and now look out, look out. Nothing can go wrong as far as I can see, argued Lingard. They all know what's to be done. I've got them in hand. You don't think Belarab unsafe, do you? Haven't seen him for 15 years, but the whole thing's unsafe, growled Jorgensen. I tell you I've fixed it so that nothing can go wrong. It would be better if I had a white man over there to look after things generally. There's a good lot of stores and arms, and Belarab would bear watching, no doubt. Are you in any want? He added, putting his hand in his pocket. No, there's plenty to eat in the house, answered Jorgensen curtly. Drop it, he burst out. It would be better for you to jump overboard at once. Look at me. I came out a boy of 18. I can speak English. I can speak Dutch. I can speak every cursed lingo of these islands. I remember things that would make your hair stand on end, but I have forgotten the language of my own country. I've traded, I've fought, I never broke my word to white or native, and look at me. If it hadn't been for the girl, I would have died in a ditch 10 years ago. Everything left me. Youth, money, strength, hope, the very sleep. But she stuck by the wreck. That says a lot for her and something for you, said Lingard cheerily. Jorgensen shook his head. That's the worst of all, he said with slow emphasis. That's the end. I came to them from the other side of the earth, and they took me, and see what they made of me. What place do you belong to? Asked Lingard. Tromsø, groaned out Jorgensen. I will never see snow again, he sobbed out, his face in his hands. Lingard looked at him in silence. Would you come with me? He said. As I told you, I'm in want of a... I would see you damned first, broke out the other savagely. I'm an old white loafer, but you don't get me to meddle in their infernal affairs. They have a devil of their own. The thing simply can't fail. I've calculated every move. I've guarded against everything. I'm no fool. Yes, you are. Good night. Well, goodbye, said Lingard calmly. He stepped into his boat, and Jorgensen walked up the jetty. Lingard, clearing the yoke lines, heard him call out from a distance, "Drop it!" "I sail before sunrise," he shouted in answer, and went on board. When he came up from his cabin after an uneasy night, it was dark yet. A lank figure strolled across the deck. "Here I am," said Jorgensen huskily. "Die there or here, all one. But if I die there, remember, the girl must eat." Lingard was one of the few who had seen Jorgensen's girl. She had a wrinkled brown face, a lot of tangled grey hair, a few black stumps of teeth, and had been married to him lately by an enterprising young missionary from Bukit Timah. What her appearance might have been once, when Jorgensen gave for her $300 and several brass guns, it was impossible to say. All that was left of her youth was a pair of eyes, undimmed and mournful, which, when she was alone, seemed to look stonily into the past of 2 lives. When Jorgensen was near, they followed his movements with anxious pertinacity. And now, within the sarong thrown over the grey head, they were dropping unseen tears, while Jorgensen's girl rocked herself to and fro, squatting alone in a corner of the dark hut. "Don't you worry about that," said Lingard, grasping Jorgensen's hand. "She shall want for nothing. All I expect you to do is look a little after Bellerab's morals when I'm away. One more trip I must make, and then we shall be ready to go ahead. I've foreseen every single thing, trust me." In this way did the restless shade of Captain H.C. Jorgensen recross the water of oblivion to step back into the life of men. End of Part 2, Section 5. Part 2, Section 6 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Section 6. For 2 years Lingard, who had thrown himself body and soul into the great enterprise, had lived in the long intoxication of slowly preparing success. No thought of failure had crossed his mind, and no price appeared too heavy to pay for such a magnificent achievement. It was nothing less than bringing Hassim triumphantly back to that country seen once at night under the low clouds and in the incessant tumult of thunder. When, at the conclusion of some long talk with Hassim, who for the 20th time perhaps had related the story of his wrongs and his struggle, he lifted his big arm and, shaking his fist above his head, shouted, "We will stir them up, we will wake up the country," he was, without knowing it in the least, making a complete confession of the idealism hidden under the simplicity of his strength. He would wake up the country. That was the fundamental and unconscious emotion on which were engrafted his need of action, the primitive sense of what was due to justice, to gratitude, to friendship, the sentimental pity for the hard lot of Emada, poor child, the proud conviction that of all the men in the world, in his world, he alone had the means and the pluck to lift up the big end of such an adventure. Money was wanted, and men were wanted, and he had obtained enough of both in 2 years from that day when, pistols in his belt and a cabbage-leaf hat on head, he had unexpectedly and at early dawn confronted in perfect silence that mysterious Ballarab, who himself was for a moment too astounded for speech at the sight of a white face. The sun had not yet cleared the forests of the interior, but a sky already full of light arched over a dark oval lagoon, over wide fields as yet full of shadows that seemed slowly changing into the whiteness of the morning mist. There were huts, fences, palisades, big houses that, erected on lofty piles, were seen above the tops of clustered fruit trees, as if suspended in the air. Such was the aspect of Ballarab's settlement when Lingard set his eyes on it for the first time. There were all these things, a great number of faces at the back of the spare and muffled-up figure confronting him, and, in the swiftly increasing light, a complete stillness that made the murmur of the word Mahaba, welcome, pronounced at last by the chief, perfectly audible to every one of his followers. The bodyguards who stood about him in black skull-caps and with long-shafted lances preserved an impassive aspect. Across open spaces men could be seen running to the waterside. A group of women standing on a low knoll gazed intently, and nothing of them but the head showed above the unstirring stalks of a maize-field. Suddenly, within a cluster of empty huts nearby, the voice of an invisible hag was heard scolding with shrill fury an invisible young girl. "Strangers! You want to see the strangers! Oh, devoid of all decency! Must I, so lame and old, husk the rice alone? May evil befall thee and the strangers! May they never find favour! May they be pursued with swords! I am old! I am old! There is no good in strangers. Oh, girl, may they burn." "Welcome," repeated Bellarab gravely, and looking straight into Lingard's eyes. Lingard spent 6 days that time in Bellarab's settlement. Of these, 3 were passed in observing each other without a question being asked or a hint given as to the object in view. Lingard lounged on the fine mats with which the chief had furnished a small bamboo house outside a fortified enclosure, where a white flag with a green border fluttered on a high and slender pole, but still below the walls of long, high-roofed buildings, raised 40 feet or more on hardwood posts. Far away the inland forests were tinted a shimmering blue, like the forests of a dream. On the seaward side the belt of great trunks and matted undergrowths came to the western shore of the oval lagoon, and in the pure freshness of the air the groups of brown houses reflected in the water or seen above the waving green of the fields, the clumps of palm trees, the fenced-in plantations, the groves of fruit trees, made up a picture of sumptuous prosperity. Above the buildings, the men, the women, the still sheet of water, and the great plain of crops glistening with dew, stretched the exalted, the miraculous peace of a cloudless sky. And no road seemed to lead into this country of splendour and stillness. One could not believe the unquiet sea was so near, with its gifts and its unending menace. Even during the months of storms, the great clamour rising from the whitened expanse of the shallows dwelt high in the air in a vast murmur, now feeble, now stronger, that seemed to swing back and forth on the wind above the earth without anyone being able to tell whence it came. It was like the solemn chant of a waterfall, swelling and dying away above the woods, the fields, above the roofs of houses and the heads of men, above the secret peace of that hidden and flourishing settlement of vanquished fanatics, fugitives, and outcasts. Every afternoon Bellarab, followed by an escort that stopped outside the door, entered alone the house of his guest. He gave the salutation, inquired after his health, conversed about insignificant things with an inscrutable mien. But all the time the steadfast gaze of his thoughtful eyes seemed to seek the truth within that white face. In the cool of the evening, before the sun had set, they talked together, passing and repassing between the rugged pillars of the grove near the gate of the stockade. The escort, away in the oblique sunlight, followed with their eyes the strolling figures appearing and vanishing behind the trees. Many words were pronounced, but nothing was said that would disclose the thoughts of the 2 men. They clasped hands demonstratively before separating, and the heavy slam of the gate was followed by the triple thud of the wooden bars dropping into iron clamps. On the 3rd night Lingard was awakened from a light sleep by the sound of whispering outside. A black shadow obscured the stars in the doorway, and a man, entering suddenly, stood above his couch, while another could be seen squatting, a dark lump on the threshold of the hut. "Fear not, I am Bellarab," said a cautious voice. "I was not afraid," whispered Lingard. "It is the man coming in the dark and without warning who is in danger." "And did you not come to me without warning?" I said, "Welcome." It was as easy for me to say, "Kill him." "You were within reach of my arm. We would have died together," retorted Lingard quietly. The other clicked his tongue twice, and his indistinct shape seemed to sink halfway through the floor. "It was not written thus before we were born," he said, sitting cross-legged near the mats and in a deadened voice. "Therefore you are my guest. Let the talk between us be straight, like the shaft of a spear, and shorter than the remainder of this night. What do you want?" "First, your long life," answered Lingard, leaning forward towards the gleam of a pair of eyes. "And then your help." End of Part 2, Section 6. Part 2, Section 7 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dann. Part 2, Section 7. The faint murmur of the words spoken on that night lingered for a long time in Lingard's ears, more persistent than the memory of an uproar. He looked with a fixed gaze at the stars burning peacefully in the square of the doorway, while after listening in silence to all he had to say, Belarab, as if seduced by the strength and audacity of the white man, opened his heart without reserve. He talked of his youth, surrounded by the fury of fanaticism and war, of battles on the hills, of advances through the forests, of men's unswerving piety, of their inextinguishable hate. Not a single wandering cloud obscured the gentle splendour of the rectangular patch of starlight framed in the opaque blackness of the hut. Belarab murmured on of a succession of reverses, of the ring of disasters narrowing round men's fading hopes and undiminished courage. He whispered of defeat and flight, of the days of despair, of the nights without sleep, of unending pursuit, of the bewildered horror and sombre fury of their women and children killed in the stockade before the besieged sallied forth to die. "I have seen all this before I was in years a man," he cried low. His voice vibrated. In the pause that succeeded, they heard a light sigh of the sleeping follower who, clasping his legs above his ankles, rested his forehead on his knees. "And there was amongst us," began Belarab again, "one white man who remained to the end, who was faithful with his strength, with his courage, with his wisdom. A great man. He had great riches, but a greater heart. The memory of Jorgensen, emaciated and grey-haired and trying to borrow $5 to get something to eat for the girl, passed before Lingard suddenly upon the pacific glitter of the stars. He resembled you," pursued Belarab abruptly. "We escaped with him, and in his ship came here. It was a solitude. The forest came near to the sheet of water. The rank grass waved upon the heads of tall men. Telal, my father, died of weariness. We were only a few, and we all nearly died of trouble and sadness, here, on this spot. And no enemies could tell where we had gone. It was the shore of refuge and starvation." He droned on in the night with rising and falling inflections. He told how his desperate companions wanted to go out and die fighting on the sea against the ships from the west, the ships with high sides and white sails, and how, unflinching and alone, he kept them battling with the thorny bush, with the rank grass, with the soaring and enormous trees. Lingard, leaning on his elbow and staring through the door, recalled the image of the wide fields outside, sleeping now in an immensity of serenity and starlight. This quiet and almost invisible talker had done it all. In him was the origin, the creation, the fate, and in the wonder of that thought the shadowy murmuring figure acquired a gigantic greatness of significance, as if it had been the embodiment of some natural force, of a force forever masterful and undying. "And even now my life is unsafe, as if I were their enemy," said Belarab mournfully. "Eyes do not kill, nor angry words, and curses have no power, else the Dutch would not grow fat living on our land, and I would not be alive tonight. Do you understand? Have you seen the men who fought in the old days? They have not forgotten the times of war. I have given them homes and quiet hearts and full bellies, I alone, and they curse my name in the dark in each other's ears, because they can never forget." This man, whose talk had been of war and violence, discovered unexpectedly a passionate craving for security and peace. No one would understand him. Some of those who would not understand had died. His white teeth gleamed cruelly in the dark. But there were others he could not kill, the fools. He wanted the land and the people in it to be forgotten, as if they had been swallowed by the sea, but they had neither wisdom nor patience. Could they not wait? They chanted prayers 5 times every day, but they had not the faith. "Death comes to all, and to the believers the end of trouble. But you white men who are too strong for us, you also die. you'd die. And there is a paradise as great as all earth and all heaven together, but not for you, not for you." Lingard, amazed, listened without a sound. The sleeper snored faintly. Balarab continued very calm after this almost involuntary outburst of a consoling belief. He explained that he wanted somebody at his back, somebody strong and whom he could trust, some outside force that would awe the unruly, that would inspire their ignorance with fear and make his rule secure. He groped in the dark and, seizing Lingard's arm above the elbow, pressed it with force and then let go. And Lingard understood why his temerity had been so successful. Then and there, in return for Lingard's open support, a few guns and a little money, Balarab promised his help for the conquest of Wajo. There was no doubt he could find men who would fight. He would send messages to friends at a distance, and there were also many unquiet spirits in his own district ready for any adventure. He spoke of these men with fierce contempt and an angry tenderness in mingled accents of envy and disdain. He was wearied by their folly, by their recklessness, by their impatience, and he seemed to resent these as if they had been gifts of which he himself had been deprived by the fatality of his wisdom. They would fight. When the time came, Lingard had only to speak, and a sign from him would send them to a vain death, those men who could not wait for an opportunity on this earth or for the eternal revenge of heaven. He ceased and towered upright in the gloom. "Awake!" he exclaimed, low, bending over the sleeping man. Their black shapes, passing in turn, eclipsed for 2 successive moments the glitter of the stars, and Lingard, who had not stirred, remained alone. He lay back full length, with an arm thrown across his eyes. When, 3 days afterwards, he left Balarab's settlement, it was on a calm morning of unclouded peace. All the boats of the brig came up into the lagoon, armed and manned, to make more impressive the solemn fact of a concluded alliance. A staring crowd watched his imposing departure in profound silence, and with an increased sense of wonder at the mystery of his apparition. The progress of the boats was smooth and slow while they crossed the wide lagoon. Lingard looked back once. A great stillness had laid its hand over the earth, the sky and the men, upon the immobility of landscape and people. Asim and Imara, standing out clearly by the side of the chief, raised their arms in a last salutation, and the distant gesture appeared sad, futile, lost in space, like a sign of distress made by castaways in the vain hope of an impossible help. He departed, he returned, he went away again, and each time those 2 figures, lonely on some sandbank of the shallows, made at him the same futile sign of greeting or goodbye. Their arms at each movement seemed to draw closer round his heart the bonds of a protecting affection. He worked prosaically, earning money to pay the cost of the romantic necessity that had invaded his life, and the money ran like water out of his hands. The owner of the New England Voice remitted not a little of it to his people in Baltimore, but import houses in the ports of the Far East had their share. It paid for a fast prow which, commanded by Jaffir, sailed into unfrequented bays and up unexplored rivers, carrying secret messages, important news, generous bribes. A good part of it went to the purchase of the Emma. The Emma was a battered and decrepit old schooner that, in the decline of her existence, had been much ill-used by a paunchy white trader of cunning and gluttonous aspect. This man boasted outrageously afterwards of the good price he had got for that rotten old hooker of mine, you know. The Emma left port mysteriously in company with the brig, and henceforth vanished from the seas forever. Lingard had her towed up the creek and ran her aground upon that shore of the lagoon farthest from Balarab's settlement. There had been at that time a great rise of waters, which, retiring soon after, left the old craft cradled in the mud, with her bows grounded high between the trunks of 2 big trees, and leaning over a little, as though after a hard life she had settled wearily to an everlasting rest. There, a few months later, Jorgensen found her when, called back into the life of men, he reappeared, together with Lingard, in the land of Refuge. "She is better than a fort on shore," said Lingard, as side by side they leant over the taffrail, looking across the lagoon on the houses and palm groves of the settlement. "All the guns and powder I have got together so far are stored in her. Good idea, wasn't it? There will be perhaps no other flood for years, and now they can't come alongside unless right under the counter, and only one boat at a time. I think you're perfectly safe here. You could keep off a whole fleet of boats. She isn't easy to set fire to. The forest in front is better than a wall. Well?" Jorgensen assented in grunts. He looked at the desolate emptiness of the decks, at the stripped spars, at the dead body of the dismantled little vessel that would know the life of the seas no more. The gloom of the forest fell on her, mournful like a winding sheet. The bushes of the bank tapped their twigs on the bluff of her bows, and a pendant spike of tiny brown blossoms swung to and fro over the ruins of her windlass. Hassim's companions garrisoned the old hulk, and Jorgensen, left in charge, prowled about from stem to stern, taciturn and anxiously faithful to his trust. He had been received with astonishment, respect and awe. Balarab visited him often. Sometimes those whom he had known in their prime years ago, during a struggle for faith and life, would come to talk with the white man. Their voices were like the echoes of stirring events in the pale glamour of a youth gone by. They nodded their old heads. "Do you remember?" they said. He remembered, only too well. He was like a man raised from the dead, for whom the fascinating trust in the power of life is tainted by the black scepticism of the grave. Only at times the invincible belief in the reality of existence would come back, insidious and inspiring. He squared his shoulders, held himself straight, and walked with a firmer step. He felt a glow within him and the quickened beat of his heart. And then he calculated in silent excitement Lingard's chances of success, and he lived for a time with the life of that other man who knew nothing of the black scepticism of the grave. The chances were good, very good. "I should like to see it through," Jorgensen muttered to himself ardently, and his lustreless eyes would flash for a moment. End of Part 2, Section 7. Part 3, The Capture, Section 1, of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 1. "Some people," said Lingard, "go about the world with their eyes shut. You're right. The sea is free to all of us. Some work on it, and some play the fool on it, and I don't care. Only you may take it from me that I will let no man's play interfere with my work. You want me to understand that you are a very great man." Mr. Travers smiled coldly. "Oh, yes," continued Lingard, "I understand that well enough. But remember, you are very far from home, while I am where I belong, and I belong where I am. I am just Tom Lingard, no more, no less, wherever I happen to be, and you may ask—" A sweep of his hand along the western horizon entrusted with perfect confidence the remainder of his speech to the dumb testimony of the sea. He had been on board the yacht for more than an hour, and nothing for him had come of it but the birth of an unreasoning hate to the unconscious demand of these people's presence, of their ignorance, of their faces, of their voices, of their eyes. He had nothing to give but a resentment that had in it a germ of reckless violence. He could tell them nothing because he had not the means. Their coming at this moment, when he had wandered beyond that circle which race, memories, early associations, all the essential conditions of one's origins trace around every man's life, deprived him in a manner of the power of speech. He was confounded. It was like meeting exacting spectres in a desert. He stared at the open sea, his arms crossed with a reflective fierceness. His very appearance made him utterly different from everyone on board that vessel. The grey shirt, the blue sash, one rolled-up sleeve bearing a sculptural forearm, the negligent masterfulness of his tone and pose were very distasteful to Mr. Travers, who, having made up his mind to wait for some kind of official assistance, regarded the intrusion of that inexplicable man with suspicion. From the moment Lingard came on board the yacht, every eye in that vessel had been fixed upon him. Only Carter, within earshot and leaning with his elbow upon the rail, stared down at the deck as if overcome with drowsiness or lost in thought. Of the three other persons aft, Mr. Travers kept his hands in the side pockets of his jacket and did not conceal his growing disgust. On the other side of the deck, a lady, in a long chair, had a passive attitude that to Mr. Dalsasse, standing near her, seemed characteristic of the manner in which she accepted the necessities of existence. Years before, as an attaché to his embassy in London, he had found her an interesting hostess. She was even more interesting now, since a chance meeting and Mr. Travers' offer of a passage to Batavia had given him an opportunity of studying the various shades of scorn which he suspected to be the secret of her acquiescence in the shallowness of events and the monotony of a worldly existence. There were things that from the first he had not been able to understand. For instance, why she should have married Mr. Travers. It must have been from ambition. He could not help feeling that such a successful mistake would explain completely her scorn and also her acquiescence. The meeting in Manila had been utterly unexpected to him, and he accounted for it to his uncle, the Governor-General of the colony, by pointing out that Englishmen, when worsted in the struggle of love or politics, travel extensively, as if by encompassing a large portion of Earth's surface they hoped to gather fresh strength for a renewed contest. As to himself, he judged, but did not say, that his contest with fate was ended, though he also travelled, leaving behind him in the capitals of Europe a story in which there was nothing scandalous but the publicity of an excessive feeling, and nothing more tragic than the early death of a woman whose brilliant perfections were no better known to the great world than the discreet and passionate devotion she had innocently inspired. The invitation to join the yacht was the culminating point of many exchanged civilities, and was mainly prompted by Mr. Travers' desire to have somebody to talk to. Dalsasse had accepted with the reckless indifference of a man to whom one method of flight from a relentless enemy is as good as another. Certainly the prospect of listening to long monologues on commerce, administration, and politics did not promise much alleviation to his sorrow, and he could not expect much else from Mr. Travers, whose life and thought, ignorant of human passion, were devoted to extracting the greatest possible amount of personal advantage from human institutions. Dalsasse found, however, that he could attain a measure of forgetfulness, the most precious thing for him now, in the society of Edith Travers. She had awakened his curiosity, which he thought nothing and nobody on earth could do any more. These two talked of things indifferent and interesting, certainly not connected with human institutions, and only very slightly with human passions, but Dalsasse could not help being made aware of her latent capacity for sympathy developed in those who are disenchanted with life or death. How far she was disenchanted he did not know, and did not attempt to find out. This restraint was imposed upon him by the chivalrous respect he had for the secrets of women, and by a conviction that deep feeling is often impenetrably obscure, even to those it masters for their inspiration or their ruin. He believed that even she herself would never know, but his grave curiosity was satisfied by the observation of her mental state, and he was not sorry that the stranding of the yacht prolonged his opportunity. Time passed on that mudbank as well as anywhere else, and it was not from a multiplicity of events, but from the lapse of time alone, that he expected relief. Yet in the sameness of days upon the shallows, time flowing ceaselessly, flowed imperceptibly, and since every man clings to his own, be it joy, be it grief, he was pleased after the unrest of his wanderings to be able to fancy the whole universe and even time itself apparently come to a standstill, as if unwilling to take him away further from his sorrow, which was fading indeed, but undiminished, as things fade not in the distance, but in the mist. End of Part 3, Section 1. Part 3, Section 2 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 2. Dann was a man of nearly 40, lean and sallow, with hollow eyes and a drooping brown moustache. His gaze was penetrating and direct, his smile frequent and fleeting. He observed Lingard with great interest. He was attracted by that elusive something, a line, a fold, perhaps the form of the eye, the droop of an eyelid, the curve of a cheek, that trifling trait which on no two faces on earth is alike, that in each face is the very foundation of expression, as if, all the rest being heredity, mystery or accident, it alone had been shaped consciously by the soul within. Now and then he bent slightly over the slow beat of a red fan in the curve of the deck chair to say a few words to Mrs. Travers, who answered him without looking up, without a modulation of tone or a play of feature, as if she had spoken from behind the veil of an immense indifference stretched between her and all men, between her heart and the meaning of events, between her eyes and the shallow sea, which, like her gaze, appeared profound, forever stilled, and seemed far off in the distance of a faint horizon, beyond the reach of eye, beyond the power of hand or voice, to lose itself in the sky. Mr. Travers stepped aside and, speaking to Carter, overwhelmed him with reproaches. "You misunderstood your instructions," murmured Mr. Travers rapidly. "Why did you bring this man here? I'm surprised." "Not half so much as I was last night," growled the young seaman, without any reverence in his tone, very provoking to Mr. Travers. "I perceive now you were totally unfit for the mission I entrusted you with," went on the owner of the yacht. "It's he who got hold of me," said Carter. "Haven't you heard him yourself, sir?" "Nonsense," whispered Mr. Travers angrily. "Have you any idea what his intentions may be?" "I half believe," answered Carter, "that his intention was to shoot me in his cabin last night if I—" "That's not the point," interrupted Mr. Travers. "Have you any opinion as to his motives in coming here?" Carter raised his weary, bloodshot eyes in a face scarlet and peeling, as though it had been licked by a flame. "I know no more than you do, sir. Last night, when he had me in that cabin of his, he said he would just as soon shoot me as let me go look for any other help. It looks as if he were desperately bent upon getting a lot of salvage money out of a stranded yacht." Mr. Travers turned away, and for a moment appeared immersed in deep thought. This accident of stranding upon a deserted coast was annoying as a loss of time. He tried to minimize it by putting in order the notes collected during the year's travel in the East. He had sent off for assistance. His sailing master, very crestfallen, made bold to say that the yacht would most likely float at the next spring tides. Dann, a person of undoubted nobility, though of inferior principles, was better than no company, in so far at least that he could play piquet. Mr. Travers had made up his mind to wait. Then suddenly this rough man, looking as if he had stepped out from an engraving in a book about buccaneers, broke in upon his resignation with mysterious allusions to danger, which sounded absurd, yet were disturbing, with dark and warning sentences that sounded like disguised menaces. Mr. Travers had a heavy and rather long chin, which he shaved. His eyes were blue, a chill, naive blue. He faced Lingard, untouched by travel, without a mark of weariness or exposure, with the air of having been born invulnerable. He had a full, pale face, and his complexion was perfectly colourless, yet amazingly fresh, as if he had been reared in the shade. He thought, "I must put an end to this preposterous hectoring. I won't be intimidated into paying for services I don't need." Mr. Travers felt a strong disgust for the impudence of the attempt, and all at once, incredibly, strangely, as though the thing, like a contest with a rival or a friend, had been of profound importance to his career, he felt inexplicably elated at the thought of defeating the secret purposes of that man. Lingard, unconscious of everything and everybody, contemplated the sea. He had grown on it, he had lived with it, it had enticed him away from home. On it his thoughts had expanded and his hand had found work to do. It had suggested endeavour. It had made him owner and commander of the finest brig afloat. It had lulled him into a belief in himself, in his strength, in his luck. And suddenly, by its complicity in a fatal accident, it had brought him face to face with a difficulty that looked like the beginning of disaster. He had said all he dared to say, and he perceived that he was not believed. This had not happened to him for years. It had never happened. It bewildered him, as if he had suddenly discovered that he was no longer himself. He had come to them and had said, "I mean well by you, I'm Tom Lingard," and they did not believe. Before such scepticism he was helpless, because he had never imagined it possible. He had said, "You are in the way of my work, you are in the way of what I cannot give up for anyone, but I will see you through all safe if you will only trust me, Tom Lingard." And they would not believe him. It was intolerable. He imagined himself sweeping their disbelief out of his way. And why not? He did not know them, he did not care for them, he did not even need to lift his hand against them. All he had to do was to shut his eyes now for a day or two, and afterward he could forget that he had ever seen them. It would be easy. Let their disbelief vanish, their folly disappear, their bodies perish. It was that, or ruin. End of Part 3, Section 2. Part 3, Section 3 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 3. Lingard's gaze, detaching itself from the silent sea, travelled slowly over the silent figures clustering forward, over the faces of the seamen, attentive and surprised, over the faces never seen before, yet suggesting old days, his youth, other seas, the distant shores of early memories. Mr. Travers gave a start also, and the hand which had been busy with his left whisker went into the pocket of his jacket, as though he had plucked out something worth keeping. He made a quick step towards Lingard. "I don't see my way to utilize your services," he said with cold finality. Lingard, grasping his beard, looked down at him thoughtfully for a short time. "Perhaps it's just as well," he said very slowly, "because I did not offer my services. I've offered to take you on board my brig for a few days as your only chance of safety. And you asked me what were my motives. My motives! If you don't see them, they are not for you to know." And these men, who 2 hours before had never seen each other, stood for a moment close together, antagonistic, as if they had been lifelong enemies, one short, dapper, and glaring upward, the other towering heavily and looking down in contempt and anger. Mr. D'Alsace, without taking his eyes off them, bent low over the deck-chair. "Have you ever seen a man dashing himself at a stone wall?" he asked confidentially. "No," said Mrs. Travers, gazing straight before her above the slow flutter of the fan. "No, I did not know it was ever done. Men burrow under or slip round quietly while they look the other way." "Ah, you define diplomacy," murmured D'Alsace. "A little of it here would do no harm. But our picturesque visitor has none of it. I've a great liking for him." "Already," breathed out Mrs. Travers, with a smile that touched her lips with its bright wing, and was flown almost before it could be seen. "There is liking at first sight," affirmed D'Alsace, "as well as love at first sight. The coup de foudre, you know." She looked up for a moment, and he went on gravely. "I think it is the truest, the most profound of sentiments. You do not love because of what is in the other. You love because of something that is in you, something alive, in yourself. He struck his breast lightly with the tip of one finger. "A capacity in you, and not everyone may have it. Not everyone deserves to be touched by fire from heaven." "And die," she said. He made a slight movement. "Who can tell? That is as it may be, but it is always a privilege, even if one must live a little after being burnt." Through the silences between them, Mr. Travers' voice came plainly, saying with irritation, "I've told you already that I do not want you. I've sent a messenger to the governor of the Straits. Don't be importunate." Then Lingard, standing with his back to them, growled out something which must have exasperated Mr. Travers, because his voice was pitched higher. "You are playing a dangerous game, I warn you. Sir John, as it happens, is a personal friend of mine. He will send a cruiser." And Lingard interrupted recklessly loud, "As long as he does not get here for the next 10 days, I don't care. Cruisers are scarce just now in the Straits, and to turn my back on you is no hanging matter anyhow. I would risk that and more, do you hear? And more." He stamped his foot heavily. Mr. Travers stepped back. "You will gain nothing by trying to frighten me," he said. "I don't know who you are." Every eye in the yacht was wide open. The men, crowded upon each other, stared stupidly like a flock of sheep. Mr. Travers pulled out a handkerchief and passed it over his forehead. The face of the sailing master, who leaned against the mainmast as near as he dared to approach the gentry, was shining and crimson between white whiskers, like a glowing coal between 2 patches of snow. D'Alsace whispered, "It is a quarrel, and the picturesque man is angry. He is hurt." Mrs. Travers' fan rested on her knees, and she sat still, as if waiting to hear more. "Do you think I ought to make an effort for peace?" asked D'Alsace. She did not answer, and after waiting a little, he insisted, "What is your opinion? Shall I try to mediate, as a neutral, as a benevolent neutral? I like that man with the beard." The interchange of angry phrases went on aloud, amidst general consternation. "I would turn my back on you, only I'm thinking of these poor devils here," growled Lingard furiously. "Did you ask them how they feel about it?" "I ask no one," spluttered Mr. Travers. "Everybody here depends on my judgment." "I'm sorry for them, then," pronounced Lingard with sudden deliberation, and leaning forward with his arms crossed on his breast. At this, Mr. Travers positively jumped and forgot himself so far as to shout, "You are an impudent fellow! I have nothing more to say to you." D'Alsace, after muttering to himself, "This is getting serious," made a movement, and could not believe his ears when he heard Mrs. Travers say rapidly, with a kind of fervour, "Don't go, pray, don't stop them. Oh, this is truth, this is anger, something real at last." D'Alsace leaned back at once against the rail. Then Mr. Travers, with one arm extended, repeated very loudly, "Nothing more to say. Leave my ship at once." And directly the black dog, stretched at his wife's feet, muzzle on paws and blinking yellow eyes, growled discontentedly at the noise. Mrs. Travers laughed, a faint bright laugh that seemed to escape, to glide, to dart between her white teeth. D'Alsace, concealing his amazement, was looking down at her gravely, and after a slight gasp she said with little bursts of merriment between every few words, "No, but this is such a fresh experience for me to hear, to see something genuine and human. Ah, one would think they had waited all their lives for this opportunity. All their lives for this. These strange words struck D'Alsace as perfectly just, as throwing an unexpected light. But after a smile he said seriously, "This reality may go too far. A man who looks so picturesque is capable of anything. Allow me." And he left her side, moving towards Lingard, loose-limbed and gaunt, yet having in his whole bearing, in his walk, in every leisurely movement, an air of distinction and ceremony. Lingard spun round with aggressive mien to the light touch on his shoulder, but as soon as he took his eyes off Mr. Travers, his anger fell, seemed to sink without a sound at his feet like a rejected garment. "Pardon me," said D'Alsace composedly. The slight wave of his hand was hardly more than an indication, the beginning of a conciliating gesture. "Pardon me, but this is a matter requiring perfect confidence on both sides. Don Martin here, who is a person of importance—" "I've spoken my mind plainly. I've said as much as I dare. On my word I have," declared Lingard with an air of good temper. "Ah," said D'Alsace reflectively, "then your reserve is a matter of pledged faith, of honour." Lingard also appeared thoughtful for a moment. "You may put it that way, and I owe nothing to a man who couldn't see my hand when I put it out to him as I came aboard." "You have so much the advantage of us here," replied D'Alsace, "that you may well be generous and forget that oversight, and then just a little more confidence." "My dear D'Alsace, you are absurd," broke in Mr. Travers in a calm voice, but with white lips. "I did not come out all this way to shake hands promiscuously and receive confidences from the first adventurer that comes along." D'Alsace stepped back with an almost imperceptible inclination of the head at Lingard, who stood for a moment with twitching face. "I am an adventurer," he burst out, "and if I hadn't been an adventurer I would have had to starve or work at home for such people as you. If I weren't an adventurer, you would be most likely lying dead on this deck with your cutthroat gaping at the sky." Mr. Travers waved this speech away, but others also had heard. Carter listened watchfully, and some alarming notion, seemed to dawn all at once upon the thick little sailing master, who rushed on his short legs and, tugging at Carter's sleeve, stammered desperately, "What's he saying? Who's he? What's up? Are the natives unfriendly? My book says natives friendly all along this coast. My book says—" Carter, who had glanced over the side, jerked his arm free. "You go down into the pantry where you belong, skipper, and read that bit about the natives over again," he said to his superior officer with savage contempt. "I'll be hanged if some of them ain't coming aboard now to eat you, book and all. Get out of the way and let the gentleman have the first chance of a row." Then, addressing Lingard, he drawled in his old way, "That crazy mate of yours has sent your boat back, with a couple of visitors in her too." Before he apprehended plainly the meaning of these words, Lingard caught sight of two heads rising above the rail, the head of Hasim and the head of Imada. Then their bodies ascended into view, as though these two beings had gradually emerged from the shallows. They stood for a moment on the platform, looking down on the deck, as if about to step into the unknown, then descended and, walking aft, entered the half-light under the awning shading the luxurious surroundings, the complicated emotions of the, to them, inconceivable existences. Lingard, without waiting a moment, cried, "What news, O Rajah?" Hasim's eyes made the round of the schooner's decks. He had left his gun in the boat and advanced empty-handed, with a tranquil assurance as if bearing a welcome offering in the faint smile of his lips. Imada, half hidden behind his shoulders, followed lightly, her elbows pressed close to her side. The thick fringe of her eyelashes was dropped like a veil. She looked youthful and brooding. She had an aspect of shy resolution. They stopped within arm's length of the whites, and for some time nobody said a word. Then Hasim gave Lingard a significant glance, and uttered rapidly, with a slight toss of the head that indicated in a manner the whole of the yacht, "I see no guns." "No," said Lingard, looking suddenly confused. It had occurred to him that for the first time in 2 years or more he had forgotten, utterly forgotten, these people's existence. Imada stood slight and rigid with downcast eyes. Hasim, at his ease, scrutinized the faces, as if searching for elusive points of similitude or for subtle shades of difference. "What is this new intrusion?" asked Mr. Travers angrily. "These are the fisher folk, sir," broke in the sailing master. "We've observed these 3 days past, flitting about in a canoe, but they never had the sense to answer our hail, and yet a bit of fish for your breakfast." He smiled obsequiously, and all at once, without provocation, began to bellow, "Hey, Johnny, I've got fish, fish, 1 piece fish, savvy? Fish, fish." He gave it up suddenly to say in a deferential tone, "Can't make them savages understand anything, sir," and withdrew as if after a clever feat. Hassim looked at Lingard. "Why did the little white man make that outcry?" he asked anxiously. "Their desire is to eat fish," said Lingard in an enraged tone. Then, before the air of extreme surprise which incontinently appeared on the other's face, he could not restrain a short and hopeless laugh. "Eat fish," repeated Hassim, staring. "Oh, you white people. Oh, you white people. Eat fish. Good. But why make that noise, and why did you send them here without guns?" After a significant glance down upon the slope of the deck caused by the vessel being on the ground, he added with a slight nod at Lingard, "And without knowledge?" "You should not have come here, O Hassim," said Lingard testily. "Here no one understands. They take a Rajah for a fisherman." "Yawa, a great mistake, for truly the chief of 10 fugitives without a country is much less than the headman of a fishing village," observed Hassim composedly. Yamada sighed. "But you, Tuan, at least know the truth," he went on with quiet irony. Then, after a pause, "We came here because you had forgotten to look toward us, who had waited, sleeping little at night, and in the day watching with hot eyes the empty water at the foot of the sky for you." Yamama murmured without lifting her head, "You never looked for us. Never, never once." "There was too much trouble in my eyes," explained Lingard with that patient gentleness of tone and face which, every time he spoke to the young girl, seemed to disengage itself from his whole person, enveloping his fierceness, softening his aspect, such as the dreamy mist that in the early radiance of the morning weaves a veil of tender charm about a rugged rock in mid-ocean. "I must look now to the right and to the left, as in a time of sudden danger," he added after a moment, and she whispered an appalled "Why?" so low that its pain floated away in the silence of attentive men, without response, unheard, ignored, like the pain of an impalpable thought. End of Part 3, Section 3. Part 3, Section 4 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 4. Dalsace, standing back, surveyed them all with a profound and alert attention. Lingard seemed unable to tear himself away from the yacht, and remained checked, as it were, in the act of going, like a man who has stopped to think out the last thing to say. And that stillness of a body, forgotten by the labouring mind, reminded Carter of that moment in the cabin when alone he had seen this man thus wrestling with his thought, motionless and locked in the grip of his conscience. Mr. Travers muttered audibly through his teeth, "How long is this performance going to last? I have desired you to go." "Think of these poor devils," whispered Lingard with a quick glance at the crew huddled up nearby. "You are the kind of man I would be least disposed to trust in any case," said Mr. Travers incisively, very low, and with an inexplicable but very apparent satisfaction. "You're only wasting your time here. You... He stammered and stared. He chewed with growls some insulting word, and at last swallowed it with an effort. "My time pays for your life," he said. He became aware of a sudden stir, and saw that Mrs. Travers had risen from her chair. She walked impulsively toward the group on the quarter-deck, making straight for Yamada. Hassim had stepped aside, and his detached gaze of a Malay gentleman passed by her as if she had been invisible. She was tall, supple, moving freely. Her complexion was so dazzling in the shade that it seemed to throw out a halo round her head. Upon a smooth and wide brow, an abundance of pale fair hair, fine as silk, undulating like the sea, heavy like a helmet, descended low without a trace of gloss, without a gleam in its coils, as though it had never been touched by a ray of light, and a throat white, smooth, palpitating with life, A round neck, modelled with strength and delicacy, supported gloriously that radiant face and that pale mass of hair, unkissed by sunshine. She said with animation, "Why, it's a girl!" Mrs. Travers extorted from Dalsace a fresh tribute of curiosity. A strong puff of wind fluttered the awnings, and one of the screens blowing out wide let in upon the quarter-deck the rippling glitter of the shallows, showing to Dalsace the luminous vastness of the sea, with the line of the distant horizon, dark like the edge of the encompassing night, drawn at the height of Mrs. Travers' shoulder. Where was it he had seen her last? A long time before, on the other side of the world. There was also the glitter of splendour around her then, and an impression of luminous vastness. The encompassing night, too, was there, the night that waits for its time to move forward upon the glitter, the splendour, the men, the women. He could not remember for the moment, but he became convinced that of all the women he knew, she alone seemed to be made for action. Every one of her movements had firmness, ease, the meaning of a vital fact, the moral beauty of a fearless expression. Her supple figure was not dishonoured by any faltering of outlines under the plain dress of dark blue stuff moulding her form with bold simplicity. She had only very few steps to make, but before she had stopped, confronting Imada, Dalsace remembered her suddenly as he had seen her last, out west, far away, impossibly different, as if in another universe, as if presented by the fantasy of a fevered memory. He saw her in a luminous perspective of palatial drawing-rooms, in the restless eddy and flow of a human sea, at the foot of walls high as cliffs, under lofty ceilings that like a tropical sky flung light and heat upon the shallow glitter of uniforms, of stars, of diamonds, of eyes sparkling in the weary or impassive faces of the throng at an official reception. Outside he had found the unavoidable darkness with its aspect of patient waiting, a cloudy sky holding back the dawn of a London morning. It was difficult to believe. Lingard, who had been looking dangerously fierce, slapped his thigh and showed signs of agitation. "By heavens, I had forgotten all about you," he pronounced in dismay. Mrs. Travers fixed her eyes on Imada. Fair-haired and white, she asserted herself before the girl of olive face and raven locks with the maturity of perfection, with the superiority of the flower over the leaf, of the phrase that contains a thought over the cry that can only express an emotion. Immense spaces and countless centuries stretched between them, and she looked at her as when one looks into one's own heart with absorbed curiosity, with still wonder, with an immense compassion. Lingard murmured warningly, "Don't touch her." Mrs. Travers looked at him. "Do you think I could hurt her?" she asked softly, and was so startled to hear him mutter a gloomy "perhaps" that she whispered before she smiled, "Almost a child, and so pretty. What a delicate face," she said, while another deep sigh of the sea breeze lifted and let fall the screens, so that the sound, the wind, and the glitter seemed to rush in together and bear her words away into space. "I had no idea of anything so charmingly gentle," she went on in a voice that without effort glowed, caressed, and had a magic power of delight to the soul. "So young. And she lives here, does she? On the sea? Or where? Lives—" Then faintly, as if she had been in the act of speaking, removed instantly to a great distance, she was heard again, "How does she live?" Lingard had hardly seen Edith Travers till then. He had seen no one really but Mr. Travers. He looked and listened with something of the stupor of a new sensation. Then he made a distinct effort to collect his thoughts and said with a remnant of anger, "What have you got to do with her? She knows war. Do you know anything about it? And hunger, too, and thirst, and unhappiness, things you've only heard about. She's been as near death as I am to you, and what is all that to any of you here?" "That child," she said in slow wonder. Imada turned upon Mrs. Travers, her eyes black as coal, sparkling and soft like a tropical night, and the glances of the two women, Their dissimilar and inquiring glances met, seemed to touch, clasp, hold each other with the grip of an intimate contact. They separated. "What are they come for? Why did you show them the way to this place?" asked Imada faintly. Lingard shook his head in denial. "Poor girl," said Mrs. Travers. "Are they all so pretty?" "Who all?" mumbled Lingard. "There isn't another one like her if you were to ransack the islands all round the compass." "Edith!" ejaculated Mr. Travers in a remonstrating, acrimonious voice, and everyone gave him a look of vague surprise. Then Mrs. Travers asked, "Who is she?" Lingard, very red and grave, declared curtly, "A princess." Immediately he looked round with suspicion. No one smiled. D'Alsace, courteous and nonchalant, lounged up very close to Mrs. Travers' elbow. "If she is a princess, then this man is a knight," he murmured with conviction. "A knight as I live, a descendant of the immortal Hidalgo, errant upon the sea. It would be good for us to have him for a friend. Seriously, I think that you ought." The two stepped aside and spoke low and hurriedly. "Yes, you ought." "How can I?" she interrupted, catching the meaning like a ball. "By saying something." "Is it really necessary?" she asked doubtfully. "It would do no harm," said D'Alsace with sudden carelessness. "A friend is always better than an enemy." "Always," she repeated meaningly. "But what could I say?" "Some words," he answered. "I should think any words in your voice, Mr. D'Alsace. Or you could perhaps look at him once or twice as though he were not exactly a robber," he continued. "Mr. D'Alsace, are you afraid?" "Extremely," he said, stooping to pick up the fan at her feet. "That is the reason I am so anxious to conciliate. And you must not forget that one of your queens once stepped on the cloak of perhaps such a man." Her eyes sparkled and she dropped them suddenly. "I am not a queen," she said coldly. "Unfortunately not," he admitted, "but then the other was a woman with no charm but her crown." At that moment Lingard, to whom Hassim had been talking earnestly, protested aloud, "I never saw these people before." Imada caught hold of her brother's arm. Mr. Travers said harshly, "Oblige me by taking these natives away." "Never before," murmured Imada, as if lost in ecstasy. D'Alsace glanced at Mrs. Travers and made a step forward. "Could not the difficulty, whatever it is, be arranged, Captain?" he said with careful politeness. "Observe that we are not only men here." "Let them die!" cried Imada triumphantly. Though Lingard alone understood the meaning of these words, all on board felt oppressed by the uneasy silence which followed her cry. "Ah, he is going. Now, Mrs. Travers," whispered D'Alsace. "I hope," said Mrs. Travers impulsively, and stopped as if alarmed at the sound. Lingard stood still. "I hope," she began again, "that this poor girl will know happier days." She hesitated. Lingard waited, attentive and serious. "Under your care," she finished, "and I believe you meant to be friendly to us." "Thank you," said Lingard with dignity. "You and D'Alsace," observed Mr. Travers austerely, "are unnecessarily detaining this person and friends. I had forgotten you, and now what? One must—" "It is hard, went on Lingard disconnectedly, while he looked into Mrs. Travers' violet eyes and felt his mind overpowered and troubled as if by the contemplation of vast distances. You don't know. You cannot... it's all that man's doing," he burst out. For a time, as if beside himself, he glared at Mrs. Travers, then flung up one arm and strode off towards the gangway, where Hassim and Imada waited for him, interested and patient. With a single word, "Come," he preceded them down into the boat. Not another sound was heard on the yacht's deck, while these three disappeared one after another below the rail, as if they had descended into the sea. End of Part 3, Section 4. Part 3, Section 5 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 5. The afternoon dragged itself out in silence. Mrs. Travers sat pensive and idle with her fan on her knees. Dalsace, who thought the incident should have been treated in a conciliatory spirit, attempted to communicate his view to his host, but that gentleman, purposely misunderstanding his motive, overwhelmed him with so many apologies and expressions of regret at the irksome and perhaps inconvenient delay which you suffer from through your good-natured acceptance of our invitation, that the other was obliged to refrain from pursuing the subject further. Even my regard for you, my dear Dalsace, could not induce me to submit to such a bare-faced attempt at extortion, affirmed Mr. Travers with uncompromising virtue. The man wanted to force his services upon me, and then put in a heavy claim for salvage. That is the whole secret, you may depend on it. I detected him at once, of course. The eyeglass glittered perspicaciously. He underrated my intelligence. And what a violent scoundrel! The existence of such a man in the time we live in is a scandal. Dalsace retired and, full of vague forebodings, tried in vain for hours to interest himself in a book. Mr. Travers walked up and down restlessly, trying to persuade himself that his indignation was based on purely moral grounds. The glaring day, like a mass of white-hot iron withdrawn from the fire, was losing gradually its heat and its glare in a richer deepening of tone. At the usual time, two seamen, walking noiselessly aft in their yachting shoes, rolled up in silence the quarter-deck screens, and the coast, the shallows, the dark islets, and the snowy sandbanks uncovered thus day after day were seen once more in their aspect of dumb watchfulness. The brig swung end-on in the foreground, her squared yards crossing heavily the soaring symmetry of the rigging, resembled a creature instinct with life, with the power of springing into action lurking in the light grace of its repose. A pair of stewards in white jackets with brass buttons appeared on deck and began to flit about without a sound, laying the table for dinner on the flat top of the cabin skylight. The sun, drifting away towards other lands, towards other seas, towards other men, the sun, all red in a cloudless sky, raked the yacht with a parting salvo of crimson rays, that shattered themselves into sparks of fire upon the crystal and silver of the dinner service, put a short flame into the blades of knives, and spread a rosy tint over the white of plates. A trail of purple, like a smear of blood on a blue shield, lay over the sea. On sitting down, Mr. Travers alluded in a vexed tone to the necessity of living on preserves, all the stock of fresh provisions for the passage to Batavia having been already consumed. It was distinctly unpleasant. "I don't travel for my pleasure, however," he added, "and the belief that the sacrifice of my time and comfort will be productive of some good to the world at large would make up for any amount of privations." Mrs. Travers and Dalsace seemed unable to shake off a strong aversion to talk, and the conversation, like an expiring breeze, kept on dying out repeatedly after each languid gust. The large silence on the horizon, the profound repose of all things visible, enveloping the bodies and penetrating the souls with their quieting influence, stilled thought as well as voice. For a long time no one spoke. Behind the taciturnity of the masters, the servants hovered without noise. Suddenly Mr. Travers, as if concluding a train of thought, muttered aloud, "I own with regret I did in a measure lose my temper. But then you will admit that the existence of such a man is a disgrace to civilization." This remark was not taken up, and he returned for a time to the nursing of his indignation, at the bottom of which, like a monster in a fog, crept a bizarre feeling of rancour. He waved away an offered dish. "This coast," he began again, "has been placed under the sole protection of Holland by the Treaty of 1820. The Treaty of 1820 creates special rights and obligations." Both his hearers felt vividly the urgent necessity to hear no more. Dulcisse, uncomfortable on a camp stool, sat stiff and stared at the glass stopper of a carafe. Mrs. Travers turned a little sideways and, leaning on her elbow, rested her head on the palm of her hand, like one thinking about matters of profound import. Mr. Travers talked. He talked inflexibly, in a harsh, blank voice, as if reading a proclamation. The other two, as if in a state of incomplete trance, had their ears assailed by fragments of official verbiage. An international understanding, the duty to civilize, failed to carry out, compact, canning. Dulcisse became attentive for a moment. Not that this attempt, almost amusing in its impudence, influences my opinion. I won't admit the possibility of any violence being offered to people of our position. It is the social aspect of such an incident I am desirous of criticizing. Here Dulcisse lost himself again in the recollection of Mrs. Travers and Imada looking at each other, the beginning and the end, the flower and the leaf, the phrase and the cry. Mr. Travers' voice went on, dogmatic and obstinate, for a long time. The end came with a certain vehemence. And if the inferior race must persist, it is again a step toward the perfecting of society, which is the aim of progress. He ceased. The sparks of sunset in crystal and silver had gone out, and around the yacht the expanse of coast and shallows seemed to await, unmoved, the coming of utter darkness. The dinner was over a long time ago, and the patient stewards had been waiting, stoical in the downpour of words, like sentries under a shower. Mrs. Travers rose nervously and, going aft, began to gaze at the coast. Behind her the sun, sunk already, seemed to force through the massive waters the glow of an unextinguishable fire, and below her feet, on each side of the yacht, the lustrous sea, as if reflecting the colour of her eyes, was tinged a sombre violet hue. Dulcisse came up to her with quiet footsteps, and for some time they leaned side by side over the rail in silence. Then he said, "How quiet it is!" And she seemed to perceive that the quietness of that evening was more profound and more significant than ever before. Almost without knowing it, she murmured, "It's like a dream." Another long silence ensued. The tranquillity of the universe had such an august ampleness that the sounds remained on the lips as if checked by the fear of profanation. The sky was limpid like a diamond, and under the last gleams of sunset the night was spreading its veil over the earth. There was something precious and soothing in the beautifully serene end of that expiring day, of the day vibrating, glittering and ardent, undying now in infinite peace, without a stir, without a tremor, without a sigh, in the certitude of resurrection. Then, all at once, the shadow deepened swiftly. The stars came out in a crowd, scattering a rain of pale sparks upon the blackness of the water, while the coast stretched low down, a dark belt without a gleam. Above it, the top hamper of the brig loomed indistinct and high. Mrs. Travers spoke first. "How unnaturally quiet! It is like a desert of land and water without a living soul." "One man at least dwells in it," said Dulcisse lightly, "and if he is to be believed, there are other men full of evil intentions." "Do you think it is true?" Mrs. Travers asked. Before answering, Dulcisse tried to see the expression of her face, but the obscurity was too profound already. "How can one see a dark truth on such a dark night?" he said evasively. "But it is easy to believe in evil, here or anywhere else." She seemed to be lost in thought for a while. "And that man himself?" she asked. After some time Dulcisse began to speak slowly. "Rough, uncommon, decidedly uncommon of his kind, not at all what Don Martin thinks him to be. For the rest, mysterious to me, he is your countryman after all." She seemed quite surprised by that view. "Yes," she said slowly, "but you know, I cannot what shall I say, imagine him at all. He has nothing in common with the mankind I know. There is nothing to begin upon. How does such a man live? What are his thoughts, his actions, his affections, his conventions, suggested Dalsacier. That would include everything. Mr. Travers appeared suddenly behind them, with a glowing cigar in his teeth. He took it between his fingers to declare with persistent acrimony that no amount of scoundrelly intimidation would prevent him from having his usual walk. There was, about 300 yards to the southward of the yacht, a sandbank nearly a mile long, gleaming a silvery white in the darkness, plummeted in the centre with a thicket of dry bushes that rustled very loud in the slightest stir of the heavy night air. The day after the stranding they had landed on it to stretch their legs a bit, as the sailing-master defined it, and every evening since, as if exercising a privilege or performing a duty, the three paced there for an hour, backward and forward, lost in dusky immensity, threading at the edge of water the belt of damp sand, smooth, level, elastic to the touch like living flesh, and sweating a little under the pressure of their feet. This time Dalsacier alone followed Mr. Travers. Mrs. Travers heard them get into the yacht's smallest boat, and the night watchman, tugging at a pair of sculls, pulled them off to the nearest point. Then the man returned. He came up the ladder, and she heard him say to someone on deck, "Orders to go back in an hour." His footsteps died out forward, and a somnolent, unbreathing repose took possession of the stranded yacht. End of Part 3, Section 5. Part 3, Section 6 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 6. After a time, this absolute silence, which she almost could feel pressing upon her on all sides, induced in Mrs. Travers a state of hallucination. She saw herself standing alone, at the end of time, on the brink of days. All was unmoving, as if the dawn would never come, the stars would never fade, the sun would never rise any more. All was mute, still, dead, as if the shadow of the outer darkness, the shadow of the uninterrupted, of the everlasting night that fills the universe, the shadow of the night so profound and so vast that the blazing suns lost in it are only like sparks, like pinpoints of fire, the restless shadow that, like a suspicion of an evil truth, darkens everything upon the earth on its passage, had enveloped her, had stood arrested as if to remain with her forever. And there was such a finality in that illusion, such an accord with the trend of her thought, that when she murmured into the darkness a faint "so be it," she seemed to have spoken one of those sentences that resume and close a life. As a young girl, often reproved for her romantic ideas, she had dreams where the sincerity of a great passion appeared like the ideal fulfilment and the only truth of life. Entering the world, she discovered that ideal to be unattainable because the world is too prudent to be sincere. Then she hoped that she could find the truth of life, an ambition which she understood as a lifelong devotion to some unselfish ideal. Mr. Travers' name was on men's lips. He seemed capable of enthusiasm and of devotion. He impressed her imagination by his impenetrability. She married him, found him enthusiastically devoted to the nursing of his own career, and had nothing to hope for now. That her husband should be bewildered by the curious misunderstanding which had taken place, and also permanently grieved by her disloyalty to his respectable ideals, was only natural. He was, however, perfectly satisfied with her beauty, her brilliance, and her useful connections. She was admired, she was envied, she was surrounded by splendour and adulation. The days went on rapid, brilliant, uniform, without a glimpse of sincerity or true passion, without a single true emotion, not even that of a great sorrow. And swiftly and stealthily they had led her on and on to this evening, to this coast, to this sea, to this moment of time, and to this spot on the earth's surface where she felt unerringly that the moving shadow of the unbroken night had stood still to remain with her forever. "So be it," she murmured, resigned and defiant, at the mute and smooth obscurity that hung before her eyes in a black curtain without a fold. And as if in answer to that whisper, a lantern was run up to the foreyard arm of the brig. She saw it ascend swinging for a short space, and suddenly remain motionless in the air, piercing the dense night between the two vessels by its glance of flame that, strong and steady, seemed from afar to fall upon her alone. Her thoughts, like a fascinated moth, went fluttering towards that light, that man. That girl who had known war, danger, seen death near, had obtained evidently the devotion of that man. The occurrences of the afternoon had been strange in themselves, but what struck her artistic sense was the vigour of their presentation. They outlined themselves before her memory with the clear simplicity of some immortal legend. They were mysterious, but she felt certain they were absolutely true. They embodied artless and masterful feelings, such no doubt as had swayed mankind in the simplicity of its youth. She envied for a moment the lot of that humble and obscure sister. Nothing stood between that girl and the truth of her sensations. She could be sincerely courageous and tender and passionate and, well, ferocious. Why not ferocious? She could know the truth of terror and of affection, absolutely, without artificial trammels, without the pain of restraint. Thinking of what such life could be, Mrs. Travers felt invaded by that inexplicable exaltation which the consciousness of their physical capacity so often gives to intellectual beings. She glowed with a sudden persuasion that she also could be equal to such an existence, and her heart was dilated with a momentary longing to know the naked truth of things, the naked truth of life and passion buried under the growth of centuries. She glowed, and suddenly she quivered with the shock of coming to herself as if she had fallen down from a star. There was a sound of rippling water, and a shapeless mass glided out of the dark void she confronted. A voice below her feet said, "I made out your shape on the sky." A cry of surprise expired on her lips, and she could only peer downward. Lingard, alone in the brig's dinghy, with another stroke sent the light boat nearly under the yacht's counter, laid his sculls in, and rose from the thwart. His head and shoulders loomed up alongside, and he had the appearance of standing upon the sea. Involuntarily, Mrs. Travers made a movement of retreat. "Stop," he said anxiously. "Don't speak loud. No one must know." "Where do your people think themselves, I wonder? In a dock at home? And you—" "My husband is not on board," she interrupted hurriedly. "I know." She bent a little more over the rail. "Then you are having us watched. Why?" "Somebody must watch. Your people keep such a good lookout, don't they?" "Yes. Ever since dark one of my boats has been dodging astern here in the deep water. I swore to myself I would never see one of you, never speak to one of you here, that I would be dumb, blind, deaf, and here I am." Mrs. Travers' alarm and mistrust were replaced by an immense curiosity, burning yet quiet too, as if before the inevitable work of destiny. She looked downward at Lingard. His head was bared, and with one hand upon the ship's side he seemed to be thinking deeply. "Because you had something more to tell us," Mrs. Travers suggested gently. "Yes," he said in a low tone and without moving in the least. "Will you come aboard and wait?" she asked. "Who? I?" He lifted his head so quickly as to startle her. "I have nothing to say to him, and I'll never put my foot on board this craft. I've been told to go. That's enough." "He is accustomed to be addressed deferentially," she said after a pause. "And you—" "Who is he?" asked Lingard simply. These three words seemed to her to scatter her past in the air like smoke. They robbed all the multitude of mankind of every vestige of importance. She was amazed to find that on this night, In this place there could be no adequate answer to the searching naiveness of that question. "I didn't ask for much," Lingard began again, "did I? Only that you should all come on board my brig for 5 days, that's all. Do I look like a liar? There are things I could not tell him, I couldn't explain. I couldn't, not to him, to no man in the world." His voice dropped. "Not to myself," he ended as if in a dream. "We have remained unmolested so long here," began Mrs. Travers a little unsteadily, "that it makes it very difficult to believe in danger now. We saw no one all these days except those 2 people who came for you. If you may not explain—" "Of course you can't be expected to see through a wall," broke in Lingard. "This coast's like a wall, but I know what's on the other side. A yacht here, of all things that float. When I set eyes on her I could fancy she hadn't been more than an hour from home. Nothing but the look of her spars made me think of old times. And then the faces of the chaps on board. I seemed to know them all. It was like home coming to me when I wasn't thinking of it, and I hated the sight of you all." "If we are exposed to any peril," she said after a pause, during which she tried to penetrate the secret of passion hidden behind that man's words, "it need not affect you. Our other boat has gone to the Straits, and effective help is sure to come very soon." "Affect me? Is that precious watchman of yours coming aft? I don't want anybody to know I came here again, begging, even of you. Is he coming aft? Listen, I've stopped your other boat." His head and shoulders disappeared as though he had dived into a denser layer of obscurity floating on the water. The watchman, who had the intention to stretch himself in one of the deck chairs, catching sight of the owner's wife, walked straight to the lamp that hung under the ridge-pole of the awning, and, after fumbling with it for a time, went away forward with an indolent gait. "You dared," Mrs. Travers whispered down in an intense tone, and directly Lingard's head emerged again below her with an upturned face. "It was dare or give up. The help from the Straits would have been too late anyhow if I hadn't the power to keep you safe, and if I had the power I could see you through it, alone. I expected to find a reasonable man to talk to. I ought to have known better. You come from too far to understand these things. Well, I dared. I've sent after your other boat a fellow who, with me at his back, would try to stop the governor of the Straits himself. He will do it. Perhaps it's done already. You have nothing to hope for. But I am here. You said yourself you believed I meant well." "Yes," she murmured. "That's why I thought I would tell you everything. I had to begin with this business about the boat, and what do you think of me now? I've cut you off from the rest of the earth. You people would disappear like a stone in the water. You left one foreign port for another. Who's there to trouble about what became of you? Who would know? Who could guess? It would be months before they began to stir." "I understand," she said steadily. "We're helpless." "And alone," he added. After a pause she said in a deliberate, restrained voice, "What does this mean? Plunder? Captivity?" "It would have meant death if I hadn't been here," he answered. "But you have the power to—" "Why do you think you are alive yet?" he cried. "Jorgensen has been arguing with them on shore," he went on more calmly, with a swing of his arm towards where the night seemed darkness. "Do you think he would have kept them back if they hadn't expected me every day? His words would have been nothing without my fist." She heard a dull blow struck on the side of the yacht, and concealed in the same darkness that wrapped the unconcern of the earth and sea, the fury and the pain of hearts. She smiled above his head, fascinated by the simplicity of images and expressions. Lingard made a brusque movement, the lively little boat being unsteady under his feet, and she spoke slowly, absently, as if her thought had been lost in the vagueness of her sensations. "And this Jorgensen, you said? Who's he?" "A man," he answered, "a man, like myself." "Like yourself?" "Just like myself," he said with a strange reluctance, as if admitting a painful truth. "More sense, perhaps, but less luck, though since your yacht has turned up here I begin to think that my luck is nothing much to boast of either." "Is our presence here so fatal?" "It may be death to some, it may be worse than death to me, and it rests with you in a way. Think of that. I can never find such another chance again, but that's nothing. A man who has saved my life once and that I passed my word to would think I had thrown him over, but that's nothing. Listen, as true as I stand here in my boat talking to you, I believe the girl would die of grief." "You love her," she said softly. "Like my own daughter," he cried low. Mrs. Travers said, "Oh," faintly, and for a moment there was a silence. Then he began again. "Look here, when I was a boy in a trawler and looked at you yacht people in the Channel ports, you were as strange to me as the Malays here are strange to you. I left home 16 years ago and fought my way all round the earth. I had the time to forget where I began. What are you to me against these two? If I was to die here on the spot, would you care? No one would care at home, no one in the whole world, but these two." "What can I do?" she asked, and waited, leaning over. He seemed to reflect, then lifting his head, spoke gently. "Do you understand the danger you are in? Are you afraid?" "I understand the expression you used, of course." "Understand the danger?" she went on. "No, decidedly no, and honestly I'm not afraid." "Aren't you?" he said in a disappointed voice. "Perhaps you don't believe me. I believed you, though, when you said you were sure I meant well. I trusted you enough to come here asking for your help, telling you what no one knows." "You mistake me," she said with an impulsive earnestness. "This is so extraordinarily unusual, sudden, outside my experience." "Aye," he murmured, "what would you know of danger and trouble, you? But perhaps by thinking it over—" "You want me to think myself into a fright?" Mrs. Travers laughed lightly, and in the gloom of his thought this flash of joyous sound was incongruous and almost terrible. Next moment the night appeared brilliant as day, warm as sunshine, but when she ceased, the returning darkness gave him pain as if it had struck heavily against his breast. "I don't think I could do that," she finished in a serious tone. "Couldn't you?" He hesitated, perplexed. "Things are bad enough to make it no shame. I tell you," he said rapidly, "and I'm not a timid man. I may not be able to do much if you people don't help me." "You want me to pretend I am alarmed?" she asked quickly. "Aye, to pretend, as well you may. It's a lot to ask of you, who perhaps never had to make believe a thing in your life, isn't it?" "It is," she said after a time. The unexpected bitterness of her tone struck Lingard with dismay. "Don't be offended," he entreated. "I've got to plan a way out of this mess. It's no play either. Could you pretend?" "Perhaps, if I tried very hard. But to what end?" "You must all shift aboard the brig," he began, speaking quickly, "and then we may get over this trouble without coming to blows. Now, if you were to say that you wish it, that you feel unsafe in the yacht, don't you see?" "I see," she pronounced thoughtfully. "The brig is small, but the cuddy is fit for a lady," went on Lingard with animation. "Has it not already sheltered a princess?" she commented coolly. "And I shall not intrude. This is an inducement. Nobody will dare to intrude. You needn't even see me. This is almost decisive, only I know my place. Only I might not have the influence," she finished. "That I cannot believe," he said roughly. "The long and the short of it is that you don't trust me because you think that only people of your own condition speak the truth always." "Evidently," she murmured. "You say to yourself, here's a fellow deep in with pirates, thieves, niggers. To be sure. A man I never saw the like before," went on Lingard headlong. "A ruffian." He checked himself, full of confusion. After a time he heard her saying calmly, "You are like other men in this, that you get angry when you cannot have your way at once." "Aye, angry," he exclaimed in a deadened voice. "You do not understand. I am thinking of you also. It is hard on me. I mistrust not you, but my own power. You have produced an unfortunate impression on Mr. Travers." "Unfortunate impression! He treated me as if I had been a longshore loafer. Never mind that. He is your husband. Fear in those you care for is hard to bear for any man, and so he—" "What Machiavellianism! Eh? What did you say?" "I only wondered where you had observed that. On the sea? Observed what? He said absently. Then, pursuing his idea, one word from you ought to be enough. You think so? I am sure of it. Why, even I, myself— Of course, she interrupted, but don't you think that after parting with you on such inimical terms, there would be a difficulty in resuming relations? A man like me would do anything for money, don't you see? After a pause, she asked, And would you care for that argument to be used? As long as you know better. His voice vibrated. She drew back, disturbed, as if unexpectedly he had touched her. What can there be at stake? She began wonderingly. A kingdom, said Lingard. Mrs. Travers leaned far over the rail, staring, and their faces, one above the other, came very close together. Not for yourself, she whispered. He felt the touch of her breath on his forehead and remained still for a moment, perfectly still, as if he did not intend to move or speak any more. Those things, he began suddenly, come in your way when you don't think, and they get all round you before you know what you mean to do. When I went into that bay in New Guinea, I never guessed where that course would take me to. I could tell you a story. You would understand. You. He stammered, hesitated, and suddenly spoke, liberating the visions of 2 years into the night, where Mrs. Travers could follow them, as if outlined in words of fire. End of Part 3, Section 6. Part 3, Section 7 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 7. His tale was as startling as the discovery of a new world. She was being taken along the boundary of an exciting existence, and she looked into it through the guileless enthusiasm of the narrator. The heroic quality of the feelings concealed what was disproportionate and absurd in that gratitude, in that friendship, in that inexplicable devotion. The headlong fierceness of purpose invested his obscure design of conquest with the proportions of a great enterprise. It was clear that no vision of a subjugated world could have been more inspiring to the most famous adventurer of history. From time to time he interrupted himself to ask, confidently, as if he had been speaking to an old friend, "What would you have done?" and hurried on without pausing for approval. It struck her that there was a great passion in all this, the beauty of an implanted faculty of affection that had found itself, its immediate need of an object and the way of expression, a tenderness expressed violently, a tenderness that could only be satisfied by backing human beings against their own destiny. Perhaps her hatred of convention, trammelling the frankness of her own impulses, had rendered her more alert to perceive what is intrinsically great and profound within the forms of human folly, so simple and so infinitely varied according to the region of the earth and to the moment of time. What of it that the narrator was only a roving seaman, the kingdom of the jungle, the men of the forest, the lives obscure? That simple soul was possessed by the greatness of the idea. There was nothing sordid in its flaming impulses. When she once understood that, the story appealed to the audacity of her thoughts, and she became so charmed with what she heard that she forgot where she was. She forgot that she was personally close to that tale which she saw detached, far away from her, truth or fiction, presented in picturesque speech, real only by the response of her emotion. Lingard paused. In the cessation of the impassioned murmur she began to reflect. And at first it was only an oppressive notion of there being some significance that really mattered in this man's story, that mattered to her. For the first time the shadow of danger and death crossed her mind. Was that the significance? Suddenly, in a flash of acute discernment, she saw herself involved helplessly in that story, as one is involved in a natural cataclysm. He was speaking again. He had not been silent more than a minute. It seemed to Mrs. Travers that years had elapsed, so differently now was the effect of his words. Her mind was agitated, as if his coming to speak and confide in her had been a tremendous occurrence. It was a fact of her own existence. It was part of the story also. This was the disturbing thought. She heard him pronounce several names: Balarab, Daman, Tenga, Ningrad. These belonged now to her life, and she was appalled to find she was unable to connect these names with any human appearance. They stood out alone, as if written on the night. They took on a symbolic shape. They imposed themselves upon her senses. She whispered, as if pondering, Balarab, Daman, Ningrad. And these barbarous sounds seemed to possess an exceptional energy, a fatal aspect, the savour of madness. None of them but has a heavy score to settle with the whites. What's that to me? I had somehow to get men who would fight. I risked my life to get that lot. I made them promises which I shall keep, or... Can you see now why I dared to stop your boat? I am in so deep that I care for no Sir John in the world. When I look at the work ahead, I care for nothing. I gave you one chance, one good chance. That I had to do. No, I suppose I didn't look enough of a gentleman. Yes, that's it. Yet I know what a gentleman is. I've lived with them for years. I've chummed with them. Yes, on goldfields and in other places where a man has got to show the stuff that's in him. Some of them right from home to me here, such as you see me, because I... Never mind. And I know what a gentleman would do. Come, wouldn't he treat a stranger fairly? Wouldn't he remember that no man is a liar till you prove him so? Wouldn't he keep his word wherever given? Well, I am going to do that. Not a hair of your head shall be touched as long as I live. She had regained much of her composure, but at these words she felt that staggering sense of utter insecurity which is given one by the first tremor of an earthquake. It was followed by an expectant stillness of sensations. She remained silent. He thought she did not believe him. Come, what on earth do you think brought me here to talk like this to you? There was Hasim, Raja Talar, I should say, who was asking me this afternoon, what will you do now with these, your people? I believe he thinks yet I fetched you here for some reason. You can't tell what crooked notion they will get into their thick heads. It's enough to make one swear. He swore. My people, are you? How much? Say, how much? You're no more mine than I am yours. Would any of you fine folks at home face black ruin to save a fishing smack's crew from getting drowned? Notwithstanding that sense of insecurity which lingered faintly in her mind, she had no image of death before her. She felt intensely alive. She felt alive in the flush of strength, with an impression of novelty, as though life had been the gift of this very moment. The danger hidden in the night gave no sign to awaken her terror, but the workings of a human soul, simple and violent, were laid bare before her, and had the disturbing charm of an unheard-of experience. She was listening to a man who concealed nothing. She said interrogatively, "And yet you have come?" "Yes," he answered, "to you, and for you only." The flood tide running strong over the banks made a placid trickling sound about the yacht's rudder. "I would not be saved alone." "Then you must bring them over yourself," he said in a sombre tone. "There's the brig. You have me, my men, my guns. You know what to do." "I will try," she said. "Very well. I'm sorry for the poor devils forward there if you fail, but of course you won't. Watch that light on the brig. I had it hoisted on purpose. The trouble may be nearer than we think. 2 of my boats are gone scouting, and if the news they bring me is bad, the light will be lowered. Think what that means. And I've told you what I have told nobody. Think of my feelings also. I told you because I had to." He gave a shove against the yacht's side and glided away from under her eyes. A rippling sound died out. She walked away from the rail. The lamp and the skylight shone faintly along the dark stretch of the decks. This evening was like the last, like all the evenings before. "Is all this I have heard possible?" she asked herself. "No, but it is true." She sat down in a deck chair to think, and found she could only remember. She jumped up. She was sure somebody was hailing the yacht faintly. Was that man hailing? She listened, and hearing nothing, was annoyed with herself for being haunted by a voice. He said he could trust me. Now, what is this danger? What is danger? She meditated. Footsteps were coming from forward. The figure of the watchman flitted vaguely over the gangway. He was whistling softly and vanished. Hollow sounds in the boat were succeeded by a splash of oars. The night swallowed these slight noises. Mrs. Travers sat down again and found herself much calmer. She had the faculty of being able to think her own thoughts, and the courage. She could take no action of any kind till her husband's return. Lingard's warnings were not what had impressed her most. This man had presented his innermost self, unclothed by any subterfuge. There were, in plain sight, his desires, his perplexities, affections, doubts, his violence, his folly, and the existence they made up was lawless, but not vile. She had too much elevation of mind to look upon him from any other but a strictly human standpoint. If he trusted her, how strange, why should he? Was he wrong? She accepted the trust with scrupulous fairness. And when it dawned upon her that of all the men in the world this unquestionably was the one she knew best, she had a moment of wonder followed by an impression of profound sadness. It seemed an unfortunate matter that concerned her alone. Her thought was suspended while she listened attentively for the return of the yacht's boat. She was dismayed at the task before her. Not a sound broke the stillness, and she felt as if she were lost in empty space. Then suddenly someone amidships yawned immensely and said, "Oh dear, oh dear." A voice asked, "Ain't they back yet?" A negative grunt answered. Mrs. Travers found that Lingard was touching because he could be understood. How simple was life, she reflected. She was frank with herself. She considered him apart from social organization. She discovered he had no place in it. How delightful! Here was a human being, and the naked truth of things was not so very far from her, notwithstanding the growth of centuries. Then it occurred to her that this man, by his action, stripped her at once of her position, of her wealth, of her rank, of her past. I am helpless. What remains? She asked herself. Nothing. Anybody there might have suggested your presence. She was too artificial yet to think of her beauty, and yet the power of personality is part of the naked truth of things. She looked over her shoulder and saw the light at the brig's foreyard arm burning with a strong, calm flame in the dust of starlight suspended above the coast. She heard the heavy bump as of a boat run headlong against the ladder. They were back. She rose in sudden and extreme agitation. What should she say? How much? How to begin? Why say anything? It would be absurd, like talking seriously about a dream. She would not dare. In a moment she was driven into a state of mind bordering on distraction. She heard somebody run up the gangway steps. With the idea of gaining time, she walked rapidly aft to the taffrail. The light of the brig faced her without a flicker, enormous among the suns scattered in the immensity of the night. She fixed her eyes on it. She thought, I shan't tell him anything. Impossible. No, I shall tell everything. She expected every moment to hear her husband's voice, and the suspense was intolerable, because she felt that then she must decide. Somebody on deck was babbling excitedly. She devoutly hoped Alsace would speak first, and thus put off the fatal moment. A voice said roughly, "What's that?" And in the midst of her distress she recognized Carter's voice, having noticed that young man who was of a different stamp from the rest of the crew. She came to the conclusion that the matter could be related jocularly, or why not pretend fear? At that moment the brig's yardarm light she was looking at trembled distinctly, and she was dumbfounded as if she had seen a commotion in the firmament. With her lips open for a cry, she saw it fall straight down several feet, flicker, and go out. All perplexity passed from her mind. This first fact of the danger gave her a thrill of quite a new emotion. Something had to be done at once. For some remote reason she felt ashamed of her hesitations. She moved swiftly forward, and under the lamp came face to face with Carter, who was coming aft. Both stopped, staring. The light fell on their faces, and both were struck by each other's expression. The 4 eyes shone wide. "You have seen?" she asked, beginning to tremble. "How do you know?" he said at the same time, evidently surprised. Suddenly she saw that everybody was on deck. The light is down," she stammered. "The gentlemen are lost," said Carter. Then he perceived she did not seem to understand. "Kidnapped, off the sandbank," he continued, looking at her fixedly to see how she would take it. She seemed calm. "Kidnapped like a pair of lambs, not a squeak," he burst out with indignation. "But the sandbank is long, and they might have been at the other end. You were on deck, ma'am?" he asked. "Yes," she murmured, "in the chair here." "We were all down below. I had to rest a little. When I came up, the watchman was asleep. He swears he wasn't, but I know better. Nobody heard any noise, unless you did." "But perhaps you were asleep?" he asked deferentially. "Yes. No. I must have been," she said faintly. End of Part 3, Section 7. Part 3, Section 8 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 8. Lingard's soul was exalted by his talk with Mrs. Travers, by the strain of incertitude and by extreme fatigue. On returning on board, he asked after Hassim, and was told that the Rajah and his sister had gone off in their canoe, promising to return before midnight. The boat sent to scout between the islets north and south of the anchorage had not come back yet. He went into his cabin and, throwing himself on the couch, closed his eyes, thinking, "I must sleep or I shall go mad." At times he felt an unshaken confidence in Mrs. Travers. Then he remembered her face. Next moment the face would fade. He would make an effort to hold on to the image, fail, and then become convinced without the shadow of a doubt that he was utterly lost, unless he let all these people be wiped off the face of the earth. "They all heard that man order me out of his ship," he thought, and thereupon for a second or so he contemplated without flinching the lurid image of a massacre. "And yet I had to tell her that not a hair of her head shall be touched, not a hair." And irrationally, at the recollection of these words, there seemed to be no trouble of any kind left in the world. Now and then, however, there were black instants when from sheer weariness he thought of nothing at all, and during one of these he fell asleep, losing the consciousness of external things as suddenly as if he had been felled by a blow on the head. When he sat up, almost before he was properly awake, his first alarmed conviction was that he had slept the night through. There was a light in the cuddy, and through the open door of his cabin he saw distinctly Mrs. Travers pass out of view across the lighted space. "They did come on board, after all," he thought. "How is it I haven't been called?" He darted into the cuddy. Nobody. Looking up at the clock in the skylight, he was vexed to see it had stopped till his ear caught the faint beat of the mechanism. It was going, then. He could not have been asleep more than 10 minutes. He had not been on board more than 20. So it was only a deception. He had seen no one. And yet he remembered the turn of the head, the line of the neck, the colour of the hair, the movement of the passing figure. He returned spiritlessly to his stateroom, muttering, "No more sleep for me tonight," and came out directly, holding a few sheets of paper covered with a high, angular handwriting. This was Jorgensen's letter, written 3 days before, and entrusted to Hassim. Lingard had read it already twice, but he turned up the lamp a little higher and sat down to read it again. On the red shield above his head, the gilt sheaf of thunderbolts darting between the initials of his name seemed to be aimed straight at the nape of his neck as he sat with bared elbows spread on the table, poring over the crumpled sheets. The letter began, "Hassim and Imada are going out tonight to look for you. You are behind your time, and every passing day makes things worse. 10 days ago, 3 of Bellerab's men, who had been collecting turtles' eggs on the islets, came flying back with the story of a ship stranded on the outer mudflats. Bellerab at once forbade any boat from leaving the lagoon. So far, good. There was a great excitement in the village. I judge it must be the schooner, probably some fool of a trader. However, you will know all about her when you read this. You may say I might have pulled out to sea to have a look for myself, but besides Bellerab's orders to the contrary, which I would attend to for the sake of example, all you are worth in this world, Tom, is here in the Emma, under my feet, and I would not leave my charge even for half a day. Hassim attended the council held every evening in the shed outside Bellerab's stockade. That holy man Ningrat was for looting that vessel. Hassim reproved him, saying that the vessel probably was sent by you, because no white men were known to come inside the shoals. Bellerab backed up Hassim. Ningrat was very angry, and reproached Bellerab for keeping him, Ningrat, short of opium to smoke. He began by calling him, "Oh, son," and ended by shouting, "Oh, you worse than an unbeliever." There was a hullabaloo. The followers of Tenga were ready to interfere, and you know how it is between Tenga and Bellerab. Tenga always wanted to oust Bellerab, and his chances were getting pretty good before you turned up and armed Bellerab's bodyguard with muskets. However, Hassim stopped that row, and no one was hurt that time. Next day, which was Friday, Ningrat, after reading the prayers in the mosque, talked to the people outside. He bleated and capered like an old goat, prophesying misfortune, ruin, and extermination if these whites were allowed to get away. He is mad, but then they think him a saint, and he had been fighting the Dutch for years in his young days. 6 of Bellerab's guard marched down the village street carrying muskets at full cock, and the crowd cleared out. Ningrat was spirited away by Tenga's men into their master's stockade. If it was not for the fear of you turning up any moment, there would have been a party fight that evening. I think it is a pity Tenga is not chief of the land instead of Bellerab. A brave and foresighted man, however treacherous at heart, can always be trusted to a certain extent. One can never get anything clear from Bellerab. Peace, peace, you know his fad, and this fad makes him act silly. The peace racket will get him into a row. It may cost him his life in the end. However, Tenga does not feel himself strong enough yet to act with his own followers only, and Bellerab has, on my advice, disarmed all villagers. His men went into the houses and took away by force all the firearms and as many spears as they could lay hands on. The women screamed abuse, of course, but there was no resistance. A few men were seen clearing out into the forest with their arms. Note this, for it means there is another power beside Bellerab's in the village, the growing power of Tenga. One morning, 4 days ago, I went to see Tenga. I found him by the shore, trimming a plank with a small hatchet while a slave held an umbrella over his head. He is amusing himself in building a boat just now. He threw his hatchet down to meet me and led me by the hand to a shady spot. He told me frankly he had sent out 2 good swimmers to observe the stranded vessel. These men stole down the creek in a canoe and, when on the sea-coast, swam from sandbank to sandbank until they approached, unobserved, I think, to about 50 yards from that schooner. What can that craft be? I can't make it out. The men reported there were 3 chiefs on board, one with a glittering eye, one a lean man in white, and another without any hair on the face and dressed in a different style. Could it be a woman? I don't know what to think. I wish you were here. After a lot of chatter, Tenga said, 6 years ago I was ruler of a country, and the Dutch drove me out. The country was small, but nothing is too small for them to take. They pretended to give it back to my nephew. May he burn. I ran away or they would have killed me. I'm nothing here, but I remember. These white people out there cannot run away, and they are very few. There is perhaps a little to loot. I would give it to my men who followed me in my calamity, because I am their chief, and my father was the chief of their fathers. I pointed out the imprudence of this. He said, the dead do not show the way. To this I remarked that the ignorant do not give information. Tenga kept quiet for a while, then said, "We must not touch them because their skin is like yours, and to kill them would be wrong. But at the bidding of you whites we may go and fight with people of our own skin and our own faith, and that is good. I have promised to Tuan Lingard 20 men and a prow to make war in Wajo. The men are good, and look at the prow, it is swift and strong." I must say, Tom, the prow is the best craft of the kind I've ever seen. I said you paid him well for the help. "And I also would pay," says he, "if you let me have a few guns and a little powder for my men. You and I shall share the loot of that ship outside, and Tuan Lingard will not know. It is only a little game. You have plenty of guns and powder under your care." He meant in the Emma. On that I spoke out pretty straight, and we got rather warm until at last he gave me to understand that as he had about 40 followers of his own, and I had only 9 of Hassim's chaps to defend the Emma with, he could very well go for me and get the lot. And then, says he, I would be so strong that everybody would be on my side. I discovered in the course of further talk that there is a notion amongst many people that you have come to grief in some way and won't show up here any more. After this I saw the position was serious, and I was in a hurry to get back to the Amma. But, pretending I did not care, I smiled and thanked Tenga for giving me warning of his intentions about me and the Amma. At this he nearly choked himself with his beetle quid, and fixing me with his little eyes, muttered, "Even a lizard will give a fly the time to say its prayers." I turned my back on him, and was very thankful to get beyond the throw of a spear. I haven't been out of the Emma since. End of Part 3, Section 8. Part 3, Section 9 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 9. The letter went on to enlarge on the intrigues of Tenga, the wavering conduct of Balarab, and the state of the public mind. It noted every gust of opinion and every event with an earnestness of belief in their importance befitting the chronicle of a crisis in the history of an empire. The shade of Jorgensen had indeed stepped back into the life of men. The old adventurer looked on with a perfect understanding of the value of trifles, using his eyes for that other man whose conscience would have the task to unravel the tangle. Lingard lived through those days in the settlement, and was thankful to Jorgensen, only as he lived not from day to day, but from sentence to sentence of the writing, there was an effect of bewildering rapidity in the succession of events that made him grunt with surprise sometimes, or growl, "What?" to himself angrily, and turn back several lines or a whole page more than once. Toward the end he had a heavy frown of perplexity and fidgeted as he read, "And I began to think I could keep things quiet till you came, or those wretched white people got their schooner off, when Sharif Daman arrived from the north on the very day he was expected, with 2 Ilanan prows. He looked like an Arab. It was very evident to me he can wind the 2 Ilanan pangarans around his little finger. The 2 prows are large and armed. They came up the creek, flags and streamers flying, beating drums and gongs, and entered the lagoon with their decks full of armed men brandishing 2-handed swords and sounding the war cry. It is a fine force for you, only Balarab, who is a perverse devil, would not receive Sheriff Daman at once. So Daman went to see Tenga, who detained him a very long time. Leaving Tenga, he came on board the Emma, and I could see directly there was something up. He began by asking me for the ammunition and weapons they are to get from you, saying he was anxious to sail at once towards Wajo, since it was agreed he was to precede you by a few days. I replied that that was true enough, but that I could not think of giving him the powder and muskets till you came. He began to talk about you, and hinted that perhaps you will never come. "And no matter," says he, "here is Raja Hassim and the Lady Amada, and we would fight for them if no white man was left in the world. Only we must have something to fight with." He pretended then to forget me altogether and talked with Hassim while I sat listening. He began to boast how well he got along the Brunei coast. No Alanan prau had passed down that coast for years. Yamada wanted me to give the alms he was asking for. The girl is beside herself with fear of something happening that would put a stopper on the Wajo expedition. She has set her mind on getting her country back. Hassim is very reserved, but he is very anxious too. Daman got nothing from me. And that very evening the praus were ordered by Belarab to leave the lagoon. He does not trust the Alanans, and small blame to him. Sharif Daman went like a lamb. He has no powder for his guns. As the praus passed by the Emma, he shouted to me he was going to wait for you outside the creek. Tenga has given him a man who would show him the place. All this looks very queer to me. Look out outside then. The praus are dodging among the islets. Daman visits Tenga. Tenga called on me as a good friend to try and persuade me to give Daman the arms and gunpowder he is so anxious to get. Somehow or other they tried to get around Belarab, who came to see me last night and hinted I had better do so. He is anxious for these Alanans to leave the neighbourhood. He thinks that if they loot the schooner they will be off at once. That's all he wants now. Amada has been to see Belarab's women and stopped 2 nights in the stockade. Belarab's youngest wife, he got married 6 weeks ago, is on the side of Tenga's party because she thinks Belarab would get a share of the loot, and she got into her silly head there are jewels and silks in that schooner. What between Tenga worrying him outside and the women worrying him at home, Belarab had such a lively time of it that he concluded he would go to pray at his father's tomb. So for the last 2 days he has been away, camping in that unhealthy place. When he comes back he'll be down with fever as sure as fate, and then he will be no good for anything. Tenga lights up smoky fires often, some signal to Daman. I go ashore with Hassim's men and put them out. This is risking a fight every time, for Tenga's men look very black at us. I don't know what the next move may be. Hassim's as true as steel. Amada is very unhappy. They will tell you many details I have no time to write. The last page fluttered on the table out of Lingard's fingers. He sat very still for a moment, looking straight before him, then went on deck. "Our boats back yet?" he asked Shaw, whom he saw prowling on the quarter-deck. "No, sir. I wish they were. I'm waiting for them to go and turn in," answered the mate in an aggrieved manner. "Lower that lantern forward there," cried Lingard suddenly, in Malay. "This trade isn't fit for a decent man," muttered Shaw to himself, and he moved away to lean on the rail, looking moodily to seaward. After a while, "There seems to be commotion on board that yacht," he said. "I see a lot of lights moving about her decks. Anything wrong, do you think, sir?" "No, I know what it is," said Lingard in a tone of elation. "She has done it," he thought. He returned to the cabin, put away Jorgensen's letter, and pulled out the drawer of the table. It was full of cartridges. He took a musket down, loaded it, then took another and another. He hammered at the waddings with fierce joyousness. The ramrods rang and jumped. It seemed to him he was doing his share of some work in which that woman was playing her part faithfully. "She has done it," he repeated mentally. "She will sit in the cuddy. She will sleep in my berth. Well, I'm not ashamed of the brig, by heavens, no. I shall keep away, never come near them as I promised. Now, there's nothing more to say. I've told her everything at once, there's nothing more." He felt a heaviness in his burning breast, in all his limbs, as if the blood in his veins had become molten lead. "I shall get the yacht off. 3-4 days? No, a week." He found he couldn't do it under a week. It occurred to him he would see her every day until the yacht was afloat. No, he wouldn't intrude, but he was master and owner of the brig after all. He didn't mean to skulk like a whipped cur about his own decks. "It'll be 10 days before the schooner is ready. I'll take every scrap of ballast out of her. I'll strip her. I'll take her lower masts out of her, by heavens. I'll make sure. Then another week to fit out, and goodbye. Wish I'd never seen them. Goodbye, forever. Home's the place for them, not for me. On another coast she would not have listened. Ah, but she is a woman, every inch of her. I shall shake hands. Yes, I shall take her hand just before she goes. Why the devil not? I'm master here after all, in this brig, as good as anyone, by heavens, better than anyone on earth. He heard Shaw walk smartly forward above his head, hailing, "What's that? A boat?" A voice answered indistinctly. "One of my boats is back," thought Lingard. "News about Dann, perhaps. I don't care if he kicks. I wish he would. I would soon show her I can fight as well as I can handle the brig. 2 prows, only 2 prows. I wouldn't mind if there were 20. I'd sweep 'em off the sea. I would blow 'em out of the water. I would make the brig walk over them. Now, I'd say to her, you who are not afraid, look how it's done." He felt light. He had the sensation of being whirled high in the midst of an uproar and as powerless as a feather in a hurricane. He shuddered profoundly. His arms hung down, and he stood before the table staring like a man overcome by some fatal intelligence. Shaw, going into the waist to receive what he thought was one of the brig's boats, came against Carter making his way aft hurriedly. "Hullo, is it you again?" he said swiftly, barring the way. "I come from the yacht," began Carter with some impatience. "Where else could you come from?" said Shaw. "And what might you want now?" "I want to see your skipper." "Well, you can't," declared Shaw viciously. "He's turned in for the night." "He expects me," said Carter, stamping his foot. "I've got to tell him what happened." "Don't fret yourself, young man," said Shaw in a superior manner. "He knows all about it." They stood suddenly silent in the dark. Carter seemed at a loss what to do. Shaw, though surprised by it, enjoyed the effect he had produced. "Damn me if I did not think so," murmured Carter to himself. Then, drawling coolly, asked, "And perhaps you know too?" "What do you think? Think I'm a dummy here? I ain't main to this brig for nothing." "No, you're not," said Carter with a certain bitterness of tone. "People do all kinds of queer things for a living, and I'm not particular myself, but I would think twice before taking your billet." "What? What do you insinuate? My billet? You ain't fit for it, you yacht-swabbing, brass-buttoned impostor." "What's this? Any of our boats back?" asked Lingard from the poop. "Let the sea canny in charge come to me at once." "There's only a message from the yacht," began Shaw deliberately. "Yacht? Get the deck lamps along here in the waist. See the ladder lowered. Bear a hand, Serang. Mr. Shaw, burn the flare up aft. 2 of them. Give light to the yacht's boats that will be coming alongside. Steward? Where's that steward? Turn him out, then." Bare feet began to patter all round Carter. Shadows glided swiftly. "Are these flares coming? Where's the quartermaster on duty?" shouted Lingard in English and Malay. "This way, come here, put it on a rocket stick, can't you? Hold over the side, thus. Stand by with the lines for the boats forward there. Mr. Shaw, we want more light." "Aye, aye, sir," called out Shaw, but he did not move, as if dazed by the vehemence of his commander. "That's what we want," muttered Carter under his breath. "Impostor! What do you call yourself?" he said half aloud to Shaw. The ruddy glare of the flares disclosed Lingard from head to foot, standing at the break of the poop. His head was bare, his face, crudely lighted, had a fierce and changing expression in the sway of flames. What can be his game, thought Carter, impressed by the powerful and wild aspect of that figure. He's changed somehow since I saw him first, he reflected. It struck him the change was serious, not exactly for the worse perhaps, and yet... Lingard smiled at him from the poop. Carter went up the steps and without pausing informed him of what had happened. "Mrs. Travers told me to go to you at once. She's very upset, as you may guess," he drawled, looking Lingard hard in the face. Lingard knitted his eyebrows. "The hands, too, are scared," Carter went on. "They fancy the savages, or whatever they may be, who stole the owner, are going to board the yacht every minute. I don't think so myself, but—" "Quite right. Most unlikely," muttered Lingard. "Aye, I dare say you know all about it," continued Carter coolly. "The men are startled and no mistake, but I can't blame them very much. There isn't enough even of carving knives aboard to go round. One old signal gun. A poor show for better men than they." "There's no mistake, I suppose, about this affair?" asked Lingard. "Well, unless the gentlemen are having a lark with us at hide-and-seek. The man says he waited 10 minutes at the point, then pulled slowly along the bank looking out, expecting to see them walking back. He made the trunk of a tree apparently stranded on the sand, and as he was sculling past, he says a man jumped up from behind that log, flung a stick at him and went off, running. He backed water at once and began to shout, "Are you there, sir?" No one answered. He could hear the bushes rustle and some strange noises like whisperings. It was very dark. After calling out several times and waiting on his oars, he got frightened and pulled back to the yacht. That's clear enough. The only doubt in my mind is if they are alive or not. I didn't let on to Mrs. Travers. That's a kind of thing you keep to yourself, of course. "I don't think they are dead," said Lingard slowly, as if thinking of something else. "Oh, if you say so, it's all right," said Carter with deliberation. "What?" asked Lingard absently. "Fling a stick, did they? Fling a spear?" "That's it," assented Carter, "but I didn't say anything. I only wondered if the same kind of stick hadn't been flung at the owner, that's all. But I suppose you know your business best, Captain." Lingard, grasping his whole beard, reflected profoundly, erect and with bowed head in the glare of the flares. "I suppose you think it's my doing?" he asked sharply without looking up. Carter surveyed him with a candidly curious gaze. "Well, Captain, Mrs. Travers did let on a bit to me about our chief officer's boat. You've stopped it, haven't you? How she got to know, God only knows. She was sorry she spoke, too, but it wasn't so much of news to me as she thought. I can put two and two together sometimes. Those rockets last night, eh? I wished I'd bitten my tongue out before I told you about our first gig, but I was taken unawares, wasn't I? I put it to you, wasn't I? And so I told her when she asked me what passed between you and me on board this brig not 24 hours ago. Things look different now all of a sudden. Enough to scare a woman, but she is the best man of them all on board. The others are fairly off the chump because it's a bit dark or something has happened they ain't used to. But she has something on her mind I can't make out." He paused, wriggled his shoulders slightly. "No more than I can make you out," he added. "That's your trouble, is it?" said Lingard slowly. "Aye, Captain. Is it all clear to you? Stopping boats, kidnapping gentlemen, that's fun in a way, only I'm a youngster to you, but is it all clear to you? Old Robinson wasn't particular, you know, and he—" "Clearer than daylight," cried Lingard hotly. "I can't give up." He checked himself. Carter waited. The flare-bearers stood rigid, turning their faces away from the flame, and at the play of gleams at its foot the mast nearby, like a lofty column, ascended in the great darkness. A lot of ropes ran up, slanting into a dark void, and were lost to sight, but high aloft a brace block gleamed white. The end of a yardarm could be seen suspended in the air, and as if glowing with its own light. The sky had clouded over the brig without a breath of wind. "Give up," repeated Carter, with an uneasy shuffle of feet. "Nobody," finished Lingard. "I can't. It's as clear as daylight. I can't. No, nothing." He stared straight out afar, and after looking at him, Carter felt moved by a bit of youthful intuition to murmur, "That's bad," in a tone that almost, in spite of himself, hinted at the dawning of a befogged compassion. He had a sense of confusion within him, the sense of mystery without. He had never experienced anything like it all the time when serving with old Robinson in the Lai Moon. And yet he had seen and taken part in some queer doings that were not clear to him at the time. They were secret, but they suggested something comprehensible. This affair did not. It had somehow a subtlety that affected him. He was uneasy as if there had been a breath of magic on events, and men giving to this complication of a yachting voyage a significance impossible to perceive, but felt in the words, in the gestures, in the events, which made them all strangely, obscurely startling. He was not one who could keep track of his sensations, and beside he had not the leisure. He had to answer Lingard's questions about the people on the yacht. No, he couldn't say Mrs. Travers was what you may call frightened. She seemed to have something on her mind. Oh, yes, the chaps were in a funk. Would they fight? Anybody would fight when driven to it, funk or no funk. That was his experience. Naturally, one liked to have something better than a handspike to do it with. Still, in the pause, Carter seemed to weigh with composure the chances of men with handspikes. "What do you want to fight us for?" he asked suddenly. Lingard started. "I don't," he said. "I wouldn't be asking you." "There's no saying what you would do, Captain," replied Carter. "It isn't 24 hours since you wanted to shoot me." "I only said I would rather than let you go raising trouble for me," explained Lingard. "One night isn't like another," mumbled Carter. "But how am I to know? It seems to me you're making trouble for yourself as fast as you can." "Well, supposing I am," said Lingard with sudden gloominess. "Would your men fight if I armed them properly?" "What, for you or for themselves?" asked Carter. "For the woman," burst out Lingard. "You forget there's a woman on board. I don't care that for their carcasses." Carter pondered conscientiously. "Not tonight," he said at last. "There's one or two good men amongst them, but the rest are struck all of a heap. Not tonight. Give them time to get steady a bit if you want them to fight." He gave facts and opinions with a mixture of loyalty and mistrust. His own state puzzled him exceedingly. He couldn't make out anything. He did not know what to believe, and yet he had an impulsive desire, an inspired desire, to help the man. At times it appeared a necessity, at others policy. Between whiles a great folly, which perhaps did not matter, because he suspected himself of being helpless anyway. Then he had moments of anger. In those moments he would feel in his pocket the butt of a loaded pistol. He had provided himself with the weapon when directed by Mrs. Travers to go on board the brig. "If he wants to interfere with me, I'll let drive at him and take my chances of getting away," he had explained hurriedly. He remembered how startled Mrs. Travers looked. Of course, a woman like that, not used to hear such talk. Therefore it was no use listening to her except for good manners' sake. Once bit, twice shy. He had no mind to be kidnapped, not he, nor bullied either. "I can't let him nab me too. You'll want me now, Mrs. Travers," he had said, "and I promise you not to fire off the old thing unless he jolly well forces me to." He was youthfully wise in his resolution not to give way to her entreaties, though her extraordinary agitation did stagger him for a moment. When the boat was already on its way to the brig, he remembered her calling out after him, "You must not! You don't understand!" Her voice, coming faintly in the darkness, moved him. It resembled so much a cry of distress. "Give way, boys, give way," he urged his men. He was wise, resolute, and he was also youthful enough to almost wish it should come to it. And with foresight he even instructed the boat's crew to keep the gig just abaft the main rigging of the brig. "When you see me drop into her all of a sudden, shove off and pull for dear life." Somehow, just then, he was not so anxious for a shot, but he held on with a determined mental grasp to his fine resolution, lest it should slip away from him and perish in a sea of doubts. "Hadn't I better get back to the yacht?" he asked gently. Getting no answer, he went on with deliberation. "Mrs. Travers ordered me to say that no matter how this came about, she is ready to trust you. She is waiting for some kind of answer, I suppose." "Ready to trust me," repeated Lingard. His eyes lit up fiercely. Every sway of flares tossed slightly to and fro the massy shadows of the main deck, where here and there the figure of a man could be seen standing very still with a dusky face and glittering eyeballs. Carter stole his hand warily into his breast pocket. "Well, Captain," he said. He was not going to be bullied. Let the owner's wife trust whom she liked. "Have you got anything in writing for me there?" asked Lingard, advancing a pace, exultingly. Carter, alert, stepped back to keep his distance. Shaw stared from the side. His rubicund cheeks quivered. His round eyes seemed starting out of his head, and his mouth was open as though he had been ready to choke with pent-up curiosity, amazement, and indignation. "No, not in writing," said Carter, steadily and low. Lingard had the air of being awakened by a shout. A heavy and darkening frown seemed to fall out of the night upon his forehead and swiftly passed into the night again, and when it departed it left him so calm, his glance so lucid, his mien so composed, that it was difficult to believe the man's heart had undergone within the last second the trial of humiliation and of danger. He smiled sadly. "Well, young man," he asked with a kind of good-humoured resignation, "what is it you have there? A knife or a pistol?" "A pistol," said Carter. "Are you surprised, Captain?" He spoke with heat, because a sense of regret was stealing slowly within him, as stealthily, as irresistibly as the flowing tide. "Who began these tricks?" He withdrew his hand, empty, and raised his voice. "You are up to something I can't make out. You are not straight." The flares held on high, streamed right up without swaying, and in that instant of profound calm the shadows on the brig's deck became as still as the men. "You think not?" said Lingard thoughtfully. Carter nodded. He resented the turn of incident and the growing impulse to surrender to that man. "Mrs. Travers trusts me, though," went on Lingard with gentle triumph, as if advancing an unanswerable argument. "So she says," grunted Carter. "I warned her. She's a baby. They're all as innocent as babies there, and you know it. And I know it. I have heard of your kind. You would dump the lot of us overboard if it served your turn. That's what I think. And that's all." Carter nodded slightly and looked away. There was a silence. Lingard's eyes travelled over the brig. The lighted part of the vessel appeared in bright and wavering detail, walled and canopied by the night. He felt a light breath on his face. The air was stirring, but the shallows, silent and lost in the darkness, gave no sound of life. This stillness oppressed Lingard. The world of his endeavours and his hopes seemed dead, seemed gone. His desire existed homeless in the obscurity that had devoured his corner of the sea, this stretch of the coast, his certitude of success. And here, in the midst of what was the domain of his adventurous soul, there was a lost youngster ready to shoot him on suspicion of some extravagant treachery. Came ready to shoot. That's good too. He was too weary to laugh, and perhaps too sad. Also the danger of the pistol shot, which he believed real, the younger rash, irritated him. The night and the spot were full of contradictions. It was impossible to say who in this shadowy warfare was to be an enemy and who were the allies. So close were the contacts issuing from this complication of a yachting voyage that he seemed to have them all within his breast. Shoot me, he's quite up to that trick, damn him, yet I would trust him sooner than any man in that yacht. Such were his thoughts while he looked at Carter, who was biting his lips, in the vexation of the long silence. When they spoke again to each other, they talked soberly, with a sense of relief, as if they had come into cool air from an overheated room. And when Carter, dismissed, went into his boat, he had practically agreed to the line of action traced by Lingard for the crew of the yacht. He had agreed as if in implicit confidence. It was one of the absurdities of the situation which had to be accepted and could never be understood. "Do I talk straight now?" he had asked Lingard. "It seems straight enough," assented Carter with an air of reserve. "I will work with you so far anyhow." "Mrs. Travers trusts me," remarked Lingard again. "By the Lord Harry," cried Carter, giving way suddenly to some latent conviction, "I was warning her against you. Say, Captain, you are the devil of a man. How did you manage it?" "I trusted her," said Lingard. "Did you?" cried the amazed Carter. "When? How? Where?" "You know too much already," retorted Lingard quietly. "Waste no time. I'll be after you." Carter whistled low. "There's a pair of you I can't make out," he called back, hurrying over the side. Shaw took this opportunity to approach, beginning with hesitation. "A word with you, sir." The mate went on to say he was a respectable man. He delivered himself in a ringing, unsteady voice. He was married, he had children, he abhorred illegality. The light played about his obese figure. He had flung his mushroom hat on the deck. He was not afraid to speak the truth. The grey moustache stood out aggressively. His glances were uneasy. He pressed his hands to his stomach convulsively, opened his thick short arms wide, wished it to be understood he had been chief officer of home ships, with a spotless character, and he hoped quite up to his work. He was a peaceable man, none more, disposed to stretch a point when it came to a difference with niggers of some kind. They had to be taught manners and reason, and he was not averse at a pinch to... But here were white people, gentlemen, ladies, not to speak of the crew. He had never spoken to a superior like this before, and this was prudence, his conviction, a point of view, a point of principle, a conscious superiority and a burst of resentment hoarded through years against all the successive and unsatisfactory captains of his existence. There never had been such an opportunity to show he could not be put upon. He had one of them on a string, and he was going to lead him a dance. There was courage, too, in it, since he believed himself fallen unawares into the clutches of a particularly desperate man and beyond the reach of law. A certain amount of calculation entered the audacity of his remonstrance. Perhaps, it flashed upon him, the yacht's gentry will hear I stood up for them. This could conceivably be of advantage to a man who wanted a lift in the world. Owner of a yacht, badly scared, a gentleman, money nothing to him. Therefore Shaw declared with heat that he couldn't be an accessory either after or before the fact. Those that never went home, who had nothing to go to perhaps, he interjected hurriedly, could do as they liked. He couldn't. He had a wife, a family, a little house, paid for, with difficulty. He followed the sea respectably, out and home, all regular, not vagabonding here and there, chumming with the first nigger that came along, and laying traps for his betters. One of the two flare-bearers sighed at his elbow and shifted his weight to the other foot. These two had been keeping so perfectly still that the movement was as startling as if a statue had changed its pose. After looking at the offender with cold malevolence, Shaw went on to speak of law courts, of trials, and of the liberty of the subject. Then he pointed out the certitude and the inconvenience of being found out, affecting for the moment the dispassionateness of wisdom. "There will be 15 years in jail at the end of this job for everybody," said Shaw, "and I have a boy that don't know his father yet. Fine thing for him to learn when he grows up. The innocent are dead certain here to catch it along with you. The missus will break her heart unless she starves first. Home sold up." He saw a mysterious iniquity in a dangerous relation to himself and began to lose his head. What he really wanted was to have his existence left intact for his own cherishing and pride. It was a moral aspiration, but in his alarm the native grossness of his nature came clattering out like a devil out of a trap. He would blow the gaff, split, give away the whole show. He would back up honest people, kiss the book, say what he thought, let all the world know, and when he paused to draw breath, all around him was silent and still. Before the impetus of that respectable passion, his words were scattered like chaff driven by a gale, and rushed headlong into the night of the shallows. And in the great obscurity, imperturbable, it heard him say he washed his hands of everything. "And the brig?" asked Lingard suddenly. Shaw was checked. For a sudden the seaman in him instinctively admitted the claim of the ship. The brig, she's right enough," he mumbled. He had nothing to say against the brig, not he. She wasn't like the big ships he was used to, but of her kind, the best craft he ever... And with a brusque return upon himself, he protested that he had been decoyed on board under false pretences. It was as bad as being shanghaied when in liquor. It was, upon his soul, and into a craft next thing to a pirate. That was the name for it, or his own name was not Shaw. He said this glaring owlishly. Lingard, perfectly still and mute, bore the blows without a sign. The silly fuss of that man seared his very soul. There was no end to this plague of fools coming to him from the forgotten ends of the earth. A fellow like that could not be told. No one could be told. Blind they came, and blind they would go out. He admitted reluctantly, but without doubt, that as if pushed by a force from outside, he would have to try and save two of them. To this end he foresaw the probable need of leaving his brig for a time. He would have to leave her with that man, the mate. He had engaged him himself to make his insurance valid, to be able sometimes to speak, to have near him. Who would have believed such a fool man could exist on the face of the sea? Who? Leave the brig with him. The brig! Ever since sunset, the breeze, kept off by the heat of the day, had been trying to re-establish in the darkness its sway over the shoals. Its approaches had been heard in the night, its patient murmurs, its foiled sighs. But now a surprisingly heavy puff came in a free rush, as if far away there to the northward the last defence of the calm had been victoriously carried. The flames borne down streamed bluishly, horizontal and noisy at the end of tall sticks, like fluttering pennants, and behold, the shadows on the deck went mad and jostled each other as if trying to escape from a doomed craft. The darkness, held up dome-like by the brilliant glare, seemed to tumble headlong upon the brig in an overwhelming downfall. The men stood swaying as if ready to fall under the ruins of a black and noiseless disaster. The blurred outlines of the brig, the masts, the rigging, seemed to shudder in the terror of coming extinction, and then the darkness leapt upwards again. The shadows returned to their places. The men were seen distinct, swarthy, with calm faces, with glittering eyeballs. The destruction in the breath had passed, was gone. A discord of three voices, raised together in a drawling wail, trailed on the sudden immobility of the air. "Brig ahoy! Give us a rope!" The first boatload from the yacht emerged, floating slowly into the pool of purple light wavering around the brig on the black water. The two men, squeezed in the bows, pulled uncomfortably. In the middle, on a heap of seamen's canvas bags, another sat, insecure, propped with both arms, stiff-legged, angularly helpless. The light from the poop brought everything out in lurid detail, and the boat, floating slowly towards the brig, had a suspicious and pitiful aspect. The shabby load lumbering her looked somehow as if it had been stolen by those men, who resembled castaways. In the stern sheets, Carter, standing up, steered with his leg. He had a smile of youthful sarcasm. "Here they are," he cried to Lingard. "You've got your own way, Captain. I thought I'd better come myself with the first precious lot." "Pull around the stern. The brig's on the swing," interrupted Lingard. "Aye, aye, we'll try not to smash the brig. We would be lost indeed if—" "Fend off there, John. Fend off, old Reliable, if you care a pin for your salty hide. I like the old chap," he said when he stood by Lingard's side looking down at the boat, which was being rapidly cleared by whites and Malays working shoulder to shoulder in silence. "I like him. He don't belong to that yachting lot either. They picked him up on the road somewhere. Look at the old dog, carved out of ship's timber, as talkative as a fish, grim as a gutted wreck. That's the man for me. All the others there are married, or going to be, or ought to be, or sorry they ain't. Every man jack of them has a petticoat in tow, dash me. Never heard in all my travels such a jabber about wives and kids. Hurry up with your dunnage, below there." Aye, I had no difficulty in getting them to clear out from the yacht. They never saw a pair of gents stolen before, you understand. It upsets all their little notions of what a stranding means hereabouts. Not that mine aren't mixed a bit too, and yet I've seen a thing or two. His excitement was revealed in this boyish impulse to talk. "Look," he said, pointing at the growing pile of bags and bedding on the brig's quarter-deck. "Look, don't they mean to sleep soft and dream of home, maybe? Home! Think of that, Captain. These chaps can't get clear away from it. It isn't like you and me." Lingard made a movement. "I ran away myself when so high. My old man's a Trinity pilot. That's a job worth staying at home for. Mother writes sometimes, but they can't miss me much. There's 14 of us altogether, 8 at home yet. No fear of the old country ever getting undermanned. Let die who must. Only let it be fair game, Captain. Let's have a fair show." Lingard assured him briefly he should have it. That was the very reason he wanted the yacht's crew in the brig, he added. Then, quiet and grave, he inquired whether that pistol was still in Carter's pocket. "Never mind that," said the young man hurriedly. "Remember who began. To be shot at wouldn't rile me so much. It's being threatened, don't you see? That was heavy on my chest. Last night is very far off, though, and I will be hanged if I know what I meant exactly when I took the old thing from its nail. There. More I can't say till all's settled one way or another. Will that do?" Flushing brick red, he suspended his judgment and stayed his hand with the generosity of youth. Apparently it suited Lingard to be reprieved in that form. He bowed his head slowly. It would do. To leave his life to that youngster's ignorance seemed to redress the balance of his mind against a lot of secret intentions. It was distasteful and bitter as an expiation should be. He also held a life in his hand. A life and many deaths besides, but these were like one single feather in the scales of his conscience. That he should feel so was unavoidable, because his strength would at no price permit itself to be wasted. It would not be, and there was an end of it. All he could do was to throw in another risk into the sea of risks. Thus he was enabled to recognise that a drop of water in the ocean makes a great difference. His very desire, unconquered but exiled, had left the place where he could constantly hear its voice. He saw it. He saw himself, the past, the future. He saw it all, shifting and indistinct like those shapes the strained eye of a wanderer outlines in darker strokes upon the face of the night. End of Part 3, Section 9. Part 3, Section 10 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Section 10. When Lingard went to his boat to follow Carter, who had gone back to the yacht, Wasub, mast and sail on shoulder, preceded him down the ladder. The old man leapt in smartly and busied himself in getting the dinghy ready for his commander. In that little boat Lingard was accustomed to traverse the shallows alone. She had a short mast and a lug sail, carried too easily, floated in a few inches of water. In her he was independent of a crew, and if the wind failed, could make his way with a pair of sculls, taking short-cuts over shoal places. There were so many islets and sandbanks that in case of sudden bad weather there was always a lee to be found, and when he wished to land he could pull her up a beach, striding ahead, painter in hand, like a giant child dragging a toy boat. When the brig was anchored in the shallows, it was in her that he visited the lagoon. Once, when caught by a sudden freshening of the sea breeze, he had waded up a shelving bank carrying her on his head, and for 2 days they had rested together on the sand, while around them the shallow waters raged lividly, and across 3 miles of foam the brig would time after time dissolve in the mist and reappear distinct, nodding her tall spars that seemed to touch a weeping sky of lamentable greyness. Whenever he came into the lagoon tugging with bare arms, Jorgensen, who would be watching the entrance of the creek ever since a muffled detonation of a gun to seaward had warned him of the brig's arrival on the shore of Refuge, would mutter to himself, "Here's Tom coming in his nutshell." And indeed she was in shape, somewhat like half a nutshell, and also in the colour of her dark, varnished planks. The man's shoulders and head rose high above her gunwales. Loaded with Lingard's heavy frame, she would climb sturdily the steep ridges, slide squatting into the hollows of the sea, or now and then take a sedate leap over a short wave. Her behaviour had a stout trustworthiness about it, and she reminded him of a sure-footed mountain pony carrying over difficult ground a rider much bigger than himself. Wasub wiped the thwarts, ranged the mast and sail along the side, shipped the rowlocks. Lingard looked down at his old servant's spare shoulders, upon which the light from above fell unsteady but vivid. Wasub worked for the comfort of his commander, and his single-minded absorption in that task flashed upon Lingard the consolation of an act of friendliness. The elderly Malay at last lifted his head with a deferential murmur. His wrinkled old face, with 6 wiry hairs pendulous at each corner of the dark lips, expressed a kind of weary satisfaction. and the slightly oblique, worn eyes stole a discreet upward glance containing a hint of some remote meaning. Lingard found himself compelled by the justice of that obscure claim to murmur as he stepped into the boat, "These are times of danger." He sat down and took up the sculls. Wassab held on to the gunwale as to a last hope of a further confidence. He had served in the brig 5 years. Lingard remembered that very well. This aged figure had been intimately associated with the brig's life and with his own, appearing silently ready for every incident and emergency in an unquestioning expectation of orders, symbolic of blind trust in his strength, of an unlimited obedience to his will. Was it unlimited? "We shall require courage and fidelity," added Lingard in a tentative tone. "There are those who know me," snapped the old man readily, as if the words had been waiting for a long time. "Observe, Tuan, I have filled with fresh water the little breaker in the bows." "I know you too," said Lingard. "And the wind, and the sea," ejaculated the serang jerkily. "These also are faithful to the strong. By Allah, I who am a pilgrim, and have listened to words of wisdom in many places, I tell you, Tuan, there is strength in the knowledge of what is hidden in things without life, as well as in the living men. Will Tuan be gone long?" "I come back in a short time, together with the rest of the whites from over there. This is the beginning of many stratagems. Wassab, Daman, the son of a dog, has suddenly made prisoner 2 of my own people. My face is made black." "Tch, tch, what ferocity is that? One should not offer shame to a friend or to a friend's brother, lest revenge come sweeping like a flood. Yet can an Alanum chief be other than tyrannical? My old eyes have seen much, but they never saw a tiger change its stripes. Yawa, the tiger cannot. This is the wisdom of us ignorant Malay men. The wisdom of white Tuans is great. They think that by the power of many speeches the tiger may—" He broke off and in a crisp, busy tone said, "The rudder dwells safely under the aftermost seat should Tuan be pleased to sail the boat. This breeze will not die away before sunrise." Again his voice changed, as if 2 different souls had been flitting in and out of his body. "No, no, kill the tiger, and then the stripes may be counted without fear, 1 by 1, thus." He pointed a frail brown finger, and abruptly made a mirthless dry sound, as if a rattle had been sprung in his throat. "The wretches are many," said Lingard. "Nay, Tuan, they follow their great men, even as we in the brig follow you. That is right." Lingard reflected for a moment. "My men will follow me then," he said. "They are poor Kalashas without sense," commented Wassab with pitying superiority. "Some with no more comprehension than men of the bush, freshly caught. There is Sali, the foolish son of my sister, and by your great favour appointed to mind, the tiller of this ship. His stupidity is extreme, but his eyes are good, nearly as good as mine, that by praying and much exercise can see far into the night." Lingard laughed low and then looked earnestly at the serang. Above their heads a man shook a flare over the side, and a thin shower of sparks floated downward and expired before touching the water. "So, you can see in the night, O serang? Well then, look and speak. Speak. Fight or no fight? Weapons or words? Which folly? Well, what do you see?" A darkness, whispered Wassab at last in a frightened tone. "There are nights—" He shook his head and muttered, "Look, the tide has turned. Ya, Tuan, the tide has turned." Lingard looked downward where the water could be seen, gliding past the ship's side, moving smoothly, streaked with lines of froth, across the illumined circle thrown round the brig by the lights on her poop. Air bubbles sparkled, lines of darkness, ripples of glitter appeared, glided, went astern without a splash, without a trickle, without a plaint, without a break. The unchecked gentleness of the flow captured the eye by a subtle spell, fastened insidiously upon the mind a disturbing sense of the irretrievable. The ebbing of the sea athwart the lonely sheen of flames resembled the eternal ebb tide of time, and when at last Lingard looked up, the knowledge of that noiseless passage of the waters produced on his mind a bewildering effect. For a moment the speck of light lost in vast obscurity the brig, the boat, the hidden coast, the shallows, the very walls and roof of darkness. The seen and the unseen alike seemed to be gliding smoothly onward through the enormous gloom of space. Then, with a great mental effort, he brought everything to a sudden standstill, and only the froth and bubbles went on streaming past ceaselessly, unchecked by the power of his will. "The tide has turned, you say, Serang. Has it? Well, perhaps it has, he finished, muttering to himself. "Truly it has. Cannot Tuan see it run under his own eyes?" said Wasab with an alarmed earnestness. "Look! Now it is in my mind that a prow coming from amongst the southern islands, if steered cunningly in the free set of the current, would approach the bows of this, our brig, drifting silently as a shape without a substance." "And board suddenly, is that it?" said Lingard. "Daman is crafty, and the Ilanans are very bloodthirsty. Night is nothing to them. They are certainly valorous. Are they not born in the midst of fighting, and are they not inspired by the evil in their hearts even before they can speak? And their chiefs would be leading them, while you, Tuan, are going from us even now." "You don't want me to go?" asked Lingard. For a time Wasab listened attentively to the profound silence. "Can we fight without a leader?" he began again. "It is the belief in victory that gives courage. And what would poor Kalashas do, sons of peasants and fishermen, freshly caught, without knowledge? They believe in your strength and in your power, or else, will those whites that came so suddenly avenge you? They are here like fish within the stakes. Yahweh, who will bring the news, and who will come to find the truth, and perchance to carry off your body? You go alone, Tuan." "There must be no fighting. It would be a calamity," insisted Lingard. "There is blood that must not be spilt." "Here, Tuan!" exclaimed Wasab with heat. "The waters are running out now." He punctuated his speech by slight jerks at the dinghy. "The waters go, and at the appointed time they shall return. And if between their going and coming the blood of all the men in the world were poured into it, the sea would not rise higher at the full by the breadth of my fingernail." "But the world would not be the same. You do not see that, Serang. Give the boat a good shove." "Directly," said the old Malay, and his face became impassive. "Tuan knows when it is best to go, and death sometimes retreats before a firm tread, like a startled snake. Tuan should take a follower with him, not a silly youth, but one who has lived, who has a steady heart, who would walk close behind watchfully and quietly. Yes, quietly and with quick eyes, like mine, perhaps with a weapon. I know how to strike." Lingard looked at the wrinkled visage very near his own and into the peering old eyes. They shone strangely. A tense eagerness was expressed in the squatting figure leaning out toward him. On the other side, within reach of his arm, the night stood like a wall, discouraging, opaque, impenetrable. No help would avail. The darkness he had to combat was too impalpable to be cleft by a blow, too dense to be pierced by the eye. Yet as if by some enchantment in the words that made this vain offer of fidelity, it became less overpowering to his sight, less crushing to his thought. He had a moment of pride which soothed his heart for the space of 2 beats. His unreasonable and misjudged heart, shrinking before the menace of failure, expanded freely with a sense of generous gratitude. In the threatening dimness of his emotions, this man's offer made a point of clearness, the glimmer of a torch held aloft in the night. It was priceless, no doubt, but ineffectual, too small, too far, too solitary. It did not dispel the mysterious obscurity that had descended upon his fortunes, so that his eyes could no longer see the work of his hands. The sadness of defeat pervaded the world. "And what could you do, O Wassop?" he said. "I could always call out, 'Take care, Tuan!' And then for these charm words of mine, hey? Turn danger aside, what? But perchance you would die all the same. Treachery is a strong magic too, as you said." "Yes, indeed, the order might come to your servant, but I, Wassop, the son of a free man, a follower of Rajas, a fugitive, a slave, a pilgrim, diver for pearls, sarang of white men's ships, I have had too many masters, too many. You are the last." After a silence he said in an almost indifferent voice, "If you go, Tuan, let us go together." For a time Lingard made no sound. "No use," he said at last. "No use, Sarang. One life is enough to pay for a man's folly, and you have a household." "I have too, Tuan, but it is a long time since I sat on the ladder of a house to talk at ease with neighbours. Yes, 2 households, one in—" Lingard smiled faintly. "Tuan, let me follow you." "No, you have said it, Sarang. I am alone. That is true, and alone I shall go on this very night. But first I must bring all the white people here. Push. Ready, Tuan? Look out." Wassop's body swung over the sea with extended arms. Lingard caught up the sculls, and as the dinghy darted away from the brig's side he had a complete view of the lighted poop, Shaw leaning massively over the taffrail in sulky dejection, the flare-bearers erect and rigid, the heads along the rail, the eyes staring after him above the bulwarks. The fore end of the brig was wrapped in a lurid and sombre mistiness, the sullen mingling of darkness and of light. Her masts pointing straight up could be tracked by torn gleams and vanished above as if the trucks had been tall enough to pierce the heavy mass of vapours motionless overhead. She was beautifully precious. His loving eyes saw her floating at rest in a wavering halo between an invisible sky and an invisible sea, like a miraculous craft suspended in the air. He turned his head away as if the sight had been too much for him at the moment of separation, and as soon as his little boat had passed beyond the limit of the light thrown upon the water, he perceived very low in the black void of the west the stern lantern of the yacht, shining feebly like a star about to set, unattainable, infinitely remote, belonging to another universe. End of Part 3, Section 10. Part 4, The Gift of the Shallows, Section 1 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 4, Section 1. Lingard brought Mrs. Travers away from the yacht, going alone with her in the little boat. During the bustle of the embarkment, until the last of the crew had left the schooner, he had remained towering and silent by her side. It was only when the murmuring and uneasy voices of the sailors going away in the boats had been completely lost in the distance that his voice was heard, grave in the silence, pronouncing the words, "Follow me." She followed him. Their footsteps rang hollow and loud on the empty deck. At the bottom of the steps he turned round and said, very low, "Take care." He got into the boat and held on. It seemed to him that she was intimidated by the darkness. She felt her arm gripped firmly. "I've got you," he said. She stepped in, headlong, trusting herself blindly to his grip, and sank on the stern seat, catching her breath a little. She heard a slight splash, and the indistinct side of the deserted yacht melted suddenly into the body of the night. Rowing, he faced her, a hooded and cloaked shape, and above her head he had before his eyes the gleam of the stern lantern expiring slowly on the abandoned vessel. When it went out without a warning flicker, he could see nothing of the stranded yacht's outline. She had vanished utterly like a dream, and the occurrences of the last 24 hours seemed also to be part of a vanished dream. The hooded and cloaked figure was part of it too. It spoke not, it moved not, it would vanish presently. Lingard tried to remember Mrs. Travers' features, even as she sat within 2 feet of him in the boat. He seemed to have taken from that vanished schooner not a woman, but a memory, the tormenting recollection of a human being he would see no more. At every stroke of the short sculls, Mrs. Travers felt the boat leap forward with her. Lingard, to keep his direction, had to look over his shoulder frequently. "You will be safe in the brig," he said. She was silent. A dream. A dream. He lay back vigorously. The water slapped loudly against the blunt bows. The ruddy glow thrown afar by the flares was reflected deep within the hood. The dream had a pale visage. The memory had living eyes. "I had to come for you myself," he said. "I expected it of you." These were the first words he had heard her say since they had met for the 3rd time. "And I swore before you, too, that I would never put my foot on board your craft." "It was good of you to," she began. "I forgot somehow," he said simply. "I expected it of you," she repeated. He gave 3 quick strokes before he asked very gently, "What more do you expect?" "Everything," she said. He was rounding then the stern of the brig and had to look away. Then he turned to her. "And you trust me too?" he exclaimed. "I would like to trust you," she interrupted, because above them a startled voice cried in Malay, "Captain coming!" The strange sound silenced her. Lingard laid in his sculls, and she saw herself gliding under the high side of the brig. A dark, staring face appeared very near her eyes. Black fingers caught the gunwale of the boat. She stood up, swaying. "Take care," said Lingard again, but this time, in the light, did not offer to help her. She went up alone, and he followed her over the rail. The quarter-deck was thronged by men of 2 races. Lingard and Mrs. Travers crossed it rapidly between the groups that moved out of the way on their passage. Lingard threw open the cabin door for her, but remained on deck to inquire about his boats. They had returned while he was on board the yacht, and the 2 men in charge of them came aft to make their reports. The boat sent north had seen nothing. The boat which had been directed to explore the banks and islets to the south had actually been in sight of Darman's prows. The man in charge reported that several fires were burning on the shore, the crews of the 2 prows being encamped on a sandbank. Cooking was going on. They'd been near enough to hear voices. There was a man keeping watch on the ridge. They knew this because they heard him shouting to the people below by the fires. Lingard wanted to know how they had managed to remain unseen. "The night was our hiding place," answered the man in his deep growling voice. He knew nothing of any white men being in Darman's camp. Why should there be? Raja Hasim and the lady, his sister, appeared unexpectedly near his boat in their canoe. Raja Hasim had ordered him then in whispers to go back to the brig at once and tell Tuan what he had observed. Raja Hasim said also that he would return to the brig with more news very soon. He obeyed because the Raja was to him a person of authority, having the perfect knowledge of Tuan's mind, as we all know. "Enough!" cried Lingard suddenly. The man looked up heavily for a moment and retreated forward without another word. Lingard followed him with irritated eyes. A new power had come into the world, had possessed itself of human speech, had imparted to it a sinister irony of allusion. To be told that someone had a perfect knowledge of his mind startled him, made him wince. It made him aware that now he did not know his mind himself, that it seemed impossible for him ever to regain that knowledge. And the new power not only had cast its spell upon the words he had to hear, but also upon the facts that assailed him, upon the people he saw, upon the thoughts he had to guide, upon the feelings he had to bear. They remained what they had ever been, the visible surface of life, open in the sun to the conquering tread of an unfettered will. Yesterday they could have been discerned clearly, mastered and despised, but now another power had come into the world, and had cast over them all the wavering gloom of a dark and inscrutable purpose. End of Part 4, Section 1. Part 4, Section 2 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 4, Section 2. Recovering himself with a slight start, Lingard gave the order to extinguish all the lights in the brig. Now the transfer of the crew from the yacht had been effected, there was every advantage in the darkness. He gave the order from instinct, it being the right thing to do in the circumstances. His thoughts were in the cabin of his brig, where there was a woman waiting. He put his hand over his eyes, collecting himself as if before a great mental effort. He could hear about him the excited murmurs of the white men whom, in the morning, he had so ardently desired to have safe in his keeping. He had them there now, but accident, ill luck, accursed folly, had tricked him out of the success of his plan. He would have to go in and talk to Mrs. Travers. The idea dismayed him. Of necessity he was not one of those men who have the mastery of expression. To liberate his soul was for him a gigantic undertaking, a matter of desperate effort, of doubtful success. "I must have it out with her," he murmured to himself, as though at the prospect of a struggle. He was uncertain of himself, of her. He was uncertain of everything and everybody, but he was very certain he wanted to look at her. At the moment he turned to the door of the cabin, both flares went out together, and the black vault of the night, upheld above the brig by the fierce flames, fell behind him and buried the deck in sudden darkness. The buzz of strange voices instantly hummed louder with a startled note. "Hello! Can't see a mortal thing." "Well, what next?" insisted a voice. "I want to know, what next?" Lingard checked himself, ready to open the door, and waited absurdly for the answer, as though in the hope of some suggestion. "What's up with you? Think yourself lucky?" said somebody. "It's all very well for tonight," began the voice. "What are you fashing yourself for?" remonstrated the other reasonably. "We'll get home right enough." "I'm not so sure. The second mate, he says—" "Never mind what he says. That here man who has got this brig will see us through. The owner's wife will talk to him. She will. Money can do a lot." The two voices came nearer and spoke more distinctly, close behind Lingard. "Suppose them bloomin' savages set fire to the yacht. What's to prevent them?" "And suppose they do? This here brig's good enough to get away in, ain't she? Guns and all. We'll get home yet all right. What do you say, John?" "I say nothing and care less," said a third voice, peaceful and faint. "Do you mean to say, John, you would go to the bottom as soon as you would go home? Come now." "To the bottom," repeated the one voice composedly. "Aye, that's where we're all going to in one way or another. The way don't matter." "Oh, you would give the blues to the funny man of a blooming circus. What would my missus say if I wasn't to turn up? Never at all." "She'd get another man. There's always plenty of fools about." A quiet and mirthless chuckle was heard in the pause of shocked silence. Lingard, with his hand on the door, remained still. Further off, a growl burst out. "I do hate to be chucked in the dark aboard a strange ship. I wonder where they keep their fresh water. Can't get any sense out of them silly niggers. We don't seem to be more account here than a lot of cattle. Likely as not we'll have to berth on this bloomin' quarter-deck for God knows how long." Then again, very near Lingard, the first voice said, deadened discreetly, "There's something curious about this here brig turning up sudden like, ain't there? And that skipper of her now. What kind of man is he anyhow?" "Oh, he's one of them skippers going about loose. This brig's his own, I'm thinking. He just goes about in her looking for what he may pick up, honest or dishonest. My brother-in-law has served 2 commissions in these seas and was telling me awful yarns about what's going on in them God-forsaken parts. Likely he lied, though. Them man-o'-war's men are a holy terror for yarns. Bless you, what do I care who this skipper is? Let him do his best and don't trouble your head. You won't see him again in your life once we get clear." And can he do anything for the owner? Asked the first voice again. Can he? We can do nothing. That's one thing certain. The owner may be lying clubbed to death this very minute for all we know. By all accounts, these savages here are a cruel, murdering lot. Mind you, I'm sorry for him as much as anybody. Aye, aye, muttered the other approvingly. He may not have been ready, poor man, began again the reasonable voice. Lingard heard a deep sigh. If there's anything as can be done for him, the owner's wife, she's got to fix it up with this here skipper. Under Providence he may serve her turn. Lingard flung open the cabin door, entered, and with a slam shut the darkness out. I am under Providence to serve your turn, he said, after standing very still for a while, with his eyes upon Mrs. Travers. The brig's swing lamp lighted the cabin with an extraordinary brilliance. Mrs. Travers had thrown back her hood. The radiant brightness of the little place enfolded her so close, clung to her with such force, that it might have been part of her very essence. There were no shadows on her face. It was fiercely lighted, hermetically closed, of impenetrable fairness. Lingard looked in unconscious ecstasy at this vision, so amazing that it seemed to have strayed into his existence from beyond the limits of the conceivable. It was impossible to guess her thoughts, to know her feelings, to understand her grief or her joy. But she knew all that was at the bottom of his heart. He had told her himself, impelled by a sudden thought, going to her in darkness, in desperation, in absurd hope, in incredible trust. He had told her what he had told no one on earth, except perhaps at times himself, but without words, less clearly. He had told her, and she had listened in silence. She had listened, leaning over the rail, till at last her breath was on his forehead. He remembered this and had a moment of soaring pride and of unutterable dismay. He spoke with an effort. "You've heard what I said just now? Here I am." "Do you expect me to say something?" she asked. "Is it necessary? Is it possible?" "No," he answered. "It is said already. I know what you expect from me. Everything." "Everything," she repeated, paused, and added much lower. "It is the very least." He seemed to lose himself in thought. "It is extraordinary," he reflected half aloud, "how I dislike that man." She leaned forward a little. "Remember, those two men are innocent," she began. "So am I, innocent. So is everybody in the world. Have you ever met a man or a woman that was not? They've got to take their chances all the same." "I expect you to be generous," she said. "To you? Well, to me, yes. If you like, to me alone." "To you alone? And you know everything?" His voice dropped. "You want your happiness." She made an impatient movement, and he saw her clench the hand that was lying on the table. "I want my husband back," she said sharply. Yes, it's what I was saying. Same thing," he muttered with strange placidity. She looked at him searchingly. He had a large simplicity that filled one's vision. She found herself slowly invaded by this masterful figure. He was not mediocre. Whatever he might have been, he was not mediocre. The glamour of a lawless life stretched over him like the sky over the sea, down on all sides to an unbroken horizon. Within, he moved very lonely, dangerous, and romantic. There was in him crime, sacrifice, tenderness, devotion, and the madness of a fixed idea. She thought with wonder that of all the men in the world he was indeed the one she knew the best, and yet she could not foresee the speech or the act of the next minute. She said distinctly, "You've given me your confidence. Now I want you to give me the life of these two men. The life of two men whom you do not know, whom tomorrow you will forget. It can be done. It must be done. You cannot refuse them to me." She waited. "Why can't I refuse?" he whispered gloomily, without looking up. "You ask?" she exclaimed. He made no sign. He seemed at a loss for words. "You ask? Ah, she cried. "Don't you see that I have no kingdoms to conquer?" End of Part 4, Section 2. Part 4, Section 3 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 4, Section 3. A slight change of expression which passed away almost directly showed that Lingard heard the passionate cry wrung from her by the distress of her mind. He made no sign. She perceived clearly the extreme difficulty of her position. The situation was dangerous, not so much the facts of it as the feeling of it. At times it appeared no more actual than a tradition, and she thought of herself as of some woman in a ballad who has to beg for the lives of innocent captives. To save the lives of Mr. Travers and Mr. Dalsace was more than a duty. It was a necessity. It was an imperative need. It was an irresistible mission. Yet she had to reflect upon the horrors of a cruel and obscure death before she could feel for them the pity they deserved. It was when she looked at Lingard that her heart was wrung by an extremity of compassion. The others were pitiful, but he, the victim of his own extravagant impulses, appeared tragic, fascinating, and culpable. Lingard lifted his head. Whispers were heard at the door, and Hassim, followed by Amada, entered the cabin. Mrs. Travers looked at Lingard. Because of all the faces in the cabin, his was the only one that was intelligible to her. Hassim began to speak at once, and when he ceased, Amada's deep sigh was heard in the sudden silence. Then Lingard looked at Mrs. Travers and said, "The gentlemen are alive. Rajah Hassim here has seen them less than 2 hours ago, and so has the girl. They are alive and unharmed so far. And now—" He paused. Mrs. Travers, leaning on her elbow, shaded her eyes under the glint of suspended thunderbolts. "You must hate us," she murmured. "Hate you," he repeated, with, as she fancied, a tinge of disdain in his voice. "No, I hate myself." "Why yourself?" she asked very low. "For not knowing my mind," he answered. "For not knowing my mind, for not knowing what it is that's got hold of me since this morning. I was angry then, nothing but very angry. And now," she murmured. "I am unhappy," he said. After a moment of silence, which gave to Mrs. Travers the time to wonder how it was that this man had succeeded in penetrating into the very depths of her compassion, he hit the table such a blow that all the heavy muskets seemed to jump a little. Mrs. Travers heard Hassim pronounce a few words earnestly, and a moan of distress from Amada. "I believed in you before you gave me your confidence," she began. "You could see that, could you not?" He looked at her fixedly. "You're not the first that believed in me," he said. Hassim, lounging with his back against the closed door, kept his eye on him watchfully, and Amada's dark and sorrowful eyes rested on the face of the white woman. Mrs. Travers felt as though she were engaged in a contest with them, in a struggle for the possession of that man's strength and of that man's devotion. When she looked up at Lingard, she saw on his face, which should have been impassive or exalted, the face of a stern leader, or the face of a pitiless dreamer, an expression of utter forgetfulness. He seemed to be tasting the delight of some profound and amazing sensation. And suddenly, in the midst of her appeal to his generosity, in the middle of a phrase, Mrs. Travers faltered, becoming aware that she was the object of his contemplation. Do not look at that woman," cried Amada. "Oh, master, look away." Hassim threw one arm round the girl's neck. Her voice sank. "Oh, master, look at us." Hassim, drawing her to himself, covered her lips with his hand. She struggled a little, like a snared bird, and submitted, hiding her face on his shoulder, very quiet, sobbing without noise. "What do they say to you?" asked Mrs. Travers, with a faint and pained smile. "What can they say? It is intolerable to think that their words, which have no meaning for me, may go straight to your heart." Look away, whispered Lingard without making the slightest movement. Mrs. Travers sighed. Yes, it is very hard to think that I, who want to touch you, cannot make myself understood as well as they. And yet I speak the language of your childhood, the language of the man for whom there is no hope but in your generosity. He shook his head. She gazed at him anxiously for a moment. In your memories, then, she said, and was surprised by the expression of profound sadness that overspread his attentive face. Do you know what I remember? He said. Do you want to know? She listened with slightly parted lips. I will tell you. Poverty, hard work, and death, he went on very quietly. And now I've told you, and you don't know. That's how it is between us. You talk to me, I talk to you, and we don't know. Her eyelids dropped. What can I find to say? She went on. What can I do? I mustn't give in. Think, amongst your memories there must be some face, some voice, some name, if nothing more. I cannot believe that there is nothing but bitterness. There's no bitterness, he murmured. Oh, brother, my heart is faint with fear, whispered Imada. Lingard turned swiftly to that whisper. Then they are to be saved, exclaimed Mrs. Travers. Ah, I knew. Bear thy fear in patience, said Asim rapidly to his sister. They are to be saved. You have said it, Lingard pronounced aloud, suddenly. He felt like a swimmer who, in the midst of superhuman efforts to reach the shore, perceives that the undertow is taking him to sea. He would go with the mysterious current. He would go swiftly and see the end, the fulfillment, both blissful and terrible. With this state of exaltation in which he saw himself in some incomprehensible way always victorious, whatever might befall, there was mingled a tenacity of purpose. He could not sacrifice his intention, the intention of years, the intention of his life. He could no more part with it and exist than he could cut out his heart and live. The adventurer held fast to his adventure, which made him, in his own sight, exactly what he was. He considered the problem with cool audacity, backed by a belief in his own power. It was not these two men he had to save himself. And looked upon in this way, the situation appeared familiar. Asim had told him the two white men had been taken by their captors to Daman's camp. The young Rajah, leaving his sister in the canoe, had landed on the sand and had crept to the very edge of light thrown by the fires by which the Alanans were cooking. Daman was sitting apart by a larger blaze. Two prows rode in shallow water near the sandbanks. On the ridge a sentry walked, watching the lights of the brig. The camp was full of quiet whispers. Asim returned to his canoe. Then he and his sister, paddling cautiously round the anchored prows in which the women's voices could be heard, approached the other end of the camp. The light of the big blaze there fell on the water, and the canoe skirted it without a splash, keeping in the night. Asim, landing for the second time, crept again close to the fires. Each prow had, according to the customs of the Alanam rovers when on a raiding expedition, a smaller war-boat, and these being light and manageable were hauled up on the sand not far from the big blaze. They sat high on the shelving shore, throwing heavy shadows. Asim crept up towards the largest of them, and then standing on tiptoe could look at the camp across the gunwales. The confused talking of the men was like the buzz of insects in a forest. A child wailed on board one of the prows, and a woman hailed the shore shrilly. Asim unsheathed his kris and held it in his hand. Very soon, he said, he saw the two white men walking among the fires. They waved their arms and talked together, stopping from time to time. They approached Daman, and the short man with the hair on his face addressed him earnestly and at great length. Daman sat cross-legged upon a little carpet with an open Koran on his knees and chanted the verses, swaying to and fro with his eyes shut. The Alanam chiefs, reclining wrapped in cloaks on the ground, raised themselves on their elbows to look at the whites. When the short white man finished speaking, He gazed down at them for a while, then stamped his foot. He looked angry because no one understood him. Then suddenly he looked very sad. He covered his face with his hands. The tall man put his hand on the short man's shoulder and whispered into his ear. The dry wood of the fires crackled. The Alanums slept, cooked, talked, but with their weapons at hand. An armed man or two came up to stare at the prisoners and then returned to their fire. The two whites sank down in the sand in front of Dann. Their clothes were soiled. There was sand in their hair. The tall man had lost his hat. The glass in the eye of the short man glittered very much. His back was muddy and one sleeve of his coat torn up to the elbow. All this Hasim saw, and then retreated undetected to that part of the shore where Armada waited for him, keeping the canoe afloat. The Alanans, trusting to the sea, kept very bad watch on their prisoners, and had he been able to speak with them, Hasim thought an escape could have been effected. But they could not have understood his signs, and still less his words. He consulted with his sister. Armada murmured sadly. At their feet the ripple broke with a mournful sound no louder than their voices. Hasim's loyalty was unshaken, but now it led him on, not in the bright light of hopes, but in the deepened shadow of doubt. He wanted to obtain information for his friend, who was so powerful, and who perhaps would know how to be constant. When, followed by Armada, he approached the camp again, this time openly, their appearance did not excite much surprise. It was well known to the chiefs of the Alanans that the Rajah for whom they were to fight, if God so willed, was upon the shoals looking out for the coming of the white man, who had much wealth and a store of weapons, and who was his servant. Dann, who alone understood the exact relation, welcomed them with impenetrable gravity. Hasim took his seat on the carpet at his right hand. A consultation was being held, half aloud, in short and apparently careless sentences, with long intervals of silence between. Armada, nestling close to her brother, leant one arm on his shoulder and listened with serious attention and with outward calm, as became a princess of Wajo, accustomed to consort with warriors and statesmen in moments of danger and in the hours of deliberation. Her heart was beating rapidly, and facing her the silent white men stared at these two known faces as if across a gulf. 4 Alanan chiefs sat in a row. Their ample cloaks fell from their shoulders and lay behind them on the sand, in which their 4 long lances were planted upright, each supporting a small oblong shield of wood, carved on the edges and stained a dull purple. Dann stretched out his arm and pointed at the prisoners. The faces of the white men were very quiet. Dann looked at them mutely and ardently, as if consumed by an unspeakable longing. The Koran, in a silk cover, hung on his breast by a crimson cord. It rested over his heart, and just below the plain buffalo horn handle of a kris, stuck into the twist of his sarong, protruded ready to his hand. The clouds thickening over the camp made the darkness press heavily on the glow of scattered fires. "There is blood between me and the whites," he pronounced violently. The Alanan chiefs remained impassive. There was blood between them and all mankind. Hasim remarked dispassionately that there was only one white man with whom it would be wise to remain friendly, and besides, was not Dann his friend already? Dann smiled with half-closed eyes. He was that white man's friend, not his slave. The Alanans, playing with their sword handles, grunted assent. "Why," asked Dann, "did these strange whites travel so far from their country?" The great white man, whom they all knew, did not want them. No one wanted them. Evil would follow in their footsteps. They were such men as are sent by rulers to examine the aspects of far-off countries and talk of peace and make treaties. Such is the beginning of great sorrows. The Alanans were far from their country, where no man dared to come, and therefore they were free to seek their enemies upon the open waters. They had found these two who had come to see. He asked what they had come to see. Was there nothing to look at in their own country? He talked in an ironic and subdued tone. The scattered heaps of embers glowed a deeper red. The big blaze of the chief's fire sank low and grew dim before he ceased. Straight-limbed figures rose, sank, moved, whispered on the beach. Here and there a spear blade caught a red gleam above the black shape of a head. "The Alanans seek booty on the sea," cried Dann. "Their fathers and the fathers of their fathers have done the same, being fearless like those who embrace death closely." A low laugh was heard. "We strike and go," said an exulting voice. "We live and die with our weapons in our hands." The Alanans leapt to their feet. They stamped on the sand, flourishing naked blades over the heads of their prisoners. A tumult arose. When it subsided, Dann stood up in a cloak that wrapped him to his feet and spoke again, giving advice. The white men sat on the sand and turned their eyes from face to face as if trying to understand. It was agreed to send the prisoners into the lagoon where their fate would be decided by the ruler of the land. The Alanans only wanted to plunder the ship. They did not care what became of the men. "But Dann cares," remarked Hassim to Lingard when relating what took place. "He cares, O Tuan." Hassim had learned also that the settlement was in a state of unrest, as if on the eve of war. Balarab, with his followers, was encamped by his father's tomb in the hollow beyond the cultivated fields. His stockade was shut up, and no one appeared on the verandas of the houses within. You could tell there were people inside only by the smoke of the cooking fires. Tenga's followers, meantime, swaggered about the settlement, behaving tyrannically to those who were peaceable. A great madness had descended upon the people, a madness strong as the madness of love, the madness of battle, the desire to spill blood. A strange fear also had made them wild. The big smoke seen that morning above the forests of the coast was some agreed signal from Tenga to Dann, but what it meant Hassim had been unable to find out. He feared for Jorgensen's safety. He said that while one of the warboats was being made ready to take the captives into the lagoon, he and his sister left the camp quietly and got away in their canoe. The flares of the brig, reflected in the faint loom upon the clouds, enabled them to make straight for the vessel across the banks. Before they had gone halfway, these flames went out, and the darkness seemed denser than any he had known before. But it was no greater than the darkness of his mind, he added. He had looked upon the white men sitting unmoved and silent under the edge of swords. He had looked at Dann. He had heard bitter words spoken. He was looking now at his white friend, and the issue of events he could not see. One can see men's faces, but their fate, which is written on their foreheads, one cannot see. He had no more to say, and what he had spoken was true in every word. End of Part 4, Section 3. Part 4, Section 4 of The Rescue by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 4, Section 4. Lingard repeated it all to Mrs. Travers. Her courage, her intelligence, the quickness of her apprehension, the colour of her eyes, and the intrepidity of her glance evoked in him an admiring enthusiasm. She stood by his side. Every moment that fatal illusion clung closer to his soul, like a garment of light, like an armour of fire. He was unwilling to face the facts. All his life till that day he had been a wrestle with events in the daylight of this world, but now he could not bring his mind to the consideration of his position. It was Mrs. Travers who, after waiting a while, forced on him the pain of thought by wanting to know what bearing Hassim's news had upon the situation. Lingard had not the slightest doubt Dann wanted him to know what had been done with the prisoners. That is why Dann had welcomed Hassim and let him hear the decision, and had allowed him to leave the camp on the sandbank. There could be only one object in this, to let him, Lingard, know that the prisoners had been put out of his reach as long as he remained in his brig. Now this brig was his strength. To make him leave his brig was like removing his hand from his sword. "Do you understand what I mean, Mrs. Travers?" he asked. "They're afraid of me because I know how to fight this brig. They fear the brig because when I'm on board her, the brig and I are one. An armed man, don't you see? Without the brig, I am disarmed. Without me, she can't strike, so Dann thinks. He does not know everything, but he is not far off the truth. He says to himself that if I man the boats to go after these whites into the lagoon, then his Alanans will get the yacht for sure, and perhaps the brig as well. If I stop here with my brig, he holds the two white men and can talk as big as he pleases. Ballarab believes in me, no doubt, but Dann trusts no man on earth. He simply does not know how to trust anyone because he's always plotting himself. He came to help me, and as soon as he found I was not there, he began to plot with Tenga. Now he's made a cleverer move than he thinks. Why? I'll tell you why. Because I, Tom Lingard, haven't a single white man aboard this brig I can trust, not one. I only just discovered my mate's got the notion I'm some kind of pirate, and all you yacht people think the same. It is as though you had brought a curse on me in your yacht. Nobody believes me. Good God, what have I come to? Even those two, look at them. I say look at them. By all the stars, they doubt me. Me! He pointed at Hassim and Imada. The girls seemed frightened. Hassim looked on, calm and intelligent, with inexhaustible patience. Lingard's voice fell suddenly. By heavens, they may be right. Who knows? You? Do you know? They have waited for years. Look, they are waiting, with heavy hearts. Do you think that I don't care? Ought I to have kept it all in, told no one? No one, not even you? Are they waiting for what will never come now? Mrs. Travers rose and moved quickly round the table. Can we give anything to this Dann or these other men? We could give them more than they could think of asking. I, my husband? Don't talk to me of your husband, he said roughly. You don't know what you're doing. She confronted the sombre anger of his eyes. But I must, she asserted with heat. Must, he mused, noticing that she was only half a head less tall than himself. Must. Oh, yes, of course, you must. Must, yes. But I don't want to hear. Give. What can you give? You may have all the treasures of the world for all I know. No, you can't give anything. I was thinking of your difficulty when I spoke, she interrupted. His eyes wandered downward, following the line of her shoulder. Of me, he repeated. All this was said almost in whispers. The sound of slow footsteps was heard on deck above their heads. Lingard turned his face to the open skylight. On deck there, any wind? All was still for a moment. Somebody above answered in a leisurely tone, a steady little draught from the northward. Then, after a pause, added in a mutter, pitch dark. Aye, dark enough, murmured Lingard. He must do something, now, at once. The world was waiting, the world full of hopes and fear. What should he do? Instead of answering that question, he traced the ungleaming coils of her twisted hair and became fascinated by a stray lock at her neck. What should he do? No one to leave his brig to. The voice that had answered his question was Carter's voice. He's hanging about, keeping his eye on me, he said to Mrs. Travers. She shook her head and tried to smile. The man above coughed discreetly. No, said Lingard, you must understand that you have nothing to give. The man on deck, who seemed to have lingered by the skylight, was heard saying quietly, I'm at hand if you want me, Mrs. Travers. Hassim and Imada looked up. You see, exclaimed Lingard, what did I tell you? He's keeping his eye on me. On board my own ship. Am I dreaming? Am I in a fever? Tell him to come down, he said after a pause. Mrs. Travers did so, and Lingard thought her voice very commanding and very sweet. There's nothing in the world I love so much as this brig, he went on. Nothing in the world. If I lost her, I would have no standing room on the earth for my feet. You don't understand this. You can't. Carter came in and shut the cabin door carefully. He looked with serenity at everyone in turn. All quiet? Asked Lingard. "Quite enough, if you like to call it so," he answered. "But if you only put your head outside the door, you'll hear them all on the quarter-deck snoring against each other as if there were no wives at home and no pirates at sea." "Look here," said Lingard, "I found out that I can't trust my mate." "Can't you?" drawled Carter. "I'm not exactly surprised. I must say he does not snore, but I believe it is because he is too crazy to sleep. He waylaid me on the poop just now and said something about evil communications corrupting good manners. Seems to me I've heard that before. Queer thing to say. He tried to make it out somehow that if he wasn't corrupt, it wasn't your fault. As if this was any concern of mine. He's as mad as he's fat, or else he puts it on." Carter laughed a little and leant his shoulders against a bulkhead. Lingard gazed at the woman who expected so much from him, and in the light she seemed to shed he saw himself leading a column of armed boats to the attack of the settlement. He could burn the whole place to the ground and drive every soul of them into the bush. He could, and there was a surprise, a shock, a vague horror at the thought of the destructive power of his will. He could give her ever so many lives. He had seen her yesterday, and it seemed to him he had been all his life waiting for her to make a sign. She was very still. He pondered a plan of attack. He saw smoke and flame, and next moment he saw himself alone amongst shapeless ruins, with the whispers, with the sigh and moan of the shallows in his ears. He shuddered, and shaking his head, "No, I cannot give you all those lives," he cried. Then, before Mrs. Travers could guess the meaning of this outburst, he declared that as the two captives must be saved, he would go alone into the lagoon. He could not think of using force. "You understand why?" he said to Mrs. Travers, and she whispered a faint "yes." He would run the risk alone. His hope was in Ballarab being able to see where his true interest lay. "If I can only get at him, I would soon make him see," he mused aloud. "Haven't I kept his power up for these 2 years past? And he knows it too. He feels it." Whether he would be allowed to reach Ballarab was another matter. Lingard lost himself in deep thought. "He would not dare," he burst out. Mrs. Travers listened with parted lips. Carter did not move a muscle of his youthful and self-possessed face. Only when Lingard, turning suddenly, came up close to him and asked with a red flash of eyes and in a lowered voice, "Could you fight this Brig?" something like a smile made a stir amongst the hairs of his little fair moustache. "Could I?" he said. "I could try, anyhow." He paused and added, hardly above his breath, "For the lady, of course." Lingard seemed staggered, as though he had been hit in the chest. "I was thinking of the Brig," he said gently. "Mrs. Travers would be on board," retorted Carter. "What? On board?" "Ah, yes, on board. Where else?" stammered Lingard. Carter looked at him in amazement. "Fight? You ask," he said slowly. "You just try me." "I shall," ejaculated Lingard. He left the cabin, calling out, "Sarang!" A thin, cracked voice was heard immediately answering, "Dann," and the door slammed to. "You trust him, Mrs. Travers?" asked Carter rapidly. "You do not? Why?" she answered. "I can't make him out. If he was another kind of man, I would say he was drunk," said Carter. "Why is he here at all, he and this Brig of his? Excuse my boldness, but have you promised him anything?" I promised," exclaimed Mrs. Travers in a bitter tone which silenced Carter for a moment. "So much the better," he said at last. "Let him show what he can do first, and—" "Here, take this," said Lingard, who re-entered the cabin, fumbling about his neck. Carter mechanically extended his hand. "What's this for?" he asked, looking at a small brass key attached to a thin chain. "Powder magazine. Trapdoor under the table. The man who has this key commands the Brig while I'm away. The Sarang understands. You have a very life in your hand there." Carter looked at the small key lying in his half-opened palm. "I was just telling Mrs. Travers I didn't trust you. Not altogether." "I know all about it," interrupted Lingard contemptuously. "You carry a blame pistol in your pocket to blow my brains out, don't you? What's that to me? I'm thinking of the Brig. I think I know your sort. You will do." "Well, perhaps I might," mumbled Carter modestly. "Don't be rash," said Lingard anxiously. "If you've got to fight, use your head as well as your hands. If there's a breeze, fight underway. If they should try to board in a calm, trust to the small arms to hold them off. Keep your head and—" He looked intensely into Carter's eyes. His lips worked without a sound, as though he had been suddenly struck dumb. "Don't think about me. What's that to you, who I am? Think of the ship," he burst out. "Don't let her go! Don't let her go!" The passion in his voice impressed his hearers, who for a time preserved a profound silence. "All right," said Carter at last. "I'll stick to your brig as though she were my own, but I would like to see clear through all this. Look here, you are going off somewhere. Alone, you said?" "Yes, alone." "Very well. Mind then that you don't come back with a crowd of those brown friends of yours, or by heavens above us, I won't let you come within hail of your own ship. Am I to keep this key?" "Captain Lingard," said Mrs. Travers suddenly, "would it not be better to tell him everything?" "Tell him everything," repeated Lingard. "Everything. Yesterday it might have been done. Only yesterday. Yesterday, did I say? Only 6 hours ago. Only 6 hours ago I had something to tell. You heard it, and now it's gone. Tell him. There's nothing to tell any more." He remained for a time with bowed head, while before him Mrs. Travers, who had begun a gesture of protest, dropped her arm suddenly. In a moment he looked up again. "Keep the key," he said calmly, "and when the time comes, step forward and take charge. I'm satisfied." "I would like to see clear through all this, though," muttered Carter again. "And for how long are you leaving us, Captain?" Lingard made no answer. Carter waited a while. "Come, sir," he urged. "I ought to have some notion. What is it, 2, 3 days?" Lingard started. "Days," he repeated. "Ah, days. What is it you want to know? 2, 3? What did the old fellow say? Perhaps for life." This was spoken so low that no one but Carter heard the last words. "Do you mean it?" he murmured. Lingard nodded. "Wait as long as you can, then go," he said in the same hardly audible voice. "Go where?" "Where you like, nearest port, any port." "Very good, that's something plain at any rate," commented the young man with imperturbable good humour. "I go, O Hassim," began Lingard, and the Malay made a slow inclination of the head, which he did not raise again till Lingard had ceased speaking. He betrayed neither surprise nor any other emotion, while Lingard, in a few concise and sharp sentences, made him acquainted with his purpose to bring about, single-handed, the release of the prisoners. When Lingard had ended with the words, "And you must find a way to help me in the time of trouble, O Rajah Hassim," he looked up and said, "Good. You never asked me for anything before." He smiled at his white friend. There was something subtle in the smile, and afterward an added firmness in the repose of the lips. Yamada moved a step forward. She looked at Lingard with terror in her black and dilated eyes. She exclaimed in a voice whose vibrations startled the hearts of all the hearers with an indefinable sense of alarm, "He will perish, Hassim! He will perish, alone!" "No," said Hassim. "Thy fear is as vain tonight as it was at sunrise. He shall not perish alone." Her eyelids dropped slowly. From her veiled eyes the tears fell, vanishing in the silence. Lingard's forehead became furrowed by folds that seemed to contain an infinity of sombre thoughts. "Remember, O Hassim, that when I promised you to take you back to your country, you promised me to be a friend to all white men, a friend to all whites who are of my people, forever." "My memory is good, O Tuan," said Hassim. "I am not yet back in my country, but is not everyone the ruler of his own heart? Promises made by a man of noble birth live as long as the speaker endures." "Goodbye," said Lingard to Mrs. Travers. "You will be safe here." He looked all around the cabin. "I leave you," he began again, and stopped short. Mrs. Travers' hand, resting lightly on the edge of the table, began to tremble. "It's for you, yes, for you alone, and it seems it can't be—" It seemed to him that he was saying goodbye to all the world, that he was taking a last leave of his own self. Mrs. Travers did not say a word, but Amada threw herself between them and cried, "You are a cruel woman. You are driving him away from where his strength is. You put madness into his heart. Oh, blind, without pity, without shame." "Amada," said Hassim's calm voice. Nobody moved. "What did she say to me?" faltered Mrs. Travers, and again repeated in a voice that sounded hard, "What did she say?" "Forgive her," said Lingard. "Her fears are for me." "It's about your going," Mrs. Travers interrupted swiftly. "Yes, it is, and you must forgive her." He had turned away his eyes with something that resembled embarrassment, but suddenly he was assailed by an irresistible longing to look again at that woman. At the moment of parting he clung to her with his glance as a man holds with his hands a priceless and disputed possession. The faint blush that overspread gradually Mrs. Travers' features gave her face an air of extraordinary and startling animation. "The danger you run?" she asked eagerly. He repelled the suggestion by a slighting gesture of the hand. "Nothing worth looking at twice. Don't give it a thought," he said. "I've been in tighter places." He clapped his hands and waited till he heard the cabin door open behind his back. "Steward, my pistols." The mulatto, in slippers aproned to the chin, glided through the cabin with unseeing eyes, as though for him no one there had existed. "Is it my heart that aches so?" Mrs. Travers asked herself, contemplating Lingard's motionless figure. "How long will this sensation of dull pain last? Will it last forever?" "How many changes of clothes shall I put up, sir?" asked the steward, while Lingard took the pistols from him and eased the hammers after putting on fresh caps. "I will take nothing this time, steward." He received in turn from the mulatto's hands a red silk handkerchief, a pocket-book, a cigar case. He knotted the handkerchief loosely round his throat. It was evident he was going through the routine of every departure for the shore. He even opened the cigar case to see whether it had been filled. "Hat, sir," murmured the half-caste. Lingard flung it on his head. "Take your orders from this lady, steward, till I come back. The cabin is hers, do you hear?" He sighed, ready to go, and seemed unable to lift a foot. "I am coming with you," declared Mrs. Travers suddenly, in a tone of unalterable decision. He did not look at her. He did not even look up. He said nothing till after Carter had cried, "You can't, Mrs. Travers." Then, without budging, he whispered to himself, "Of course." Mrs. Travers had pulled already the hood of her cloak over her head, and her face within the dark cloth had turned an intense and unearthly white, in which the violet of her eyes appeared unfathomably mysterious. Carter started forward. "You don't know this man," he almost shouted. "I do know him," she said, and before the reproachfully unbelieving attitude of the others, she added, speaking slowly and with emphasis, "There is not, I verily believe, a single thought or act of his life that I don't know." It's true," muttered Lingard to himself. Carter threw up his arms with a groan. "Stand back," said a voice that sounded to him like a growl of thunder, and he felt a grip on his hand which seemed to crush every bone. He jerked it away. "Mrs. Travers, stay!" he cried. They had vanished through the open door, and the sound of their footsteps had already died away. Carter turned about, bewildered, as if looking for help. "Who is he, steward? Who in the name of all the mad devils is he?" he asked wildly. He was confounded by the cold and philosophical tone of the answer. "'Tain't my place to trouble about that, sir, nor yours, I guess." "Isn't it?" shouted Carter. "Why, he's carried the lady off." The steward was looking critically at the lamp, and after a while screwed the light down. "That's better," he mumbled. "Good God, what is a fellow to do?" continued Carter, looking at Hassim and Amada, who were whispering together, and gave him only an absent glance. He rushed on deck and was struck blind instantly by the night that seemed to have been lying in wait for him. He stumbled over something soft, kicked something hard, flung himself on the rail. "Come back!" he cried. "Come back, Captain! Mrs. Travers! Or let me come too!" He listened. The breeze blew cool against his cheek. A black bandage seemed to lie over his eyes. "Gone," he groaned, utterly crushed. And suddenly he heard Mrs. Travers' voice, remote in the depths of the night. "Defend the brig," it said, and these words, pronouncing themselves in the immensity of a lightless universe, thrilled every fibre of his body by the commanding sadness of their tone. "Defend! Defend the brig!" "I'm damned if I do," shouted Carter in despair, "unless you come back, Mrs. Travers." "As though I were on board myself," went on the rising cadence of the voice, more distant now, a marvel of faint and imperious clearness. Carter shouted no more. He tried to make out the boat for a time, and when, giving it up, he leapt down from the rail, the heavy obscurity of the brig's main deck was agitated like a sombre pool by his jump, swayed, eddied, seemed to break up. Blotches of darkness recoiled, drifted away, bare feet shuffled hastily, confused murmurs died out. "Lascars," he muttered, "the crew is all agog." Afterwards he listened for a moment to the faintly tumultuous snores of the white men sleeping in rows, with their heads under the break of the poop. Somewhere about his feet the yacht's black dog, invisible and chained to a deck ring-bolt, whined, rattled the thin links, patted with his claws in his distress at the unfamiliar surroundings, begging for the charity of human notice. Carter stooped impulsively and was met by a startling lick in the face. "Hello, boy." He thumped the thick curly sides, stroked the smooth head. "Good boy, Rover. Down. Lie down, dog. You don't know what to make of it, do you, boy?" The dog became still as death. "Well, neither do I," muttered Carter. But such natures are helped by a cheerful contempt for the intricate and endless suggestions of thought. He told himself that he would soon see what was to come of it, and dismissed all speculation. Had he been a little older, he would have felt that the situation was beyond his grasp, but he was too young to see it whole, and in a manner detached from himself. All these inexplicable events filled him with deep concern, but then, on the other hand, he had the key of the magazine, and he could not find it in his heart to dislike Lingard. He was positive about this at last, and to know that much, after the discomfort of an inward conflict, went a long way towards a solution. When he followed Shaw into the cabin, he could not repress a sense of enjoyment or hide a faint and malicious smile. "Gone away, did you say? And carried off the lady with him?" discoursed Shaw, very loud in the doorway. "Did he? Well, I'm not surprised. What can you expect from a man like that, who leaves his ship in an open roadstead without, I won't say orders, but without as much as a single word to his next in command, and at night at that? That just shows you the kind of man. Is this the way to treat a chief mate? I apprehend he was riled at the little altercation we had just before you came on board. I told him a truth or two, but never mind. There's the law, and that's enough for me. I am captain as long as he is out of the ship, and if his address before very long is not in one of Her Majesty's jails or other, I authorise you to call me a Dutchman. You mark my words." He walked in masterfully, sat down, and surveyed the cabin in a leisurely and autocratic manner. But suddenly his eyes became stony with amazement and indignation. He pointed a fat and trembling forefinger. "Niggers," he said huskily. "In the cuddy. In the cuddy." He appeared bereft of speech for a time. Since he entered the cabin, Hassim had been watching him in thoughtful and expectant silence. "I can't have it," he continued with genuine feeling in his voice. "Damme, I've too much respect for myself." He rose with heavy deliberation. His eyes bulged out in a severe and dignified stare. "Out you go!" he bellowed, suddenly making a step forward. "Great Scott, what are you up to, mister?" asked in a tone of dispassionate surprise the steward, whose head appeared in the doorway. "These are the captain's friends." "Show me a man's friends," began Shaw dogmatically, but abruptly passed into the tone of admonition. "You take your mug out of the way, bottle washer. They ain't friends of mine. I ain't a vagabond. I know what's due to myself. Quit!" he hissed fiercely. Hassim, with an alert movement, grasped the handle of his crisp. Shaw puffed out his cheeks and frowned. "Look out, he'll stick you like a prize pig," murmured Carter, without moving a muscle. Shaw looked round helplessly. "And you would enjoy the fun, wouldn't you?" he said with slow bitterness. Carter's distant, non-committal smile quite overwhelmed him by its horrid frigidity. Extreme despondency replaced the proper feeling of racial pride in the primitive soul of the mate. "My God, what luck! What have I done to fall amongst that lot?" he groaned, sat down, and took his big grey head in his hands. Carter drew aside to make room for Amada, who, in obedience to a whisper from her brother, sought to leave the cabin. She passed out after an instant of hesitation, during which she looked up at Carter once. Her brother, motionless in a defensive attitude, protected her retreat. She disappeared. Hasim's grip on his weapon relaxed. He looked in turn at every object in the cabin as if to fix its position in his mind forever, and following his sister, walked out with noiseless footfalls. They entered the same darkness which had received, enveloped and hidden the troubled souls of Lingard and Edith, but to these two the light from which they had felt themselves driven away was now like the light of forbidden hopes. It had the awful and tranquil brightness that a light burning on the shore has for an exhausted swimmer about to give himself up to the fateful sea. They looked back. It had disappeared. Carter had shut the cabin door behind them to have it out with Shaw. He wanted to arrive at some kind of working compromise with the nominal commander, but the mate was so demoralised by the novelty of the assaults made upon his respectability that the young defender of the brig could get nothing from him except lamentations mingled with mild blasphemies. The brig slept, and along her quiet deck the voices raised in her cabin, Shaw's appeals and reproaches directed vociferously to heaven, together with Carter's inflexible drawl, mingled into one deadened, modulated and continuous murmur. The lockouts in the waist, motionless and peering into obscurity, one ear turned to the sea, were aware of that strange resonance like the ghost of a quarrel that seemed to hover at their backs. Wassab, after seeing Hasim and Imada into their canoe, prowled to and fro the whole length of the vessel vigilantly. There was not a star in the sky, and no gleam on the water. There was no horizon, no outline, no shape for the eye to rest upon, nothing for the hand to grasp. An obscurity that seemed without limit in space and time had submerged the universe like a destroying flood. A lull of the breeze kept for a time the small boat in the neighbourhood of the brig. The hoisted sail, invisible, fluttered faintly, mysteriously, and the boat, rising and falling bodily to the passage of each invisible undulation of the waters, seemed to repose upon a living breast. Lingard, his hand on the tiller, sat up erect, expectant and silent. Mrs. Travers had drawn her cloak close around her body. Their glances plunged infinitely deep into a lightless void, and yet they were still so near the brig that the piteous whine of the dog, mingled with the angry rattling of the chain, reached their ears faintly, evoking obscure images of distress and fury. A sharp bark ending in a plaintive howl that seemed raised by the passage of phantoms invisible to men rent the black stillness, as though the instinct of the brute inspired by the soul of night had voiced in a lamentable plaint the fear of the future, the anguish of lurking death, the terror of shadows. Not far from the brig's boat, Hasim and Imada in their canoe, letting their paddles trail in the water, sat in a silent and invincible torpor, as if the fitful puffs of wind had carried to their hearts the breath of a subtle poison that very soon would make them die. "Have you seen the white woman's eyes?" cried the girl. She struck her palms together loudly, and remained with her arms extended, with her hands clasped. "Oh, Hasim, have you seen her eyes shining under her eyebrows like rays of light darting under the arched boughs in a forest? They pierced me. I shuddered at the sound of her voice. I saw her walk behind him, and it seems to me that she does not live on earth, that all this is witchcraft." She lamented in the night. Hasim kept silent. He had no illusions, and in any other man but Lingard he would have thought the proceeding no better than suicidal folly. For him, Travers and Dalsace were two powerful Rajas, probably relatives of the ruler of the land of the English, whom he knew to be a woman, but why they should come and interfere with the recovery of his own kingdom was an obscure problem. He was concerned for Lingard's safety. That the risk was incurred mostly for his sake, so that the prospects of the great enterprise should not be ruined by a quarrel over the lives of these whites, did not strike him so much as may be imagined. There was that in him which made such an action on Lingard's part appear all but unavoidable. Was he not Raja Hasim, and was not the other a man of strong heart, of strong arm, of proud courage, a man great enough to protect high-born princes, a friend? Amada's words called out a smile which, like the words, was lost in the darkness. "Forget your weariness," he said gently, "lest, O sister, we should arrive too late." The coming day would throw its light on some decisive event. Hasim thought of his own men who guarded the Emma, and he wished to be where they could hear his voice. He regretted Jafir was not there. Hasim was saddened by the absence from his side of that man who had once carried what he thought would be his last message to his friend. It had not been the last. He had lived to cherish new hopes and to face new troubles, and perchance to frame another message yet, while death knocked with the hands of armed enemies at the gate. The breeze steadied. The succeeding swells swung the canoe smoothly up the unbroken ridges of water, travelling apace along the land. They progressed slowly, but Amada's heart was more weary than her arms, and Hasim, dipping the blade of his paddle without a splash, peered right and left, trying to make out the shadowy forms of islets. A long way ahead of the canoe, and holding the same course, the brig's dinghy ran with broad lug extended, making for that narrow and winding passage between the coast and the southern shoals, which led to the mouth of the creek connecting the lagoon with the sea. Thus, on that starless night, the shallows were peopled by uneasy souls. The thick veil of cloud stretched over them, cut them off from the rest of the universe. At times Mrs. Travers had in the darkness the impression of dizzy speed, and again it seemed to her that the boat was standing still, that everything in the world was standing still, and only her fancy roamed free from all trammels. Lingard, perfectly motionless by her side, steered, shaping his course by the feel of the wind. Presently he perceived ahead a ghostly flicker of faint livid light, which the earth seemed to throw up against the uniform blackness of the sky. The dinghy was approaching the expanse of the shallows. The confused clamour of broken water deepened its note. "How long are we going to sail like this?" asked Mrs. Travers gently. She did not recognize the voice that pronounced the word "always" in answer to her question. It had the impersonal ring of a voice without a master. Her heart beat fast. "Captain Lingard," she cried. "Yes, what?" he said nervously, as if startled out of a dream. "I asked you how long we were going to sail like this," she repeated distinctly. "If the breeze holds, we shall be in the lagoon soon after daybreak. That will be the right time, too. I shall leave you on board the hulk with Jorgensen." "And you, what will you do?" she asked. She had to wait for a while. "I will do what I can," she heard him say at last. There was another pause. "All I can," he added. The breeze dropped. The sail fluttered. "I have perfect confidence in you," she said. "But are you certain of success?" "No." The futility of her question came home to Mrs. Travers. In a few hours of life she had been torn away from all her certitudes, flung into a world of improbabilities. This thought, instead of augmenting her distress, seemed to soothe her. What she experienced was not doubt, and it was not fear. It was something else. It might have been only a great fatigue. She heard a dull detonation, as if in the depth of the sea. It was hardly more than a shock and a vibration. A roller had broken against the shoals. The livid clearness Lingard had seen ahead flashed and flickered in expanded white sheets much nearer to the boat now. And all this, The one burst of light, the faint shock as of something remote and immense falling into ruins, was taking place outside the limits of her life, which remained encircled by an impenetrable darkness and by an impenetrable silence. Puffs of wind blew about her head and expired. The sail collapsed, shivered audibly, stood full and still in turn, and again the sensation of vertiginous speed and of absolute immobility, succeeding each other with increasing swiftness, merged at last into a bizarre state of headlong motion and profound peace. The darkness enfolded her like the enervating caress of a sombre universe. It was gentle and destructive. Its languor seduced her soul into surrender. Nothing existed, and even all her memories vanished into space. She was content that nothing should exist. Lingard, aware all the time of their contact in the narrow stern sheets of the boat, was startled by the pressure of the woman's head drooping on his shoulder. He stiffened himself still more, as though he had tried on the approach of a danger to conceal his life in the breathless rigidity of his body. The boat soared and descended slowly. A region of foam and reef stretched across her course, hissing like a gigantic cauldron. A strong gust of wind drove her straight at it for a moment, then passed on and abandoned her to the regular balancing of the swell. The struggle of the rocks, forever overwhelmed and emerging, with the sea, forever victorious and repulsed, fascinated the man. He watched it as he would have watched something going on within himself, while Mrs. Travers slept sustained by his arm, pressed to his side, abandoned to his support. The shoals guarding the shore of Refuge had given him his first glimpse of success, the solid support he needed for his action. The shallows were the shelter of his dreams. Their voice had the power to soothe and exalt his thoughts with the promise of freedom for his hopes. Never had there been such a generous friendship. A mass of white foam whirling about a centre of intense blackness spun silently past the side of the boat. That woman he held like a captive on his arm had also been given to him by the shallows. Suddenly his eyes caught on a distant sandbank the red gleam of Damon's campfire, instantly eclipsed like the wink of a signalling lantern along the level of the waters. It brought to his mind the existence of the two men, those other captives. If the war canoe transporting them into the lagoon had left the sand shortly after Hassim's retreat from Damon's camp, Travers and Alsace were by this time far away up the creek. Every thought of action had become odious to Lingard, since all he could do in the world now was to hasten the moment of his separation from that woman to whom he had confessed the whole secret of his life. And she slept. She could sleep. He looked down at her as he would have looked at the slumbering ignorance of a child, but the life within him had the fierce beat of supreme moments. Nearby the eddies sighed along the reefs. The water, soft among the stones, clung round the rocks with tragic murmurs that resembled promises, goodbyes, or prayers. From the unfathomable distances of the night came the booming of the swell assaulting the seaward face of the shallows. He felt the woman's nearness with such intensity that he heard nothing. Then suddenly he thought of death. "Wake up!" he shouted in her ear, swinging round in his seat. Mrs. Travers gasped. A splash of water flicked her over the eyes, and she felt the separate drops run down her cheeks. She tasted them on her lips, tepid and bitter like tears. A swishing undulation tossed the boat on high, followed by another and still another, and then the boat, with the breeze abeam, glided through still water, laying over at a steady angle. "Clear of the reef now," remarked Lingard in a tone of relief. "Were we in any danger?" asked Mrs. Travers in a whisper. "Well, the breeze dropped and we drifted in very close to the rocks," he answered. "I had to rouse you. It wouldn't have done for you to wake up suddenly struggling in the water." So she had slept. It seemed to her incredible that she should have closed her eyes in this small boat with the knowledge of their desperate errand on so disturbed a sea. The man by her side leaned forward, extended his arm, and the boat, going off before the wind, went on faster on an even keel. A motionless black bank resting on the sea stretched infinitely right in their way in ominous stillness. She called Lingard's attention to it. "Look at this awful cloud." "This cloud is the coast, and in a moment we shall be entering the creek," he said quietly. Mrs. Travers stared at it. Was it land? Land? It seemed to her even less palpable than a cloud, a mere sinister immobility above the unrest of the sea, nursing in its depths the unrest of men who, to her mind, were no more real than fantastic shadows. End of Part 4, Section 4.